Our hero, opening his eyes, sees something beautiful and delicious smelling in front of him. Opening his eyes fully, he saw a burning fire, and some people were dancing and singing around it. He had thoughts in his head that people were having a very ordinary campfire party. He smiled greedily, thinking that it seemed to him that he had already ceased to be in demand among girls. But what attracted him most was the smell. It was the sweet, enticing smell of meat. The hero was so hungry that he stopped noticing anything around him except the lamb. He was attracted by this taste. Suddenly, his gaze switched to the girls standing by the fire. They seemed very attractive to him. But the smell continued to attract him. He couldn't resist. He wanted to at least take a bite. He was extremely hungry. He was glad that he woke up next to delicious food and beautiful girls. He thought that this might be the best day of his life. As he suddenly cried out that he was running, he rushed towards the lamb with his mouth open, wanting to take a bite. When he suddenly fell, he did not understand why he could not move fully. Moving slightly, he realized that his body was tied with a rope. Moreover, some kind of incomprehensible square appeared in front of his face. And already behind this small square, he saw two huge brutes approaching him. He said that they were monsters. He couldn't understand where those beautiful girls had gone. He tried to find out from these men where he was, leaning towards the fact that he was tied up by mistake, since he had done nothing wrong. But the big guys' faces were not positive, and our hero realized that they had hardly tied him up out of the kindness of their hearts. Suddenly it dawned on him, he remembered. His gaze suddenly changed to fear. He realized that he had fallen into an ambush. He screamed and asked where the hell this hole was. Exactly a few hours ago, our main character was sitting on his knees on the beach by the beautiful sea. Coughing, he looked into the distance, his gaze reminiscent of a man who understands nothing, absolutely nothing. Taking the water in his hands, he looked at it, thinking that this was all nonsense. After washing himself with cool water, he tried to cheer himself up, thinking about how he had been walking with Jan yesterday. They had gone shopping, and then he had fallen asleep and then found himself here. His thoughts were already beginning to lean towards the idea that his god was punishing him for being a gigolo. Suddenly he heard some cries, similar to those of a ram, and he listened to where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, 3 bodies emerged from the thicket of the forest, the smallest of them muttering something. Our hero immediately began asking them where they were and how to get out of here. Suddenly, the smallest of them threw something at him. The man, who had just woken up, didn't even have time to come to his senses before some kind of thing flew past his face. His face started to bleed. He was lucky that it just missed his face and only slightly grazed him. Having come to his senses, he immediately ran away, shouting that they were all serious and grown-up people. Looking back, he saw that they were falling behind. He began to think, smiling, that ordinary people would not be able to catch up with him, especially this little bastard. Suddenly his face changed dramatically, because another branch flew past his stomach, also slightly wounding him. His pain was real, he thought. Our hero had already stopped thinking that this was a joke. Suddenly, a red square appeared in front of his face, and it said that the main task was to survive. He screamed that he didn't understand anything. He needed an explanation. His scream was so loud that it seemed to be heard for several kilometers around. He was wondering if this was a system that provided tasks, while the kid was already aiming the next charge. Before our main character had time to think about whether he had really ended up in another world, the kid had already thrown a built-up bone into him. The orange-headed man began to sense the approach of danger. Turning around, wrinkles appeared on his face. He saw that his death was approaching. The hit was direct. The blow passed across the neck. Tears began to appear in the eyes, and our hero only managed to make grunting sounds of pain. Suddenly, he began to lose consciousness, thinking that he was completely screwed. And so he sat tied up by the fire, still thinking that he was finished, that he would be killed, eaten, and given as a sacrifice. In front of his face hung a system that congratulated him on his stay among the primitives for 12 whole hours, for which he received a reward. As a reward, he received a survival gift bag and 1 point. He immediately ordered the system to open the survival gift bag. The system began to congratulate our protagonist. He received basic language skills, a survival guide for beginners, a map of the area, and a battle axe. Some fragments began to be written into his head, when suddenly the system announced that the basic medicine mod was recorded, the survival mod was recorded. After the system died down, he understood what these savages were talking about. They were shouting about children, animals. He began to understand that this was a very ancient world, when culture had not yet appeared and everything was at the stage of development. and before him were the primitives. He thought that his main goal was to survive in this game and create a civilization, leading and developing all these savages. The hero allocated a point to strength, thinking that in this situation this would be the most rational decision. After that, he ordered the system to activate the battle axe, and at that very second the weapon was in the hands of our hero. Exhaling heavily, some kind of red shell began to appear around our hero's body, and the rope immediately began to break. The cracking sound of the rope could be heard. A few seconds later, the rope was completely torn and our hero was freed. Looking at his fist, he was surprised that just one point had added so much physical strength to him. The primitives heard the sounds. They looked towards where the tied trophy sat, but they saw our contented main character, who was smiling and looking in their direction, holding an axe on his shoulder. A man with a bare torso and an incomprehensible mask on his head shouted for them to grab him and not let him escape. He also added that if he were killed on the spot, they would eat him. Hearing all this, our main character smiled. He found these words funny. Aiming his axe at the thugs, he said that savages were forbidden to be insolent towards God. Masked Man, in turn, did not understand what other god they were talking about. It was the first time they had heard such a word. The hero, without losing his composure, replied that this meant that he was an authority among them, as well as a leader, because he was sent by the heavens themselves. And a little later he added that they would all be punished for their insults. These words angered the bare-chested thug, because for them, strength decides everything. At that very moment, with a loud cry, he pounced on the standing protagonist, swinging a huge bone. At this time, windows of the system immediately began to appear in front of our hero, which gave him the task that he must survive, intimidate the primitive people and become their captain. Suddenly, the system said that in case of punishment, the battle axe would be taken away, which put our main character in a stupor a little, because there had been no punishments before. He couldn't lose the only worthy weapon at the moment, so he had to complete this quest. Swinging at the flying thug, he cried out that he would not lose to some savages. Suddenly, there was a powerful blow. The sound from the blow was so loud that it deafened everything around. The fragments of earth under the feet of our heroes began to rise upward, and just a moment later the ground began to crack, and a small crater was formed from the impact of the wave. Thinking that it was unexpected to see so much strength in this savage, our hero swung again. But the brute was faster, so the hero had to block the attack. The pumped-up primitive laughed. It seemed to him that this was the end. But our hero was not going to give in. He kept saying to himself that he was much stronger. Both heroes began to scream. They began to put even more force into this confrontation, trying to knock each other's weapons out. Suddenly, the thug's blow went down and our main hero's axe went up. There was a sound of falling. It was a broken piece of bone from a primitive weapon. Looking at this, both heroes were perplexed. Taking a closer look, the big guy saw that his bone had actually broken. It had been cut by their captive's weapon. His entire tribe looked at the broken bone because this had never happened before. Looking around with the most stupid expression on his face, our hero thought only that the greatest trouble was about to happen. At that very second, he started shouting that this was his favorite weapon. It had been with him since childhood. How dare our hero break it? Immediately switching to anger, he screamed at his comrades to attack him, to tear him to shreds. Running away from the angry crowd, he shouted at them asking if it was unfair because the one-on-one fight was not over. He also shouted that it was abnormal for such a crowd to attack a 24-year-old man. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and quickly caught up with him. A few seconds later, he swung right at our hero's back. But the attack was unsuccessful. With a quick turn, the protagonist dealt him a direct blow with an axe. And just a second later, the primitive man, sitting on the ground, tried to say something, but some incomprehensible sounds came out. Looking at him, our hero told him that they were just a bunch of savages and this had to end. Raising his head and looking at the rest of the runners, he picked up the axe and then said that he had no desire to fight them, and if they let him go, he would leave this man alive. And then he shouted as loudly and rudely as possible for them all to surrender. They immediately stopped. Fear began to appear on their faces, and they also began to pronounce some incomprehensible words and sounds. Looking at them, our hero thought that he did not expect such a banal bluff to work, because if they had attacked him in a crowd, he would have been in trouble. At this time, they became more and more frightened. They began to scream more and more in fear. Suddenly screaming for help, they rushed back into the forest. Looking at all this, the hero wondered what was happening. Did he really scare them that much? He wondered if he was really that scary. He was very tense because of this, and at that time, some huge figure was emerging from behind him. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of him that gave him a side mission. It said that he had to save the primitives from a saber-toothed tiger. Rereading the tasks, he couldn't understand what kind of side task this was, what kind of tiger it was, and even a saber-toothed one. Suddenly, he raised his head. His face changed as quickly as possible. He saw something huge behind his back. And when he came to his senses, he ran away, shouting that it was a real saber-toothed tiger. Looking at the running protagonist, the woolly one saw fun in him. He growled contentedly. Having immediately caught up with our main character, he tried to attack him, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. The tiger continued to strike with its powerful paws, destroying everything around. The fleeing hero did not understand why everyone in this place wanted to kill him. At this time, the saber-toothed one had almost reached our main hero. Noticing this, he thought that if things continued like this, he would die. He was scared. He couldn't understand how the system could give him such an idiotic mission, because this tiger cub would swallow him whole in one bite. While he was in thought, the saber-toothed creature attacked him. The blow went straight to the back of our main hero. The force of the blow threw him to the ground. He fell, his whole body shaking with pain. Trying to get up, he thought that he was going to die now. Had luck really turned away from him so quickly? Raising himself slightly, he aimed the battle axe towards the tiger. Thinking that he could no longer run away, he needed to fight. But he wasn't an idiot when it came to fighting head-on, so he had to somehow outsmart this woolly one. Looking around, he thought only about how he could use it to win. Suddenly, in the depths of the forest, he saw smoke and immediately remembered that all animals are afraid of fire. He thought that this was his chance for survival. Raising the axe, he said that this was his only chance. He would not have any others. Suddenly, he rushed towards the tiger, shouting, trying to provoke him. Sabretooth succumbed to the provocation, standing on his hind legs in anger, growling loudly. Tiger versus man, they both rushed towards each other, but the attack attempt was unsuccessful. The tiger stood on its hind legs and landed right on the body of our main character. He got up and immediately started running into the forest, holding his hands on his stomach. He thought that he would never try the tricks from the movie again, even one fucking time. He also thought that all cats were disgusting because they all loved to play with their prey. As he entered the forest, thoughts began to enter his head that thanks to the plants, he would be able to at least slightly distance himself from the approaching danger. But he was not going to lag behind. He crushed everything left and right with his powerful paws. The attack seemed endless, as if he never got tired. Just a little more and the tiger will reach our main hero. Is this really his end? He thought. But then he noticed something a couple of meters away from him, and his gaze lit up. He saw that right in front of him was that very same fire of the primitives. With the last of his strength, he jumped toward the fire, thereby dodging the cat's attack. The shockwave caused him to flip over. He spun and hit the ground. Looking up, he noticed that he was right next to the roasting meat. With his last breath, he took a piece of wood that lay under the fire, and then with a sharp movement, he stuck it into his head. The tiger immediately began to succumb to pain. His eye was injured. And just a second later, he moved away from our main character. He sensed danger. They both stood in front of each other, our hero holding a burning stick with the last of his strength, trying to scare the saber-toothed one. At this time, he was rubbing his wounded eye with his paw. Waving a burning stick, he told the tiger to come to him, this big cat. And at this time, I hoped that he would get scared and retreat, because his strength was running out. Suddenly, some strange sound began to be heard. It echoed throughout the entire area. The sound was extremely deafening. Listening closely, he couldn't believe it, because this sound was familiar to him, but not in such a huge size. It was the sound of trampling, a great trampling. The sound continued to sound, becoming louder and louder. This terrible stomping forced the fight between man and beast to stop. The cat said something in tiger, but it clearly sounded like something like, "Wow." Suddenly he screamed in horror. His face became extremely frightened. And then he suddenly jerked to the side away from the man. Our main character could not understand what could have scared this strong beast so much. As soon as the tiger disappeared, a system appeared in front of our hero, congratulating him on completing the side mission. He was surprised by the generosity of the system, because it gave him 2 whole points, and he also received the gratitude of the primitive people. But the approaching sound distracted him, because it was already very close. It was becoming louder and louder. Looking around, he thought about where he could run to be in the safest place. As he ran away, he ordered the system to add 1 point to both agility and strength. The system immediately carried out our protagonist's order, increasing his characteristics. He began to feel overwhelmed with strength, and it became much easier to move than before. He overcame obstacles that previously seemed insurmountable. Suddenly he stopped, landing on the outskirts of the cliff. He stopped right in front of the crowd of primitives, looking at their confusion and fear. As soon as our protagonist caught his breath, he screamed loudly to get their attention. Their leader couldn't understand how our main character wasn't eaten by a saber-toothed tiger. He, in turn, immediately smiled after these words. Suddenly, he raised his battle axe above his head and said that as soon as they met the saber-toothed tiger's gaze, it immediately tucked its long tail between its legs and ran away. They stood there in bewilderment, when suddenly he added that they should all kneel before him. But they stood in a stupor. Their faces were perplexed, just like the face of our main character, who could not understand why they were not afraid of him. Suddenly, a young girl appeared in front of him, looking straight into his eyes and clenching her fists. She approached him in the payment room, still clenching her fists. Suddenly, she hugged his leg and screamed that he was the very benefactor who saved them. At that very moment, everyone fell to their knees and shouted that finally they would not have to be afraid of the tiger. They immediately began to ask him to become their leader. He wondered if this was really the reward that the system gave him in addition to points. They continued to bow to him, asking him to lead them. Even their current leader praised our protagonist, saying that he was the most powerful of those he had ever met in his life. At this time, our hero was thinking about whether it was really so easy to become their emperor. Raising his axe again, he ordered them to stand up, after which he added that from that moment on, he was their king. The system rewarded him by giving him 1 point and 3 band-aids. He immediately added a point to his physical strength. Our hero thought that the more points he added to his characteristics, the easier it would be to complete tasks. After some time, he ordered the system to open the inventory. It contained that very patch. It was an effective medicine with various herbs that stopped bleeding and promoted healing. Its expiration date was exactly 1 day. The expiration date left our main character stumped, because 1 day is not enough. That is, if he activates it, its expiration date will be 1 day, otherwise it will be spoiled. He took one to see how it would handle the searing wound on his back left by the saber-toothed tiger. After these thoughts, the plaster immediately began to move to his back, covering his wounds. Some small glow began. Some incomprehensible sounds came from the back. And after some time, the wound began to magically disappear. All the primitives were surprised by this phenomenon, because they had never seen anything like it before. And our hero thought that at a critical moment, this thing could save his life. Approaching the former leader of the tribe, he extended his hand with this patch, asking him if any one of them was injured. But he immediately shouted out loud to everyone that their king was powerful. He, smiling and with a wise face, said that this was all the pure truth, because if he were not like that, he could not protect them. He immediately added that if he was their king, then he needed to meet everyone. Pointing his finger at the masked brute, he said they would start with him. He needed to introduce himself and talk about his skills. Making a strange face and showing his muscles, he said that his name was Shigu and he was the former leader of them, and he was also the best fighter. After the big guy, there were several more. Suddenly, a girl approached Shigu and told him that she was the strongest, and her name was Huang Shi. Afterwards, she approached our hero, who could not believe his eyes. In front of him stood a simply enormous girl who told him that she could throw stones. He immediately began to think, because in front of him there could be a whole hidden boss of this game. Next, Shosho introduced herself and said that she could climb trees and pick fruit. Suddenly, something kicked our main character quite hard in the back of the head. A beauty appeared before us, who surprised our main character. Her name was Vut Ayu. But she immediately pointed her finger at the 2 babies, saying that they were her sons, but they didn't have names yet, because she hadn't come up with them yet. Our main character found this funny and laughed carefree. With a lewd smile, he thought about how he was different from Thief Cow. Cow was a fan of collecting widows as concubines. Suddenly, a kid appeared in front of him, who scared our main character outrageously. After everyone, our main character introduced himself and said that his name was Chen Li. They could call him whatever they wanted, boss, king, emperor, or just Bro Chen. He also added that he knows everything about civilization and came here to pass on his knowledge to them. Everyone stood and looked at him in surprise, because they had never heard such words before and did not understand their meaning. He told them not to worry, because he would teach them something new, and after some time they would change a lot. And besides, they would be able to eat meat every day. The last words about meat left the primitives stunned, because every consumption of meat was a whole holiday for them. Realizing the words of our protagonist, they screamed with joy, praising their new leader. At that very second, a system window appeared before our hero's eyes, indicating that the main quest to settle down had been activated ahead of schedule. The content of the quest stated that it was necessary to help primitive people build dwellings, officially create a tribe, and increase the number of people to 50. The reward would be 3 points, as well as a large treasure chest. There were 15 days to complete this quest, but since it was activated early, the system added 3 days, making a total of 18 days. Our main character was happy with the new task, and it wasn't difficult to complete. I immediately began to think that at the moment there were 15 people in the tribe. That is, in 18 days it was necessary to disperse as many as 32 people, and this only meant that it was worth joining other primitive tribes. Here his mood changed dramatically, because it will be difficult to do this in 18 days, so our main character will have to try very hard to complete this mission. Thinking about the chest, as well as the additional prize, he was interested. He hoped that the system was not deceiving him. A bright night came. A not quite native moon shone in the sky. Its rays covered all the nearby territories. At this time, our main character was sleeping surrounded by primitives. The hero's eyes twitched and he was bothered by extraneous sounds. Rising abruptly, he thought that he was tired of this lawn. It was chafing him, and the sounds were preventing him from falling asleep. Standing up and holding his stomach, he thought about how it was impossible to conquer the world on an empty stomach, because first you need to eat well. Looking at his tribe, he said that these guys were simple-minded and did not even leave anyone to guard them. Thinking more and more about food with each passing minute, he thought about where he could get something to eat. Suddenly it dawned on him and he cried out loudly. Where he fought with the saber-toothed tiger, there was a lot of fried meat. But at that very second, he thought that someone might have already eaten this meat. Two opposites were fighting in the man's head. One was saying that the creature that scared the tiger might still be there, and the other was saying that at this rate he could die of hunger. After hitting himself in the face a few times, he thought that it was enough to worry, because it was most likely impossible to encounter this creature. Having called the system, he took a battle axe from there. At that very second, it appeared in his hand, and then he went into the thick of the forest. With dexterous and quick movements, he covered a distance that would have taken much longer before. At this time, the same moon illuminated the forest and a pleasant breeze blew. Having arrived and looking out from the bushes, he was visited by thoughts that everything was too quiet. Looking at the meat, he thought that he needed to be extremely careful, because he didn't even know 90% of the monsters in this forest. Approaching the fire, he saw more pieces of meat, as well as a white creature that resembled a hare. Having tied it tightly with a rope, he looked at the meat, thinking about taking some of the loot to my guys. Having tied everything tightly, he went back, because it was dangerous to stay in that place. Running back, he was surprised by the fact that it seemed to him that this territory had changed. Not noticing the cliff, he stumbled and began to fall straight into it, dropping the weapon from his hands. And he landed hard on his bottom. Hitting hard, he screamed that he hates the one who dug such a big hole. Raising his head, he saw a shadow. He could not understand where such bright moonbeams came from in this jungle. Suddenly, he became thoughtful, remembering events from the recent past. He felt wild from his thoughts, immediately starting to look around. And his thoughts were confirmed. He is now confident. I am sure that these are not holes, but traces of the creature that scared the saber-toothed tiger. He immediately assumed it was an ostrich, but just as quickly dismissed the idea since ostriches that big don't exist. Pictures of different monsters that could have left these huge footprints began to pop into his head. He was stunned, because he should have guessed much earlier when he saw the saber-toothed tiger. After all, it's not just wild animals here. These are the most terrible creatures of antiquity that existed in all the myths and legends known to him. He needed to find a safe place to settle down as soon as possible, because there was not a minute to lose. It was beginning to get light. The early sounds of animals and people began to be heard. The jungle came to life. There were fights between the primitives for meat. Everyone wanted to grab as many pieces of meat as possible. Our hero watched what was happening with a dull face, saying that it would be difficult to teach them anything. Suddenly, his patience snapped and he shouted as loudly as he could for them to stop fighting. Looking at them, he thought that these guys don't know how to make a fire, don't know etiquette, politeness, and rules of economy. Then he added that the first to get food are those who go hunting. Immediately after his words, the former leader of this tribe said that before this they went in turns. Yesterday it was he, Agun and Huangshi. Pointing his finger at Tang, Zhu, and Wolfbone, He said that it was their turn today, but immediately clenching his fists in front of his face, he said that today was a special day because the king would be going hunting with them, so everyone wanted to go. At that very moment, everyone joined the man in the mask, saying that they were really looking forward to hunting with the king. At that very second, he noticed a boy busy with something, who was holding a bone with some kind of rope in his hands. Looking at him, our hero thought that this kid was most likely afraid of him, because he thought that he held a grudge against him for catching him yesterday. Our hero needed to somehow improve relations with him. After listening to everyone's opinion, he said that since everyone wanted to go, then everyone would go. They also needed to choose a place to build a house. He began to explain what a family is, and that everyone in the family should support each other and protect them from problems. He compared it to a tree, saying that the roots can be compared to a family. The pumped-up girl smiled and said that this was very important to her. And approaching our main character, she extended her long arms. And then she hugged him very, very tightly, asking if she could really live with the king then. He, wiping the blood from his nose, said that everything was correct. Now they were one family, which of course would all live together. She happily began to leave, shouting that now the king would live with her and she wanted to give birth to his child. Having calmed down and moved away from the hug, he told everyone to come as close to him as possible. And then, sitting down, he added that they should watch and listen to him carefully. He said that first of all they needed a large flat piece of land. The plain would be best in the north with a mountain and a river in the south. This would make it easier for them to get food, build a house, and also get water. His reasoning after a few minutes had already reached the sea, which stunned the rest of the tribe, because they had long since stopped understanding everything, and now they were completely confused. Continuing his reasoning, he spoke about ships and how convenient it is, because it is cooperation with other states. Suddenly the kid said that he knew where such a place was, if he was talking about a big puddle. He immediately grabbed him, telling him to quickly take them there, and also adding that if he really showed where it was, he would make him the first minister. The boy immediately began to tell the story that this place is located in the east, but it is better not to go there, because a herd of bulls lives there. Thinking of ordinary calves, he said that these bulls would become their prey. Suddenly, he raised his battle axe and shouted that their first joint campaign and hunt was starting right now. After some time, it was already daytime. Our heroes were following the boy. Making their way through the thicket of the jungle, some of the primitives already began to doubt this idea, because the foliage did not end. Suddenly, a chicken head appeared from the sheet, and our heroes appeared behind her. They were discussing the fact that the area was quiet and calm. Our main character calmed the boy down, saying that he shouldn't worry so much because he was with them, which meant there wouldn't be any problems. He also addressed the other men, saying that he would protect them all in case of trouble, because he was able to scare off an entire saber-toothed tiger. Pointing his finger to the top of the peak, the boy said that from there he would be able to see the gathering place of the herd of bulls. The kid kept repeating that they should be quiet and not attract unnecessary attention, to which our main character said that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Looking out from the top, he could not understand whether there were any other monsters in this place besides bulls. Suddenly, he noticed something that made his eyes shine. He saw an ideal place, mountains, a river, a plain. And just a second later, he could smell a familiar scent. It was the smell of the sea. I immediately ordered the system to open a map of the area, and it immediately carried out the order. While studying the map, he said that there were mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side, and this was an ideal place to build the first city. Suddenly, a boy pulled him away, screaming that it was unsafe. Looking out from the rock, our hero did not understand what they were all so afraid of. After all, they were just ordinary calves. Our protagonist immediately activated the basic survival guide, which briefly told him about the local fauna. Looking at the boy, he asked him where those black bulls were that he had talked about so persistently. He, in turn, immediately looked at the grove, saying that it was right behind it. He said that there was a big bend in the river and right next to it. Our main character told the kid to take him there and told the others to be on guard. Half an hour later, our heroes reached their destination. Looking around, he thought that this place was too quiet. He also couldn't understand why they were so afraid of these bulls. Could these calves really be dangerous? He was surprised by the fact that the references wrote down everything around him and also shared good information with him. He was glad of this skill. He thought that there might be monsters here that were worse than these bulls. Suddenly, he heard the trembling voice of a boy who was pointing his finger to the side. Having looked first at the boy, he began to raise his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed a huge black shadow that was moving. The baby immediately started screaming that he was huge, and upon closer inspection, our main character fell into a stupor, saying that they were in complete shit. In front of them stood a huge monster with horns, who didn't even notice our heroes due to his small size. As he passed them, he looked into the distance and moaned. When he screamed, his roar was deafening and ear-splitting. Stuttering, the former boss of the tribe asked our protagonist if they were really going to hunt these calves. He in turn, with the same trembling voice, replied that he had said it correctly. Putting on a brave face, he ordered them to sit in ambush while he went on reconnaissance. Everyone was thinking about how courageous he was, while our hero went behind a tree. As he went behind the tree, tears began to appear on his face. He thought that he didn't want them to die because of him. Looking at the two huge bulls, he had thoughts in his head that he had two good abilities. Suddenly, another huge black bull passed by him. His face was scared because this monster was 3 times bigger than him. He wanted to find a calf to practice on. He was very scary. Our hero was at a loss. Watching him eat the leaves, he realized that disturbing the animals while they were eating was a bad idea. Seeing the smallest one, he wanted to try to negotiate with him because suddenly they have an easygoing nature. Coming out of the tree, he hid the axe and then greeted the bull. He, noticing our hero, fell into a stupor. His face changed dramatically from cute. Suddenly he screamed, yelled towards our main character, his eyes turned red. The bulls standing nearby heard the howl of their comrade and immediately turned their attention in his direction. Just a second later, a whole herd of bulls was running towards our main character. Shouting at them not to come near, he began to run away from them. As he swam across the river, he thought that they were afraid of the water and would stop. But it was not to be. They also ran after him, overcoming the water barrier. At this time, the primitives were watching this, discussing the actions of their king, and everyone agreed that it was not in vain that he was chosen, because he was very courageous. It seemed to them that he had deliberately provoked the entire herd against himself. They had already started betting that he had come running to the wall on purpose to surround them. He immediately started jumping onto the wall. He was so afraid that he himself did not understand how he could move and climb the wall like that. As he climbed higher and higher, he was afraid that they would jump to him. In one of the jumps, he almost fell, but managed to grab onto the edge of the cliff. He hung on her, swinging from side to side. Looking down, he couldn't understand what was happening because the whole mountain was shaking. At this time, the bulls banged their heads against the wall, causing it to shake. Some people fainted from the recoil of the blow. Looking down, he wondered if they were really that stupid. Realizing this, he immediately began to provoke them, trying to provoke them to continue fighting. They looked straight at him, mooing angrily. He thought that most likely this rock would not be able to support their weight, so it would collapse along with them. Thinking about this, he said that when he returned, he would tell all the hunters about this. Looking down, he realized that they were waiting for him to come down. The best and safest way out was to climb to the very top and find a way around, and he also wanted to record the view from above. His strength was already running out. It was hard for him to get up, but because of fear, he moved forward. As he looked up, his gaze changed from fear to incomprehensibility. He saw something beautiful in front of him. It was a beautiful view. He couldn't believe his eyes, because he had never seen such beautiful views before. With a smile on his face, he said that he was choosing this place. He was going to found his empire here. But immediately his thoughts went a little in the wrong direction. He began to imagine the obscene human form of a bull. At this time, our protagonist's comrades watched the returning herd of bulls, not understanding where their king was. The former boss had already started to cry from the fact that they could trample him. Suddenly, his mood changed, and he began to climb the tree, saying that he must definitely take the king's axe for himself. As he was climbing down from the tree, something flew towards him, straight at him. Suddenly, with incredible force, it pierced the tree a few millimeters from his body. It was our main character who asked Shigu if he really wanted him to die faster. Everyone immediately threw their hands joyfully in his direction. Shigu immediately began asking our hero about the bulls and his strength. Pointing to one of the bulls, he said that he was going to eat beef. After a short pause, he asked his boys if they would like to try it. Everyone immediately began to hesitate, answering incoherently, but our hero immediately interrupted them and with an angry face ordered them to answer only yes or no. Everyone immediately answered hesitantly, yes, the king, approaching the tree, began to take out his axe. Picking it up, he said that from today on, he would teach them how to create powerful weapons, as well as advanced hunting techniques that can kill monsters and beasts much stronger than them. Sometime later, a loud cracking sound was heard in the jungle. Our hero, standing with a bare torso, swung. Having struck the tree, with one blow he was able to knock it down to the ground, cutting the tree trunk in half. Everyone stood in shock, because it was very powerful for an ordinary person. Shigu approached our hero and asked him why he cut it down, since it was not edible and no fruit grew on it. He, in turn, explained that this was a material for making weapons, and also ordered them to watch his movements carefully, because they would be useful to them in the future. He explained to them that they needed to choose a wooden stick about 2 meters long. One of the ends must be sharpened. As a result, a built-up stick is obtained. The system at this moment congratulated our hero on the production of a new weapon. Looking at the system, he saw that it added 1 point to the technology, but he did not understand why he needed it. Breaking away from the system, he said that this stick is called a spear. The spear has 2 purposes. The first is to pierce someone or something. Well, and the second one was to throw, after which he threw it to the side with incredible force. Shigu approached the stuck spear and said that it was a very powerful weapon. Everyone started running up to their king, hugging him and saying that they too wanted to use this new weapon. After some time, training fights with the new weapons were in full swing. They couldn't even imagine using wood in this way. Pointing to 2 men, our hero ordered them to attack him using a spear. They immediately looked at each other and thought for a second. But after that, they immediately rushed towards our main character, attacking him. They shouted that they would not be able to dodge their double attack at once. But our hero was not going to wait for their attack and immediately dodged it. And then he suddenly jumped to the side with incredible speed. Noticing his approaching opponent, he smiled. And then, with a quick movement of his hands, he threw the spear and struck one of the attackers. The second immediately followed up by attacking his king. Suddenly, surprised cries began to be heard. Everyone stood in shock. The stick was in the attacker's shoulder, and our main character said that he died. He, having fallen to the ground, thought only that if there had been a point at the end of the stick, he would have truly died. As he left, the king said that skills required training and that now javelin throwing would be suitable for all of them. Showing the side of the stone, he said that their task was to get there from this place, and whoever did it first would receive a spear. The first to volunteer was Shigu, the former leader, who immediately took aim. And then, with incredible force, he threw the spear toward the stone. That in turn pierced the stone right through. Our hero praised him, saying that the strength was excellent but accuracy needed some training. He called the next one. It was the hunter Nick Xiang, and so it went on. Everyone had to try. Suddenly some sounds were heard, and our hero ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Standing right in front of the thicket, someone cried out that something huge was approaching him. It was already close. Their boss immediately ordered them to fight, because this is how they get the skills they need now. A huge, dark figure with red eyes began to appear from the jungle and moved straight towards our heroes. A huge, red, angry beast ran out of the forest. Noticing our heroes, he immediately rushed towards them, attacking them. Our hero shouted to everyone to get ready, because they would definitely catch him. They began to surround him. The beast chose their leader as its main target. With his mouth open, he rushed towards our protagonist, trying to swallow him. Suddenly, there was a powerful collision between the 2 opponents. There were cries of pain as our hero thrust his spear straight into the monster's head. He cried out that the beast had been stopped. Holding back a red boar with horns, he said that this might be their only chance. He ordered them to throw their spears at him. They immediately began to aim and take the swing for the throw. After that, they immediately began to throw their spears, hitting the monster. His face even twisted in pain, but the spear with which the main character held the bull could not withstand the force and broke. The boar, bending slightly, looked at the people who surrounded him. Suddenly, a boy with a skin on his head threw a spear in his direction. He began to go wild with pain because the hit was accurate. Looking at all this, the hero thought that this boy had skill. The boar rushed towards our main character. All this time, the boy sat on the deck and watched what was happening, waiting for the moment to attack from the air. The red boar fled in desperation. An axe appeared in the boss's hands. He was not going to let him escape. Having hit him and sent him aside, our hero screamed. This was a sign for Xiang, who was sitting in the tree. He immediately jumped down from the tree, raising his spear and aiming it straight at the beast's head. Having stuck it in, the boar began to squeal in pain. He began to thrash from side to side, breaking trees with his huge body. The system notified the protagonist that the monster had gone berserk, after which the boss immediately screamed for everyone to dodge. At this time, the boy was shouting for everyone to save themselves, but he was not going to let go of the spear. At this time, their king was approaching the monster. He was going to save his subordinate. He jumped and swung, shouting for Xiong to let go of the spear. With fury in his eyes, he struck the monster with all his might. The blow seemed to cut through even the air, and a column of dust rose up. The silhouette of our main character began to appear from the dust, and the monster lay on the ground without the slightest movement. Standing on his head, he shouted loudly that there would be a big feast today. All this time, Xiong did not let go of the spear. He continued to hold on to it. The king extended his hand to the boy, telling him to get up. He praised Xiong, telling him that he stood out more than anyone else and that he was a great guy. He praised all his subordinates, saying that they deserved the food. Everyone was happy because they would eat a tasty and hearty meal of meat. Shigu saw a woman carrying a huge piece of meat, telling her that this piece would be his. But she immediately refused him, saying that this piece would go to their king. She, approaching the king, did not understand his reaction to raw food. He explained his reaction by saying that he saw them frying food over a fire. She answered him that they had not managed to preserve the source of fire, so now they would have to eat the food raw. Our hero thought that fire was the beginning of human civilization, and even subsequent development is inseparable from fire. He didn't think they were that far behind, because food cooked over a fire was much tastier than usual. He needs to teach them how to make fire. Telling the woman to follow him, he went to the others. Approaching the tip that had broken off in the battle, he looked at it. Calling everyone closer, he told them to watch his movements, because he was about to teach them something that would be useful to them. He said that it is worth adding a depression and then rubbing wood against wood with a few hand movements, speaking about the need to constantly speed up. When the tip was removed, flames began to appear. Shigu immediately started shouting that he wanted the whole world to know that their king had mastered fire. But he immediately squeezed his head in embarrassment, telling Shigu to close his mouth. A system appeared in front of our hero, which surprised our hero. Technology has been increased by plus 10 points. He still didn't understand what this technology would provide, but it clearly wouldn't be superfluous as it seemed to him. When he suddenly remembered that paintings convey information, he was going to spend these glasses in order to learn to understand them. The kid approached the boss, saying that he had discovered something. After all, they had defeated the female, so he assumed that her offspring were nearby. And in the end, I was able to find the little cubs. At that very moment, a system emerged that gave our main character a new task. The task was to subjugate these animals. He had to make them domestic. Dalda and Zionan immediately went to get the pigs. Exhaling heavily, our main character thought that the day had been quite difficult. But he still had to figure out how to make a pigsty. The sun was already hiding, but some strange sounds were still coming from the forest. The men carried branches, each wondering why the king needed so many branches. The rest were collecting something, some were knitting, everyone was at work. Shigu was surprised when he saw this. He didn't understand what they were doing. The boy with the skin on his head explained to him that the king had said that it was called a straw rope. But he didn't understand anything. It was hard for him, because he had never seen anything like it before. The sounds of breaking earth could be heard nearby. The main character made several holes around. He told them to come and listen to him carefully. They needed to choose a branch similar to his and the rope. Each person must make at least 5 of these wooden structures. Insert the assembled structure into the prepared holes, then connect them together. The sticks are connected to form a cage, and everything is ready after that. Then carefully spread the straw outside. "And that's it. The pigsty is ready," said our main character. Everyone started to rejoice. They shouted that it was interesting with the king. But immediately after this, our hero's subordinates began to rush past him. And after just a few seconds, the building was full. And inside, one could hear shouts and arguments about who was the first to occupy it and who would live in it. The boss, hitting him in the face, said that the pigsty was not for them. At this time, someone called out from behind him. It was the guys who had gone after the pigs. The boy ran up to our main character joyfully and showed the pigs, saying that they had completed his task. They were holding 8 piglets in their hands, and they were grunting at the time. The main character pointed at the building, telling them to put these cuties there. One of the men immediately rushed towards the king. Hugging him, he asked him how one could give such a good den to ordinary pigs. The second one also ran up, saying that they could finally get shelter from the wind and sun. Having hit them and sent them to the ground, our hero angrily said that if they wanted to live in a pigsty, let them live. But how he would build a comfortable and spacious house so that they would not come near him. The boy, having placed them in the pig farms, was drooling, thinking that in order to live well, he had to wait until they grew up. At this time, our main character stood in front of the primitives and said that if they do not understand something, they need to study more. At this time, the system rewarded its hero for completing the task. The chest was immediately opened and items began to appear from it. She congratulated him on acquiring the skill of cooking fried eggplant, fried peanuts, fried eggs, fried lamb, fried shellfish. Seeing this, he was happy because tasty food takes a lot of energy. The system also notified the hero that cooking the recipe could unlock special rewards. Night had fallen. The moon was as bright as usual, and even at night the air temperature was warm. Xiong and his boss were sitting near the fire. The rest of the tribe was fast asleep. The king turned to his subordinate. He thanked him for being on duty for everyone, and also for helping him today. Laughing, our hero said that Xiong was not afraid that he would take revenge for that situation. And after some time, I asked him if he knew of any similar tribes, similar to theirs. But the boy's answer surprised our hero, because he said that such tribes exist, but they are far from friendly and they are not like them. He began to talk about 3 different tribes. The closest was the Coconut Grove tribe. They lived in the east. There were about 30 to 40 of them. Their representative was a woman. The second tribe of the Sea Bay, there are also 30, maybe 40 people. They look scary and are constantly killing each other. And finally, the Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful tribe and has the largest number of people. They live in the mountains. They say their leader has gained supernatural powers and can kill a tiger with his bare hands, and it is better not to mess with him. Lost in thought, our hero reasoned that if Xiong's story was to be believed, the most suitable target would be the Coconut Grove. He had already started making a plan in his head on how to make friends with them without any fights. Suddenly he felt cold and began to feel danger approaching. A huge woman came up from behind, grabbed the boss by the back and asked him why he wasn't asleep yet, and then obscenely asked if he wanted to do something interesting with her. But our hero immediately answered no. Parodying a cat, she meowed, hinting at something to the king. Extending a trembling hand towards the boy, he said that she was doing a great job of showing a saber-toothed tiger. At that very second, he grabbed Xiong and rushed towards the forest, screaming that he really wanted to go to the toilet. 2 comrades were sitting in a tree and having a conversation, when suddenly the younger one said that they had arrived. The king immediately began to watch them closely. A blue, human-like creature ran after the bird, screaming that it would kill it. And just a few minutes later, she was right in his arms. A second blue creature immediately appeared. But they had a conflict over who would take this bird, and they began to angrily shout that they would kill each other. At this time, the boss of the primitives was discussing the fact that these guys are very physically developed and have well-developed limbs, but their brain is very simple. He also told Shuno that if they could connect them to the flames, they would be able to capture the dodo birds. The kid immediately responded that their tribe was much smaller in number and they would not be able to capture them. At this time, the situation between the 2 blues was heating up. The king agreed with Xiong, thinking that sophisticated weapons could help them. His plan was to first get rid of the herd of bulls, and then use the new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment for battle. Having thought everything over and seen everything, he told Xiong that they were returning. After some time, our heroes returned to their comrades. At this time, some were resting, some were collecting branches, some were eating. Shigu sat thoughtfully and watched something. At this time, the king and the boy appeared, and everyone began to rejoice at the return of their king. Shigu approached the boss and said that he was starting to get very worried because he had searched everywhere but had not found his king. Our hero immediately sent the guys to training so that they could practice with spears. At this time, someone approached our main character. It was the girl who was talking about how such large leaves are convenient to use when you go to the toilet. He ordered her to gather all the women. He needed their help, because he was now going to teach them something interesting. She immediately left, saying that she would gather everyone in a few minutes. After some time, the main character was surrounded by women holding stones in their hands. Showing the stones to the king for evaluation, they expected praise from him. He immediately set to work, explaining that first you need to make a rectangle out of the stone, and then rub it tightly against another stone to create a point. In this way, they will make a stone axe. They began to applaud him, saying that their king was magnificent. The system congratulated our hero, saying that he would receive 1 point for making an axe. But he was not happy about this, because he did not understand how it worked, because he was given 10 for the fire. Upset, he accepted the point. Waving to the girls, he told them to try while he rested, but one had already done it. She showed her creation. Our hero was surprised because he did not show an axe with two sharpened ends. She immediately answered that she saw a similar one at her king. A system appeared before our hero, congratulating him on fulfilling two conditions. The reward was the activation of the detection of hidden talent. He began to see the talents of his comrades. This girl's talent was creating instruments. She looked at the king with a lewd face, thinking that he was examining her completely. Approaching the other girls, he showed them a recently made axe with a smile on his face, saying that they should make as many similar weapons as possible today. The sun was already hiding, night was coming. They shouted that the 30th was ready. The king, standing in front of the pumped-up girl, praised him, saying that she had a whole talent. Showing his hands, our hero was surprised, because they were all wounded from the fact that they had been sharpening stones all day. She immediately began to switch to that very scary topic for our hero. The others joined in, showing their hands. They asked to blow on their hands, and the king thanked them shyly. As soon as they began to approach him, he rushed into flight, shouting that 50 was enough, they could rest. He was lost in his thoughts as he made his way through the bushes, when suddenly I heard that I needed to let go, and at that very second something began to approach our hero. He barely managed to dodge and shouted some obscene words. As he watched the moving target, he thought that the boys were having a great time. Suddenly they shouted for the next group to get ready. Approaching Shigu and the boy with the skin on his head, he praised them, and then said that tomorrow they would be squeezing with the bulls. He also added that he would take a secret weapon with him. Night fell, the moon illuminated the area. Our main character stood near the fire. He was swinging an axe and doing something, hitting it against a stone. Each blow became more and more powerful, and the sounds became louder and louder. He exhaled heavily and thought about how he hadn't slept all night because he wanted to finish making the secret weapon. The whole tribe came to him. He told them to watch. They had to pick the black tops of the leaves, and if they had wounds on their hands, they should not touch this juice of the leaves. After all, his system identified them as a natural paralytic. He hopes that this juice will be able to paralyze the monsters. One of them asked why he was digging a hole in the stone. He told her to call the girls as quickly as possible. Use a stone mortar and crush the green leaves, and then you need to coat the spear tips. That's what this pit is for. One of the men also cried out, asking what they should do, since they also wanted to be useful. But their boss told them to eat well and rest, because a big battle awaits them all. The sun began to rise and a cool breeze blew. Our main character sat in a tree, and while he was eating, he thought about the upcoming battle. He had a shashlik in his hands and salt lay next to him. Suddenly, the woman cried out that the preparations were complete and they were completely ready, immediately throwing a spear at him with incredible force. But the king didn't even bat an eyelid. For him, this throw seemed extremely slow. He grabbed the spear that was flying past. Slowly looking up and exhaling lightly, he said that the time had come. Standing in front of them, he gave orders, saying that the women should stay here and protect the children, and the rest should take up arms and move up the mountain. Everyone was happy because their new story was beginning. Now it's the monster's turn to tremble, they screamed. After some time, our heroes reached their destination. The king went alone as bait, while the others sat in ambush. Shigu spoke about how their king was strong and that no one should think that he would not return. Suddenly, Zheng shouted for the others to get ready. He saw some movements on the other side of the river. Shigu said that they had the right to make mistakes, because their king took a very big risk for their victory. 10 minutes ago, some sounds were heard in the foliage. These were the sounds of movement. The bulls often paid attention to this, examining the thick forest. It was the boss who was thinking about his latest experience of fighting bulls. To be on the safe side, he needed to lure a small bull. Making his way closer and closer through the thick bushes, he tried to be unnoticeable. His thoughts were that the main thing was not to trip, otherwise he would most likely die. Having picked up the stone and immediately sent it towards the bull, he was ready to put everything on his plan. The hit was accurate. He hit the head, the bull immediately paid attention to him. The hero began to shout all sorts of nasty things at the calf. He immediately became angry and went berserk, and the rest of his herd also turned their attention towards the main character. They immediately rushed towards the man. The king was a little confused, because it was enough for him to try his strength on one, and there were 3 of them. But as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately took off running, starting to implement his plan. The bulls quickly began to catch up with him, destroying everything around them. Running down the hill, he shouted for Shiga to order them to aim at the first bull. At this time, the first bull was already trying to hit the running man. Shigu gave the order to the primitives to prepare for the attack. As soon as he saw that the bull was within attack range, he ordered to attack. Everyone started throwing out their spears, aiming for weak spots. All but one of the spears reached their destination, piercing the bull's body. Our hero at this time was climbing up the stone wall, trying to climb as quickly as possible. The boy with the skin on his head took aim. His goal was to prevent his king from being captured. Suddenly, he shouted that he wouldn't miss, and then launched his spear towards the bull. The hit was accurate in the neck. The bull felt it and began to scream in pain. The bull fell. The poison began to act. It spread throughout the calf's body. Our hero began to sway. It seemed to him that the stone wall was about to collapse. The herd began to beat their heads against the wall, causing it to collapse. Looking at this, the king thought that things were bad, when suddenly the place he was holding onto broke off. But someone grabbed him safely by the hand. That someone was Shigu, but their king was shouting at them not to stop attacking. He could handle it himself. His only thought was that there would be no other chance. Shigu pulled our hero up while everyone continued to attack the bulls. The pumped-up woman asked her king if he was injured, and he immediately replied that he was fine. Suddenly, the talent detection skill worked. An inscription appeared above Shigu stating that his talent was in commanding an army. The former boss of the primitives said that they were doing well because they were weak. One bull was lying on the ground, and the rest were barely moving. The poison had begun to affect them too. Smiling, the boss of the primitives thought that the anesthetic had worked faster than he had planned. Suddenly, Xiong shouted in a trembling voice that several more bulls were approaching them. But it was not just a few, but a whole herd. The hero's eyes were in horror, because they arrived much faster than planned. He continued to give orders, saying that they needed to focus on those 3 bulls. They couldn't be allowed to escape. The bulls were screaming furiously and the air was filled with tension. It seemed to our heroes that they had been throwing spears at animals forever. 2 bulls began to fall, their bodies covered in wounds. But just a couple of minutes later, the king gave the order for them to stop. 3 bulls lay on the ground without the slightest movement. With each passing minute, the herd of bulls was getting closer and closer to them. The main character asked Shigu how many mines they had left. The answer came from the woman. She said that there were 28 kopecks left. They discussed their next steps, because at that very moment, about 20 animals were approaching them. Our hero said that this was all part of his plan. At this time, a much larger dark shadow than the bulls themselves appeared behind the bulls. She rushed past them at incredible speed. And our main character at this time was talking about the fact that his main goal was to kill the boss, because his death meant the complete destruction of the herd. After all, when the boss appears, the rest of the bulls will start to run in different directions. Therefore, these 3 lying bulls must be alive. They will become bait for a larger individual. But he was troubled by the thought that the bait should originally have been 1 calf, not 3, since they had spent far more kopecks on the 3 of them than he had intended. The boy, pointing towards the forest, shouted to everyone to look. He saw a huge black shadow with furious eyes approaching. It was that same monster, the boss and head of the herd. He stopped and immediately began to take deep breaths of air. And then he began to roar, pushing our heroes away like a wave. His roar even caused the stone wall to collapse. Standing up, Xiong told everyone to get ready because they were here. And at this time, a herd was approaching the wall at incredible speed. The bulls began to crash into the wall one after another. There were terrible loud sounds of the rock collapsing. The heroes began to discuss the fact that they had all gone crazy. The protagonist was furious because the leader of the herd was not going to fight them, he commanded from a distance. Our heroes were confused by a strange sound. It began to engulf the entire territory. It was a sound from below. The mountain was collapsing. The boss gave the order for everyone to return as quickly as possible because now. But before he could finish speaking, the ground right under our hero's feet began to collapse. Turning towards the alarming cry, he saw his girlfriend falling. Her face was horrified because she was falling into the very heat. She began to roll off the cliff in pieces and then landed right on the ground. The hero's eyes were in horror because he understood that if he didn't make a quick decision now, she would die. He immediately shouted that they would save her. They climbed down the cliff straight to Huang Shi. He held her in his arms. The rest of the primitives stood like a mountain in front of them. He told her to rest. They would save her. A whole herd of angry bulls stood in front of them. The primitives did not understand what to do. They were waiting for orders from their king. Right now, a whole herd was approaching them, intending to kill them. Their boss told everyone to disperse. Our protagonist assumed that the leader had seen through his trap. He didn't expect that he had such a high intellect. Shigu from above ordered everyone to take up arms as quickly as possible and defend the king. The main character immediately shouted up for them not to do anything for now. He then added that they should prepare to kill those who approached them first. But the bulls did not wait for our heroes to come to their senses and immediately began to attack them. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of our main character, who also threw his poisonous spear with incredible force towards one of the bulls. A boss appeared from behind him, activating his battle axe and also rushing to attack. With just one movement, he cut off the attacker's head. At this time, another bull came to attack him, but Xing saved his boss. The rest of the primitives were also in the midst of a battle. They made powerful swings with their spears. And then they threw spears, but some did not reach. The bulls defended themselves. The fight did not stop, and the smell of blood began to rise. There were screams everywhere. The smell of tension was there. People's bodies were covered in sweat. Some of the primitives already entered into battle with bare hands. Shigu gave orders from above. They also continued to attack, trying to give time for their comrades to retreat. But the herd was not going to retreat. Their rage was not limited. As a result, after some time, our heroes were able to repel the first wave of attacks by the animals. The next ones came after them, and with their gaze, they seemed to analyze our heroes. Suddenly, there was a roar, and all the monsters looked back as if they were listening. And then they began to move away with slow steps, as if they were going backwards. Did they just receive orders to retreat? Our protagonist thought. Looking into the distance with a serious gaze, he thought that this huge monster had finally decided to fight them personally. The tension began to rise. It started to rain. Our heroes were preparing for battle. A huge animal appeared before them. It was a real monster. This monster was the king of bulls. Taking a deep breath, some kind of aura began to rise around the bull. The king of the primevals realized that there was going to be a powerful attack now. He shouted for everyone to run away. At that very moment, a powerful attack came out from the monster's mouth. From her hit, the wall began to collapse even more. He was aiming at the primitives who were standing on the mountain. The blow stopped, and a road appeared in the mountain. Looking at his subordinates, our main character understood that this monster had instilled fear in all of them, and their fighting spirit was lost. He ordered everyone to flee north while he distracted him, and the rest from above had to wait for his signal to attack. Looking at this monster, gritting his teeth, he told him that he was against him. He immediately rushed towards our hero, preparing to strike him. The king was not going to stand and wait for his death. He stood up and also rushed towards the bull. Their blows touched, dust rose, and a shockwave passed from their blows. None of them were going to retreat. Each of them wanted to kill each other. But the monster's strength was greater than that of our main hero, and he threw it aside. And then destroy the earth beneath you. He immediately rushed towards the fleeing man, wanting to deal him the final blow. The future emperor's gaze turned toward the mountain. He saw his chance to save himself. He understood that if he managed to get up, the outcome of the battle could change. He had only a little time left to rise. He was already about to open his mouth to give an order to Shigu. Suddenly, there was a powerful blow from the Bull King, which made the entire wall shake. And then the impact was followed by a powerful explosion. Everyone started screaming because their king was right under attack. The woman began to reproach herself for the fact that it was her fault. Because if it weren't for her, everything would have been different. At this time, the monster switched to the remaining primitives, intending to finish them off. The monster stood right in front of our heroes. Her appearance frightened them, but each of them understood that they could not retreat under any circumstances. Suddenly, one of them cried out that they should prepare for the most difficult battle. The bald man said that they would kill her here and now. They must avenge their king. Suddenly, something flashed past the king of the bulls. His eye was wounded. Blood began to flow. The bull could not understand where he was attacked from and who could have done it. Suddenly, a shadow began to appear, which blessed the bull because thanks to him, the gorge appeared. It was our main character who supplemented his words about the gorge by saying that at the critical moment he was able to hide in it. But even despite this, he was seriously injured. His body was shivering and his body was covered in wounds. Everyone started screaming. These were screams of joy. They couldn't believe their eyes, believe that their king was alive and he was with them. At that very moment, the king turned to Shigu. He in turn replied that he was glad to see the king alive and unharmed, and that he was eagerly awaiting orders. Immediately rushing towards the huge bull, our hero shouted that they must kill him. Everyone also rushed towards the bull. Following the orders of their king, everyone was determined to kill the monster. One of them approached first. He jumped with the intention of hitting the monster straight in the head. But the monster was not going to stand still and wait for the attack. With the help of her horn, she attacked the attacker, plunging her horn straight into the man's body. He screamed in pain. But he was not going to let go of the bull. The king of the bulls screamed angrily and tried with all his might to throw the man off. Suddenly, he reached out to one of the people, trying to grab him with his huge hand. Having grabbed him, he was about to crush him, but our main character was not going to let this happen. He immediately struck the animal straight in the face, thereby freeing his comrades. But the bull was not going to let them go so easily. He opened his mouth and began to gather energy. Just a few seconds later, a deadly attack came out of his mouth, which was aimed at our protagonist, but he was able to dodge it. The blow almost reached one of the king's comrades. She screamed in fear, because just a little more and the attack would overtake her. But at this time, our main character had already swung right at the monster's head. He was going to kill him with one blow. Having struck with all his might, the monster made a wheezing sound, and then its mouth closed. The attack stopped. But our hero was not going to stop. Since the last blow did not reach him, he attacked him again, cutting his skin. The monster screamed in pain, and blood began to splatter in all directions. As he fell down, the king ordered Shigu that this was their chance to attack the Bull King. Shigu immediately ordered everyone to aim for the wound. This was their last chance. The comrades who were above immediately began throwing spears at the monster. Almost all the spears reached the bull's wound. His roar became even louder. His wound began to bleed even more. At that very second, he rushed to the side. It seemed that he was trying to escape from the attackers. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, and his fall raised thick dust around him. Everyone looked in surprise at the fog that seemed to rise. Their bodies trembled from pain and fatigue. The tension continued to hang in the air. They wondered if they had won. They couldn't believe their eyes, because they had just performed a miracle. Suddenly, Shigu shouted about their victory, and everyone started shouting with joy. Our hero stood right at the head of the monster. The bull's eyes were closed, and screams could be heard around that it was all thanks to their king. Bleeding, the hero's face was tense because it seemed to him that everything had not gone according to plan. After all, the bulls standing right in front of him seemed to be waiting for something. He could not understand why they continued to stand and watch. Suddenly, the Bull King began to rise. His breathing became even heavier than before. The tension was felt by everyone around. Looking around, our hero thought that this was just awful. They wouldn't be able to defeat him. And just a second later, a lightning-fast attack caught up with the hero, sending him flying. Afterwards, the monster immediately turned to the rest of the people, attacking them, and a moment later, they were all scattered in different directions. His gaze wandered around, his eyes looking much crazier than before. The bull was not going to stand still. Immediately gathering energy in his mouth, he fired a powerful volley toward the people. Bleeding profusely, the king's breathing was labored, his body at its limit. Sitting on the ground, he thought about how to fix the situation, because now they could all die because of his mistake. Standing on his feet, he thought. He could barely stand on his feet. His body did not obey him, but he did not want to die here. At this time, the monster was getting rid of the spears that were stuck into it. Taking out one of them, he threw it towards our main character. The spear flew at an incredibly high speed. Our hero understood that he would not be able to dodge, he thought. Was this really death? Suddenly, a huge, pumped-up shadow of a woman rushed past him. It was Lee's yellow-haired friend. She took the spear on herself. It pierced her body through and through. Our main character's face darkened. He understood that it was because of him. He couldn't figure out where the plan went wrong. His thoughts were filling his head. A dying comrade lay before him, but he could do nothing. He was filled with anger. He stood up to remember all the wonderful moments associated with his girlfriend. He had fun with her. Anger filled his body more and more. Standing right in front of the enormous monster, he looked straight into its face. Its body began to glow, covered in a light aura. Our main character was filled with hatred. He screamed that he would kill. He wanted to kill this monster. The system began to sound warnings of the emergence of an unstoppable force. But our hero did not pay attention to the system. His thoughts were only about murder. Gathering all his strength into his axe, he struck, sending it towards the Bull King. The blow passed through, cutting right through even the ground. And the body was cut in half. The bull screamed in pain. The screams seemed to be heard for hundreds of kilometers around. Suddenly, the screams died down. Blood was spilling around, covering the ground and coloring it red. Our hero looked at the monster with a furious gaze. It wasn't enough for him. He wanted to kill everyone else. Standing and looking at the remaining herd, he shouted at them to fall. He wanted to kill them all. Their faces changed. Their faces became frightened because their king was dead. Gasping for breath, our hero continued to scream in rage that he would kill them. He ordered them to attack. Suddenly, one of the bulls screamed. Fear was evident in his mooing, and their colors changed from scarlet to blue, and immediately they rushed to the side, running away as quickly as possible into the thicket of the forest. Our hero's strength finally left him. He could not hold his axe. He fell to the ground. Leaning on it, he thought about how not to fall to the ground, but a system window immediately appeared in front of him, warning him that he was dying. And after that, blood began to flow out of his mouth along with his cough, and it did not stop flowing. Falling to his knees, his eyes began to close. He heard anxious cries around him. These were the cries that called him, trying to see his comrades. He saw them, his eyes closing more and more. The system's warning grew louder and louder. The screams around him died down, and the light began to fade. Remembering the girl, he glanced in her direction to make sure she was alive, but he couldn't see anything. Suddenly the light dimmed, and there was complete silence and darkness. Opening his eyes, he saw excellent forms and felt warmth all around. Opening her eyes, she turned to him with a smile. The girl was glad that our king had awakened. The king was lying on Ayu's legs, and at that time she was stroking her king's head, anxiously asking him if everything was okay. Our hero immediately asked her if they were really in a pigsty. But there, with a smile on her face, she replied that this was not a true belief. She told him that after they drove out the bulls, they moved to a new land, and they built this hut especially for him. By telling him to lie down alone for now, she was going to notify the others that he had woken up. But our hero immediately told her to stop. He was interested in what was happening with Dada and Liu Tang. The girl said that when they found Liu Tang, he was barely breathing. But he quickly recovered, and after he came to, all this time he stood outside guarding the king. Yes, she is more injured. She had a magic medicine, so now she needs to rest, and she will recover. The rest are fine. Afterwards, she added that in 4 days, everyone returned to normal and went back to their daily routines. The king couldn't believe that he had slept for 4 whole days. Opening the system window, he saw that there were 11 days left until the end of the quest. He thought that there was little time left. There was no need to waste a single second. At this time, the girl, giggling, thought that the king was strange because he was looking at one point for so long. Trying to get up, pain ran through his body. His whole body ached. At this time, his subordinate told him that her king should rest because he had not yet fully recovered. But he answered with a menacing face that now was not the time to rest. He ordered Shiga to be called to him. He ordered her to tell him only that he had woken up. She, standing up, said that she would do everything now. As she walked out, she tried not to pay attention to the standing Tiu. As soon as the girl left, our hero was overcome with thoughts that he now had no fighting power and strength. And if this became known to everyone, it would not be easy. He was glad that the tribe had figured out how to move on their own. They needed to build a fence as soon as possible and then convert it into a wooden wall. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the news that Shigu had arrived, and he ordered him to speak outside. He immediately said that he was very glad that everything was okay with his king. Our main character said that he had a special assignment for Shigu. He ordered him to come closer to the walls and remember everything he was about to hear. He inclined his ear, saying that he would do everything in the best possible way. A few minutes later, he happily turned around and, shouting that he would definitely do everything, began to leave. The hero understood that he could no longer make mistakes while hunting bulls, so he needed to clear the area. After that, he immediately turned to Liu Tang. The king said that there was a special task for him too. He ordered him to go for the Bull King and bring his skull and skin. Holding out the axe, he made his subordinate sparkle with joy, because he considered this weapon divine. As he left, trembling with joy, he also shouted that he would definitely complete this task. The girl, approaching the entrance, said that the king should now rest, but he, without letting her finish, immediately refused. He said that there was a special task for her as well. After a few seconds, he told her that if there was no one around, she could come to him, alone. As she entered, she listened to the king say that he had sent them away specifically to give her a secret mission. She immediately took off her clothes and said that she had been ready for a long time. Our embarrassed protagonist began to shout that she had misunderstood him, and then ordered her to get dressed. Sitting sheepishly before the king, she awaited orders. He talked about how he needed her to help him put on a play. She didn't understand what performance was being discussed. She asked what exactly was required of her. The king said that he planned to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The main goal of this mission was to convince them to join them. She responded by saying that they had more people and therefore they most likely would not agree to these conditions. But our hero said that they need to show strength. They must think that agreeing to join is their only choice. He said he chose her for 2 reasons. The first was because they were a matriarchal tribe, so it would be easier for women to communicate. Well, and secondly, only she knows about the current state of her king. Our hero said that the explosion caused severe damage, although the medicine stopped the deterioration. But in order to fully recover, something better is needed. She still sheepishly agreed with her king. She asked the king again if she should look scary to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe. But she immediately said that she understood everything and that she would not let him down. Our 2 heroes were on their way. They both didn't know what was waiting for them on the other side, but they wanted to be useful to their king. The kid said that they were about to arrive, and he added to his words that the Coconut Grove tribe does not like war. But he also reasoned that conflict with them should be avoided, because even though they consist of women, their strength is great. But his companion reassured him, saying that his only task was to show where this tribe was, and that she would take charge of the negotiations. The boy also complained to her that the king was too partial, since he had created such beautiful clothes especially for her. After some time, sounds began to be heard in the bushes. The rustling of leaves was quite loud. Suddenly, our heroes appeared from behind the foliage. Looking out, and surprise appeared on their faces. They saw a beautiful sight. Several women were taking a bath. Joyful cries were heard, but there were also some insults. Among them stood a green-haired woman. She was the queen of this tribe. The boy's companion immediately began to admire the queen's beauty, but he immediately interrupted her, not letting her finish speaking, citing the fact that appearances are deceiving. He heard that she ate several suitors. During their heated discussion about eating the grooms, someone snuck up on them from behind. This was a detachment of the tribe that guarded the rest of the tribe. Sometime later, our heroes were brought to the queen. 2 armed women reported to their queen that these 2 had been spying on them while they were taking water treatments. They also added that they called themselves Pooh and were very demanding to meet the queen. The kid immediately started yelling that they were not Poop, but ambassadors of the king of their tribe. The green-haired girl immediately asked him again. She did not understand what ambassadors he was talking about. At that moment, the girl looked away in surprise. After thinking for a while, the queen gave the order that the woman be left as a slave, and the man be fed to the fish, and the piece of meat be made into dinner. One of the Grove tribe immediately grabbed the baby, and she dragged him to the side. He screamed at the top of his lungs for Ayu to save him. Ayu immediately began negotiations, saying that she thought the queen of the Grove was quite perceptive, but she saw something else, because they were going to give this mountain bull meat. She cracked her whip and ordered everyone to stop and be silent. With a smirk on her face, she asked her again if they really had mountain ox meat. She, in turn, immediately responded positively, saying that a herd of black bulls lived in the north of the river. After this, the queen immediately frowned, saying that they were not going to unite and fight the bulls. The messenger, with a smile on her face, only said that they should underestimate people. Standing before her, she said that the lands of the bulls had long since changed their owner. Everyone around from the Coconut Grove tribe immediately began to vigorously discuss these words. They could not believe that people were able to defeat a herd of bulls. The queen got angry, stood up from her throne holding a whip in her hands. She said that they were almost trampled. Coming closer to her, she said that she understood what awaited her for her lie. But the king's messenger was not going to back down in her words, continuing her story about how the biggest bull, the king of bulls, was slaughtered by their king, and if they did not believe it, they could see for themselves. One woman immediately objected, saying that it was a trap, but Ayu was not going to give them any reason to doubt by saying that their king was merciful, because if he wanted to, he would have killed them all by himself. The kid immediately joined his comrade, saying that they didn't come to fight them because their thoughts were sincere. Ayu immediately said that if the queen was afraid to go herself, she could send someone from her tribe for meat in order to make sure of their goodwill. The queen struck the ground with her whip and looked down at the people. She threatened them so that they wouldn't even think about cheating on her. Some time passed, the sun was already beginning to set. Our heroes, along with the Coconut Grove tribe, were heading to their king. Suddenly, the little boy cried out that they were back. Shigu immediately shouted, telling him not to shout, but rather to help build a house, and then showed him where the king was waiting for them. One of the queen's companions decided to ask her what the phrase "build a house" meant. She had heard it for the first time. But at that very second, Ayu said that they had arrived. Our main character sat in a hut on a throne, looking menacingly towards the guests. He showed his power. The queen immediately felt a murderous aura, which made her wary. After all, the guy sitting in front of her looked like a huge beast that scared her. At this time, with a menacing face, our main character thanked Aya for her work. The queen continued to stand, looking fearfully towards the hut. The queen's comrades looked around, while the rest of the wounded tribe hid in their homes. They discussed how the king had ordered all the wounded to hide so that no one would see them. Turning to the queen, he asked her if she was the queen of the coconut grove. One of the women called out, asking for the bull meat they had been talking about. Pointing his hand to the side, the king of the people said that they could take as much meat as they could. Looking at the huge number of slaughtered bulls, they could not even utter a sound, because they could not even imagine such a picture. As they approached the bodies, they saw people cutting up the meat with their axes. The man pointed to the side and said that their meat was there and they had to cut it up themselves. When they came closer, they still couldn't believe that it was all theirs. One of the girls took out a wooden knife, and then she swung with all her might. But when she hit the bull's skin, her knife cracked and then broke in half. People laughed at them because they couldn't even cut meat, and they were afraid of them. The girls from the Grove tribe immediately started screaming that they were just lucky to get caught in the middle of a fight between bulls. They had nothing to laugh about. Standing up with a frown on their face, the men asked them if they really wanted to fight with them, giggling along the way. Suddenly, with lightning speed, something flew out of the king's hut. With the same incredible speed, it rushed past the swearing people. The girl turned around and couldn't believe her eyes. Not only did she manage to see anything clearly, and then the meat was cut into 2 parts with this axe. Our chief's subordinates were not happy that the king helped them, and the queen's subordinates were afraid of this power. The queen turned to the king in surprise, asking him what kind of weapon this was, since their weapons couldn't even scratch the skin. The main character immediately gave the order that using his axe, they would help cut up the meat. The girls were not entirely happy with these actions, because their girls were taller than the men, and the men had never helped them. Looking at the king, one of the men turned to the king, saying that they were the first to provoke them, and why on earth did they do it? But before he could finish speaking, the king cried out that he was following his orders. With a dissatisfied face, the pumped-up man began cutting up the meat. Sitting on his throne, he repeated that he had given them permission to take as much meat as they could carry. Looking at the queen with the same stern face, he added that their orders were absolute. She asked him in a trembling voice how they were able to overcome the herd of bulls. He, in turn, replied that they would be able to find out all this, but it only depended on the further development of their relationship. And after some time, he added that that was all. He ordered them to take the meat and leave. The woman standing in front of him thought that he was an indifferent pig. At this time, our main character was thinking that if it weren't for the bandage made of bullskin, the slaves would have started bleeding long ago. Red liquid flowed across his throne. It was blood. The wounds began to bleed again due to the strain of the body. At this time, Ayu distracted the queen as best she could, saying that they would give them extra stone axes. She also added that their king's weapon was much more powerful, but for cutting meat, these axes would do. But when leaving, the green-haired one said that they refused. This weapon was not suitable for their grace. Stopping and turning towards the king, she added that they also had powerful weapons, but they did not display them. And having already moved away sufficiently, she said that she hoped that she would not have to use this weapon on his tribe. Approaching her subordinates, she told them to take everything that belonged to them because they were leaving right now. Ayu, seeing them off, said that if the meat ran out, they could come and take more. But the main thing was that they didn't delay with it because they were going to share it with other tribes. She waved to the receding flame, saying that she was waiting for their return. Having moved a sufficient distance, they stopped. The queen asked her women if they had been able to check everything. Suddenly, shadows appeared in front of her. One of the girls reported that they had discovered buildings. They are called houses. Grunting sounds were also heard from these houses. The green-haired girl was in her own thoughts. She couldn't understand how they could give such a good house to pigs. The girl reporting also added that the tribe was able to master the divine power of fire. The queen could not believe these words because it was a divine power. But the girl added that she saw with her own eyes how they got fire out of nowhere and then roasted beef on it. After she said something unintelligible, the queen asked her again, telling her to speak louder. She reported that there were 10 people in the tribe. The rest were several children and one old man. The queen, with a sullen face, asked why they had not carried out a full search. The subordinate explained her actions by the fact that houses in the area had been cut down and they would not have been able to hide. She raised her head and began to walk, breathing heavily. Suddenly she stopped, reaching her hand to her waist. And then, with a quick movement of her hand, she took out the whip and straightened it out. She dealt powerful blows to her subordinates, causing several injuries. She said that if they dared to make excuses again, they would not get off with simple lashes. They bowed and thanked her for not expelling them from the tribe. At this time, heavy sighs were heard in the king's hut. Exhaling heavily, he looked at his body. Ayu was worried about her king's wounds, but he told her that everything was already normal. He thought that this skin had high regeneration. It would surely be able to gradually heal his wounds. The girl was glad that her great king was okay. A system notification appeared above the girl's head, which wrote that the girl had eloquence. The main character thought that this was a rather rare talent. Ayu, embarrassed, asked our hero that he loved her more than the queen of the coconut grove, and the king blushed. And then he ordered her to tell everyone who was hiding to come out and then return to him so that she could help him heal his wounds. Coming closer to her, he also added that she should remove his blood from the throne and also forbade everyone except her to approach him. With a smile on her face, she turned to the king, who asked her why she was doing this. Afterwards, the girl added that her king is a real handsome man. This made our main character's face turn even redder, and he even turned away. Suddenly, a boy came running and turned to his master. He began to praise his king, saying that these people had indeed stationed people around the camp. Our hero asked him how his assignment was. The boy proudly said that he had done everything in the best possible way. Everything that they should have seen, they saw. What they shouldn't have seen, naturally they didn't, he answered the king. He exhaled heavily again, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He praised the little boy, saying that he had done everything at the highest level. Running away happily, he shouted that he had run to help Shigu build houses. Ayu, looking at the working tribe, asked our main character if the coconut grove would really want to join them. To which he replied that it was still too early. The plan was only half complete. When they come to them next time, they will begin the second part of the plan. Lying on his bed, our hero looked at the system window. Looking at the task, he thought that there were 11 days left, and this time would not be enough for him to recover. After which he ordered the system to open the warehouse. Suddenly he noticed that his battle axe had turned into a pangu axe. Looking at it, he couldn't believe that his axe had turned into an artifact. He also couldn't understand why he hadn't noticed it when he gave it to Liu Tang. After commanding it to appear, it began to reproduce in his hand. The system described the axe as a legendary weapon. The characteristics stated that the weapon had a bloody sacrifice. The hero thought that the random blood that he spilled on the axe activated that powerful skill. And judging by the description, using this skill is not that easy, which meant that our hero would have more than just a scar on his hand. As he continued to think, he began to go to extremes and then exhaled. As he held the axe up, he said out loud that he never expected his normal weapon to evolve. He also wondered if other weapons could have the same properties and abilities as his axe. Putting the axe down next to him, he also thought that in any case, the activation conditions are not regular, everything depends on fate. Looking further into the system, he wondered what else he had in stock. There was a healing potion there, but unfortunately it only lasted for one use. He thought that he would kill everyone who did not obey him. He also reflected that the meat that the girls had taken for 30 people would be enough for about 2 days. Therefore, within a few days, they must return back to them. Time was limited, so Xiong would have to work hard. The king ordered Liu Tang to call Xiong because he had a secret mission for him. He immediately replied that he had completed everything in the shortest possible time. After some time, both boys approached the king's hut. The boy shouted louder and louder about how wonderful his king was. Approaching the entrance of the hut, he knelt down, saying that he had arrived. The king asked if he remembered the herd of black bulls that they had driven away. He replied that he remembered, after which the king said that he had 2 days to find them and report to him. This was a very important task. While running away, he shouted for the king to rely on him. Our main character, smiling, thought about how during these days everyone had made a great contribution to their development. He also began to think that during these 2 days he could prepare gifts for everyone for the work they had done. At this time, Xiong was looking for bulls, checking every corner of what seemed like the entire world. The king spent these 2 days preparing gifts. Looking at the system, she notified him that there were only 9 days left until the end of the quest. Having placed some objects nearby, he said that that was enough for today. He produced a stone arrowhead, for which he received +1 point to the technology. He also produced a bone whistle and a drinking horn, for which he also received +2 points to the technology. He was going to give the bone whistle to Shigu so that it would be much more convenient for him to command in battle or during a hunt. Stone tips can enhance the power of spears, and the drinking horn will go to Xiong. Suddenly, Ayu cried out that she had good news for the king. She said, out of breath, that their house had been completed. Handing the cloak to her king, she asked him to put it on so that he could hide his wounds. She helped him put it on. She really wanted to help her king. He, in turn, thanked her. They came out of the hut smiling. They were happy with their work. Ayu shouted to everyone to move aside because she had brought the king. Shigu, noticing his king, extended his hand to the side, saying that their king should look at this magnificence. They built what seemed to them to be a huge wooden house with bullhorns on the roof. Shigu shouted that it was all his idea, asking our main character how he was doing, to which he turned away and replied that he would go. Everyone around was shouting that the pigsty would really suit the pigs, and that this was their new home, and that they would no longer have to sleep in cold caves. Holding the door in his hands, Shigu also spoke about how they did it from the stories of their king. Having placed her in the crotch of the house, he shouted that this was the end of their new home. At that very second, a system window appeared in front of the main character, notifying him that he had been awarded 10 technology points for successfully building a wooden house. His face changed as he thought about how much his tribe had changed since he came into it. His thoughts began to visit the fact that the system was influencing them, because not long ago they were savages who drank blood and screamed like animals, and now their characters and behavior were completely different. Could this really be accelerated evolution? Our main character wondered. Turning to Ai, he ordered her to report immediately when Hunter Xiong arrived. Covering his hand with his cloak as he left, he spoke about how everyone should continue building houses, because soon many people would live here. Suddenly he heard screams. These were screams that someone had found something. It was Xiong who stood before his king and told him that he had found a herd of black bulls, to which the king praised him. Placing his hand on his subordinate's shoulder with a smile on his face, he spoke about how he would finally be able to carry out the second part of his plan. Calling Shiga over, he told him that there was a special task for him as well. Sitting in front of his subordinates, he explained the details of his plan, and they, in turn, listened attentively. At the end, turning to them, he asked if they had any questions. Shigu looked towards Shun and asked him if they could do it, to which he calmly said that he would be able to complete the end of the task. Extending his hand to Shigu and then opening it, he told him to take this whistle for more convenient coordination of the order. Shigu was pleased with this gift. And looking towards Xiong, still with the same smile on his face, he said that he also had a gift for him, so he didn't need to worry. As long as he completed the task, he would get his. The king added that as soon as he gave the signal, they should immediately proceed to carry out this task. Saying goodbye to those leaving, he thought that it was hard for them now, and due to the shortage of hands, they would have to give work to the wounded. Approaching his subordinates standing nearby, he told them to build a fire. It was supposed to be right in front of the house, but there was no need to light it yet. Ayu asked her king if this was for the guests who would soon arrive, to which our hero replied that it was so. After some time, people approached the settlement of our heroes. The girl, who was on the outskirts of the settlement, noticed them. She immediately understood that the Coconut Grove tribe was coming towards them. She immediately rushed towards the king's house to report their approach. Running to the house, she reported this to her king. Ayu, at this time, was treating the wounds of her king, saying that they were healing, but he was still forbidden to move. The king liked this. He thought that it was the most pleasant thing to be taken care of. He also began to imagine a time when he would subjugate the Coconut Grove tribe. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and shouts from behind her that the Coconut Grove tribe had arrived. Our joyful hero said that the fish had finally bitten. The first to come out to them was Ayu, who said that the queen of the Coconut Grove had become even more beautiful than she had been since their last meeting. Stretching her hand towards the house, she told her to go into the royal palace. Their king was already waiting for her. She looked at the building in surprise, thinking that in such a short period of time they were able to build a wooden house. She could not understand how this happened. Suddenly, she switched to the girl standing next to her, saying that their king was really afraid to come out to her. And then she added with a grin that this time they would take even more meat so as not to disturb their tribe. The entire Grove tribe stood behind her. She said that everyone wanted to meet such kind neighbors. Ayu replied that their king had already told them to prepare beef for 40 people so they could go get it. Smiling and giggling, she said the only problem was that there were clearly not 40 of them. The queen of the grove approached Ayu, asking her if she would like to join them, to which she replied that she had long been subdued by the powers of her king, so she would refuse. After a short verbal altercation between the girls, Ayu finished and said that the king's order was that whatever they could not carry with them, they were to eat on the spot. If they had a hard time cutting up the meat, their warriors could do it for them. Turning away, she said that they would do everything themselves. Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupted them, and from the house it was said that she could come in. As the doors slowly opened, a slight creak could be heard, and there was a sense of excitement in the air. She began to walk slowly into the building. As she entered, she saw the king sitting and greeting the queen of the coconut grove. She shook her head in embarrassment, saying that she was very grateful to him. She also added that the royal palace looks normal. At this time, our main character realized that she liked the construction technology. It interested her. With a grin on his face, he answered her that this was just a temporary palace. The real one was still under construction. All the residents would be settled there. She, taking hold of his waist, asked if he would really allow all people to live there. To which the man replied that this was all temporary, and that later everyone would live in stone houses. The girl immediately wrapped her weapon around her, pointing it towards the king. He understood that with such a body he would not have time to react. The queen enveloped him in her weapons. Standing right in front of him, she placed her foot on him. Our king could not believe that she was going to kill him. She ordered him to shut up, arching her back and smiling. Holding the knife to her face, she said that no one knows men better than her. She has ways to make them do it. Our king began to understand what was being said. He began to blush. She, also blushing, asked the king how he could understand that she had grabbed him. He thought about how to remain calm, because it was very exciting. Immediately switching to a serious face, the king asked her if she really thought he had not played it safe. At this time, he was thinking that there was no plan. He was finished. Because with such a body in a one-on-one fight, he had no chance. Suddenly, the door opened, and Ayu said that everything was ready. The banquet could begin. An awkward picture appeared before her, and all participants were shocked by it. The queen of the grove immediately unwrapped the king. Our main character, laughing, said that they had already finished their conversation and that they could all go and eat together. He asked his subordinate if they had made a fire, to which she replied that everything had already been done long ago. The queen was lost in her thoughts, because in her tribe all the guys were weaklings. But this man was not so weak. When they left the house, they saw a big fire and a friendly atmosphere all around. Her fellow tribeswomen began to shout for their queen to come to them quickly, because the meat would soon get cold. Our main character at this time was handing the salt to Ayu so that she would share a little bit with the coconut grove. She immediately told them how to use it and explained what it was for. The queen of the grove began to appear, to which the girl said that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to take it. All around, everyone who sprinkled salt on the meat was screaming. They couldn't believe that the taste had changed so much. Standing and watching all this, our protagonist thought that if only he could buy a little more time for Shigu and Shun. The queen, having tasted the meat, was delighted with the admiration of the taste of this meat. At this time, screams and sounds of trees were heard in the forest. These were our main characters, who were looking for bulls, making their way through dense foliage. Noticing the herd, Comrade Shigu asked him if they really didn't have enough meat, since it seemed to him that there was much more than they could eat. To which he replied that they were not here for hunting. And then he added that he would understand everything later. Now he just needed to follow his orders. Suddenly, a boy with a skin on his head, seeing the smoke, cried out that the king would give them a signal it was time for them to act. Shigu immediately blew his new whistle, also signaling to the others. They immediately began throwing spears at the black bulls. The hits were accurate, and during that time they greatly improved their throwing skills and accuracy. The enraged bulls rushed to the side. Shigu shouted for Xiong to get ready because they were approaching him. At this time, Xiong stood on the tree, preparing to attack, because there was only one chance. Noticing one of the largest bulls, he prepared to attack. And then, jumping from the tree, he swung for a powerful blow. He thrust his spear straight into the black bull's back, causing it to scream in pain. Xiong shouted that this bull was his. He succeeded. The boy saddled the running bull in front of the herd. It seemed to him that he could hold on. His life could end there. The running bulls destroyed everything in their path, breaking trees and demolishing the earth. At this time, Xiang was only thinking about how to hold on. He was trying not to let his fear get the better of him. The bull thrashed against the trees in an attempt to throw the bug off his back. But Xiang shouted that these were pathetic attempts, since even their king had become prey to them. At this time, the rest of our heroes were watching all this. One of them was a boy with a skin on his head, and when he realized that the herd was moving east, he knew that something had to be done, because their course had to be changed. Shigu, who was sitting nearby, said that he had given a signal. Taking the whistle he was given into his mouth, he began to whistle. The sound of the whistle was heard all around. The herd of bulls also paid attention to it. Chung couldn't believe that they were running in the wrong direction, but he also knew that Shigu wouldn't just give the signal like that. Taking hold of the protruding spears, he began to try to turn the bull around. The beast tried to resist. The herd gradually began to disappear into the thick foliage, and their heart-rending cries began to subside. At this time, joyful raptures were heard around the fire. The queen cried while eating the meat. She understood that if she ate so much meat, she would definitely get fat. But she could not stop, because it was so delicious. At this time, our main character was watching what was happening, looking around. Seeing the birds taking off, he realized that very soon his plan would be realized. No one around even suspected that this was all part of a big plan. A girl ran out of the foliage. She was screaming. These were screams of fear. Running closer, everyone heard that she was screaming. She was screaming about trouble. Not noticing the hillock, she stumbled. Falling right at the feet of her queen, she cast a disdainful glance in her direction. She asked her what could have happened that made her come running in such a panic. She, raising her head in tears, told how a herd of maddened bulls had invaded their territory and started to run amok, and those who remained in the camp were unable to resist them. Her queen's gaze changed. She couldn't believe what was said. She shouted to everyone. They were coming back. They had to hurry, because every minute counted. She couldn't understand how this had happened, because the bulls had never entered their territory before. At this time, the bulls were breaking everything around, and the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were lying on the ground unconscious. Those who managed to climb the trees fired their weapons, trying to inflict at least some damage on the animals. But the stones only bounced off their thick skin. It was useless. Seeing all this, they understood that in order to save the sisters, they had to go down and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Jumping from the tree, they shouted that they would die for their queen. But just a second later, the bull blew them apart, throwing them in different directions. One of the girls fell right next to the bull, who swung. She understood that she wouldn't have time to dodge. She tearfully screamed that she didn't want to die. A fist had already appeared in front of her face, and she was trying to defend herself with her hands. The sisters screamed because one of their sisters was about to die, and they rushed towards her. Suddenly, lying on the ground, she saw only a fist that froze right in front of her. Because of the dust she raised, she didn't notice at first what had stopped the powerful blow. But as soon as the dust cleared, she saw that the hand of this monster was held by her queen. She, barely holding back the bull, screamed that she would not allow her people to be maimed. With a wave, she sent the enraged animal flying into the air. As the bull fell, it destroyed the ground beneath it, and it was the queen's most powerful blow. But her opponent only exhaled and began to stand up. He began to accelerate in order to strike back at his attacker. Rushing towards the queen with incredible speed, he intended to deliver a powerful blow to her. Rushing past her, he was able to touch her with his powerful body. The queen began to cough from the pain. She did not have time to completely dodge. When she landed, they managed to catch her in their arms. Her lips were covered in blood, and she squinted in pain as she tried to see what was happening. It was our main character. He was asking the girl if everything was okay with her. Having put her on her feet, he told her tribe to rest. They would take care of the rest themselves. The queen said that she did not understand why the herd went crazy and attacked them. He glanced towards the bulls and began to shout. Standing face to face with one of the bulls who was leading the herd, he asked him if he had forgotten what he had done. He just started growling in his direction. The king couldn't believe that he didn't remember him, because his plan was that they would get scared and run away. Suddenly, the lines on the bull's body gradually began to turn blue instead of red. Exhaling heavily, our hero realized that he was scared. Cold sweat was running down his face. Taking out an axe, he pointed it towards the bull, shouting that he was lucky because they met the remaining herd so quickly. Our king, grinning, thought that it was certainly frightening that they had found a leader for themselves so quickly, but he was still far from his former self. Seeing that very axe, the bull began to tremble, and the hair on his body began to stand on end. Our protagonist continued to shout towards the bulls. He said that he had long wanted to finish off the remaining tribe, and they, in turn, froze in one place and listened to his every word. The rest of our main hero's fellow tribesmen were not going to stand aside. They rushed into battle. They lit torches. They were intent on demonstrating their superiority over the Coconut Grove tribe. Shigu grabbed one of the bulls and shouted to Xiongnu. He let go of him abruptly and folded his arms, while the boy jumped towards Shigu. Stepping on the hands of his big friend, he pushed off. Soaring into the air, he found himself directly above the frightened animal. And landing right on his head, Xiong grabbed him by the horns. The bull squealed. Looking at all this, the king saw that his son's ability was horse riding. The boy mounted the new king of the bulls, causing him to squirm from one side to the other. At this time, the king told the queen to leave, but she refused. After all, the herd had not yet been driven away, so she had to enter the battle. But our hero was not going to let her go. He grabbed her hand and insisted on his proposal. He told her that they couldn't cope with these monsters, because he took few people with you, and entering into battle is the same as going to certain death. The girl, standing, could not object in any way. He also added that it would be better to send people to their territory so that everyone could heal their wounds, after which they could calmly return home. He was willing to provide homes, food, and guarantee safety. The queen looked around. She saw her wounded people. She understood that they could not fight any longer. Ayu joined in her king's speech. She asked the queen if she would rather watch her subordinates die in vain. She just looked menacingly to the side. She understood everything perfectly. Suddenly raising her hand up, she shouted that the victims should stumble to the north. Gritting her teeth, one of the girls screamed even louder that they were retreating. She began to urge everyone on, shouting for the wounded to be sent forward. The king, turning to Ayu, told her to lead everyone to the camp, while he intended to stay behind to gain time for their safe retreat. The queen just walked by silently. Ayu asked her king to be careful. At this time, Shigu and the others entered into a fierce fight with the bulls. Girls appeared from behind, one of them shouting that they should all gather up their courage and finally deal with these damn bulls. Shigu told them to retreat with the others, but they did not listen to them. They ran past him as if they had not heard him. The king, smiling, told Shigu that these women were very brave. They could not lag behind them. All our heroes rushed into battle. Loud cries began to be heard. After some time, the sun began to set and there was a sad silence all around. People started coming out of the forest. One of the girls ran up to those walking. She asked where the king and the others were. Ayu replied that the king and the others remained, and also added that many wounded came with her. They needed a good rest. Stretching her hand towards the houses, she said that there should be enough for that number of people. The girl thought that it was only thanks to Dade that they were able to build all these houses so quickly. She also added that those who are not injured should go and help her bring food and water. Ayu brought the queen to one of the houses, saying that she should rest, and then she added that she would take care of the rest of the people and she wouldn't have to worry about them. She just lowered her head and quietly, very quietly, uttered words of gratitude. Having closed the entrance to the queen's house, our heroine exhaled heavily. She was very happy that everything was going well. Arriving at her king's chambers, she saw him sitting tired on his bed. He explained to the girl that the essence of his plan was to use the least possible cost to achieve the goal, namely, the conquest of the Coconut Grove. In the end, they only ended a hard battle, but not a war. She was happy. She was grateful to all the gods that he was their king, that he appeared in their lives. On the second day, everyone had already settled in, and the girls began to do their own thing. At this time, the men were monitoring what was happening. Yes, I approached one of the night guards and asked him if everything went well, to which he replied that everything was fine. One of the girls stood and guarded the house of her queen. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on her. Not paying attention to her surroundings, she thought that it was cloudy today. When suddenly they turned to her, she was scared. She couldn't believe her eyes, because in front of her stood a simply enormous woman. Yes, she told her that their king invited the queen of the Coconut Grove to his palace. It seemed to her that he wanted to discuss something extremely important. At this time, there was silence in the palace. The king looked at the system window, his attention fully focused on it. In front of him was the number 8. That was how many days remained until the end of the mission. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and he ordered the system window to hide. Ayu turned to the king, saying that she had brought the queen. Upon entering, the green-haired girl immediately said yes, and then explained that this was her answer to the merging of their tribes. But after that, Her gaze immediately darkened, and she told him not to dream. I never dreamed that I would be able to force her and take advantage of her weakness. Standing up and extending his hand, the king explained that this was not coercion, but merely a profitable deal. He added that he could teach them how to build houses, and also to make weapons and light fire. Well, in return, they will be united with his tribe. Coming up and standing in front of her, he sternly told her to accept his rules and protection. And leaning over, he added that in some things it was useless to rely only on courage, causing the queen to become frightened. He asked her about the cruelty of the Sea Tribe. He could not believe that she did not know about their strength and cruelty. He continued, comparing her to a wounded deer that would soon die. The queen screamed. She asked him to stop. Turning away, she again asked him to stop. She told him that it was not that simple. She could not force them to accept the power of a stranger, except if there is a fight and it is won, because this is the only way strength is recognized in their tribe. Our main character began to smile. Thoughts began to slip through his head. These were his thoughts about his victory. Once outside, the entire Coconut Grove tribe gathered at our hero's palace. He loudly declared that their queen was wounded, so she could not fight, and therefore, to make things fair, he would not fight either. Therefore, Shigu will go into battle instead of him. He will fight in his place. He, having assumed the pose of a winner, began to chuckle loudly and ask which of them would dare to fight with him. One of the girls came out and said that she would fight him. Shigu recognized her, because this was the same girl with pigtails who fought with him against the bulls. Laughing, he told her to be careful because he didn't want to hurt her, and she in turn told him to shut up because he talked too much. After these words, the man immediately rushed into battle, swinging his huge axe. The girl with pigtails flew into the air, dodging the blow, and then threw her knife at the attacker. Shigu couldn't understand what kind of tiny knife was flying at him. Suddenly, he realized that she was cheating, because the king was standing right behind him, and if he dodged, she would hit him right. But as he deflected the knife, he shouted that it was not enough. He shouted that she should not cheat. Suddenly, another blow landed on his head. His bone mask was broken. Approaching her in anger, he swung, shouting that this fight would now be over. Everyone around started laughing. The girl sat down with incredible speed. At this time, someone from the crowd threw another knife straight at Shigu's head, and the girl with pigtails jumped over the man and ran to the side where our main character stood. She screamed that she would not lose this fight under any circumstances. They were not going to submit to some boor. Her eyes were full of rage and hatred towards the man standing in front of her. She was about to kill him when a baby appeared from behind her on the roof of the palace. He launched one of his spears with incredible speed. Our main character didn't even flinch. He was confident in the accuracy, speed, and strength of his subordinate. The spear pierced the girl with pigtails. Blood flew everywhere. Her face twisted in pain. The hit was accurate. And then she fell to the ground. She lost consciousness. Everyone started running towards her screaming, because she was one of the most important fighters of their tribe. All the girls of the Coconut Grove tribe took out their knives. They were ready to start the fight right then and there. They shouted that people had set a trap and brought them here with a wicked plan. They continued to shout, pointing their weapons towards our protagonist's tribe. They asked their queen. They asked her to give them an order. Ordered to kill them all, the girls from the king's tribe began to hide behind the fighters. Ayu, looking at her king, asked him to also give the order. He looked at what was happening. He could not understand whether it was the queen's order or they decided everything on their own, because the murder was not part of his plan to provoke a conflict. He cast a malicious glance in the direction of the queen. He understood that the only way out of this situation was to take the queen of the Coconut Grove hostage. Suddenly, the queen screamed for them all to stop this farce. She screamed that they shouldn't even think about deceiving her. After all, she wasn't going to use such vile tactics against their friends. She wasn't going to find out who came up with this plan, but this fight. They lost the battle and lost it with shame. Turning towards the king, she said that Ayun was the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe, and if she had not thought about her, she would never have acted so meanly. She also said that she understands perfectly well that our hero has enormous power, including supernatural power. She fell on one knee and begged him to save her life. Our king listened carefully to her words. His thoughts filled him. He understood that if he saved this girl, the tribe would recognize him. He was glad, because control over the situation was back in his hands. He also realized that he had the last portion of the restorative potion. Extending his hand towards the queen with a smile on his face, he said that of course he would save her. While lifting the queen, he also added that this is exactly what one does with friends. She thanked her. Her gratitude knew no bounds. Approaching the lying girl, he told everyone that for the sake of the general situation, he would forget about this situation. But if it was a small punishment, he thought that it was not necessary to use the medicine completely. A small dose is enough to keep her alive. The rest he uses to restore his wounds. The potion began to work, thereby stopping the bleeding. He ordered that she be taken to rest and added that she would wake up in a few days. Everyone was surprised because no one had seen such power before. Everyone screamed with delight, shouting that the king had performed a miracle. At this time, the king hugged the girl standing next to him, and then he hugged her, asking her if he could now unite their tribes. She agreed, lowering her head in embarrassment, and our hero laughed loudly. He allowed her to command his tribe as long as she obeyed his orders. At this time, the girl said that she had one last request. Still embarrassed, she said that the king must become her official partner. They must hold a grand ceremony to confirm their relationship. The king looked in her direction, pleased and embarrassed. His dirty thoughts filled his head. It was like a pie delivered to the house. They would have a wedding, exchange rings. They will have the most wonderful wedding night. They will have the most beautiful daughter. They will raise her together, taking care of her, making her the strongest. Their daughter will marry some equally powerful man. He is her father. Together with the queen, they will grow old. Well, in the end, they will die on the same day. His last thoughts brought tears to his eyes. The queen could not understand why he was crying. Did he really not want to arrange a wedding ceremony? Hugging her, he repeated several times that of course he wanted to. And then, in a sweet voice, he added that he hoped that she would first fully recover, and during that time he would have time to prepare for the ceremony. Turning to the others, he loudly announced that they could disperse, and a few days later he invited everyone to the wedding ceremony. At that very second, a system window appeared in front of the main character, which said that he had officially created his own tribe. He needed to name it. A little later he thought about it, because he noticed that 4 people were missing to complete the mission. He could not understand why. Putting his hand to his face, he also thought that first he needed to come up with a name, while the queen looked at her future husband with an incomprehensible face. The tribe was named Newcomer. The system congratulated him on founding the Newcomer tribe. He also thought about it because his thoughts began to be visited by treachery. He thought about capturing several prisoners. But there was a question whether the nephews would be counted. At this time, Ayu took the queen away, saying that she would soon get used to this state of her king. Behind his back, there was a talk about how the king was too happy, although he should have been extremely depressed. After all, in the end, the same thing will happen to him as to his previous partners. The queen will cut him into pieces at the ceremony and eat him. Hearing this, our hero began to tremble. And as soon as it all dawned on him, he imagined the bloodthirsty woman who would soon become his wife. He fell into a wild panic. He was afraid for himself because he could not even imagine such an outcome. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful girl would eat people. He now began to understand why there were so few people in their tribe. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared, blocking the flow of shadow. Turning around, he began to beg her not to eat him. But yes, she said that she was not going to eat him because she loved him. Our main character, having calmed down, asked her what was the matter. She asked him if he really wanted to become a partner of this rude woman. Exhaling heavily, he said that he would have to think hard about this again. But his interlocutor began to talk earnestly about the fact that she had heard about some ceremony between the king and queen. But our main character answered her that he was hasty with his answer. Yes, grabbing her king, she asked if this was true. At this time, Ayu was watching this. She didn't quite catch the gist of the conversation. Coming up, she asked the girl why she ran away. After all, she was asked to hide the wounded. She began to pull her away from the king, saying that she was going to keep the king company. Our hero at this time asked to let him go. Pulling Dadu aside, she asked her king to rest. As she left, the big girl asked her master to think carefully about all this, and also to think about her. As all the voices around fell silent, our hero said out loud that he urgently needed to talk about breaking off the engagement. The next day, there was silence all around. It seemed that calm days had arrived, when everyone could relax together. Screams began to be heard. It was our main character yawning, who was one of the first to wake up. After some time, he saw his subordinates working. He exhaled, because everyone began to get along well with each other, and the new arrivals had already begun to help build houses. And then a heavy feeling came over him, because he remembered that he had to break off the engagement. Passing by the girls, they greeted him kindly. Our hero was glad about this. He asked not to pay attention to him. Suddenly, one of the girls asked him if he wanted to see the queen, and then added that she was north of the river. Pointing to the side, she said that she would show him the way. As he approached, he saw his future wife taking a bath. One of the girls said that the king had arrived. The green-haired girl immediately ordered them to leave. As they left, everyone greeted the king with the same kindness, while the queen of the coconut grove told them that he was not their king. She stood up and asked our main character if he had something urgent, but he immediately refused, saying that he had only come to make sure that she was okay and to check her wounds. She said with a smile on her face that her wounds were not serious and that they should heal completely in 2 or 3 days. And then, making a dirty face, she asked him if he really wanted her to go out and have him personally check them. And then, even more dirty, she asked him if maybe he wanted to taste them. But he immediately began to deny it, saying that he did not come for this. Smiling, he said that he came to find out her name. The girl smiled. She felt awkward hearing this. She didn't answer right away, but began to smile broadly. Our hero began to tremble, thinking that he had asked the wrong thing. But after a while, with the same sweet face, she said that her name was Xiaowan. At that very second, he remembered why he came. He said that they should rename the tribe to Praying Mantises. Having collected all his thoughts, he asked her if the previous queen had had a partner and what had happened to him. She immediately answered affirmatively that they ate him, because it is a tradition of their tribe. Because in their tribe, they say that if you eat your past partner, it gives you great power. Our hero couldn't understand how she could talk about this so calmly because it was terrible. But immediately after she told her story, she screamed loudly, but she added proudly that this was a tradition of past queens, and she had no intention of continuing it as it was too inelegant. Our hero, exhaling, asked her if she ate people, to which she replied that she had become queen only recently, so she had not had any partners before. He exhaled heavily again. These words calmed him down. As he left, smiling, he told her to rest and drink a lot of water, and he would go get ready for the ceremony. After these words, he laughed awkwardly. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought he was lucky because it meant he didn't have to worry, when suddenly the queen called him. Smiling, she added that at least she doesn't eat people. But if someone offends her, at this point our hero begins to realize everything, falling into a little fear. And after enduring a little panic, she added that she wouldn't mind cutting off the excess. At this moment, there was a loud crack. A nearby tent with a girl cook made our hero understand what his future wife was talking about. As he approached his chambers, he walked gloomy. After all, at least one problem had become less for him, but he needed to capture several prisoners right now and complete this task, since there were only 7 days left to complete it. Shigu, passing by, greeted his king. His king immediately stopped him, saying that he had a task for him. He said that he had to leave, so he was responsible for organizing everyone's work. If something urgent happened, the king asked to send someone to the south of the sea to find him. Shigu replied that he could rely on him. After some time, our hero reached the beach, but he saw a terrible picture. He could not understand what had happened here. Sitting on the tree, he did not understand how the Sea Gulf tribe. It was destroyed. The sea inhabitants lay on the beach without moving. A terrible picture appeared before him. Terrible thoughts began to visit him, starting with illness and ending with a war with someone. The bodies of the sea tribe were surrounded by birds making croaking sounds. Walking past the lying bodies, our hero scattered the birds in order to take a closer look at the bodies. Bending down, he saw the wounds. He thought that it looked like a battle and it had ended quite recently because these bodies were still warm and they did not stink. And the shape of the wound was very similar to scratches from their own claws. Could it be that these madmen started a civil war, our hero thought? As he walked further, he wanted to find any survivors to take away. Suddenly, he noticed something. He noticed something that made him surprised. He saw a corpse lying there, but it was not wounded. His face was severely distorted, indicating that his death had been painful. And the limbs were all in the mud. It was drowning. But how the water people could drown in the sea, our hero could not understand. He began to go through all possible options based on his past experience in this world. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming. It was Zhang who was screaming about trouble. Running closer, he shouted that they were being attacked. It was a bunch of crazy people from the Sibei tribe. The king could not believe the boy's words. He shouted to him that they were coming back immediately. With incredible speed, he rushed towards his settlement. At this time, a fierce battle was about to begin on the territory of the settlement. The tribe's fighters came running to the cries. Shigu ordered everyone to save energy because it would be a difficult fight. After all, these madmen ignore their wounds and spears. Our heroes couldn't understand why they didn't feel pain. Shigu gave orders and also supplemented them with the fact that they should not let themselves be dragged into the sea because certain death awaited them there. And just a second later, the water tribe rushed to attack. Their animal cries began to be heard, frightening those around. Shigu shouted that they were much weaker on land than in water, and also warned them about their sharp limbs. Our heroes entered into a fierce battle. The numerical superiority was on the side of the water ones. Turning around, Shigu noticed the queen, who had come running to help them. She immediately began asking about what happened and why they were fighting, since there had been no clashes with them before. She also couldn't understand why they came from the South Beach to them. She was also confused by their behavior. Shigu responded to her assumptions by saying that in his opinion they were crazy. One of the men said that the word monster suited them better than people. The rest of her fighters ran up to the queen. The battle was about to resume again. The water people rushed into battle again. They shouted some sounds. These sounds resembled those of animals. Our heroes prepared to repel their attack. The fight resumed, during which the queen grabbed one of them, trying to talk to him. She couldn't understand why they couldn't communicate. She screamed that they were crazy. At that moment, another water monster appeared at her side. He pounced on her with incredible speed. His gaze was murderous. He was intent on killing her. The queen noticed him at the last moment. She understood that she did not have time to dodge. Suddenly, our main character appeared and blocked the attack. The powerful collision raised dust around. The aura of both of them terrified everyone around. The king was angry because this monster had attacked his woman. While holding back this monster, he ordered Xiaowan to leave. And then he pushed the attacker aside. It was hard for him. Although he can move freely, the wounds remind him of themselves. He couldn't believe that this monster was so strong because he withstood its blow. At this time, 2 more people attacked our main hero from behind. The queen only managed to make a sound. Turning around, our hero realized that one of them would still hit him. He noticed them too late. But 2 loyal subordinates of our protagonist repelled this attack, forcing them to eat dirt. Turning towards them, the king shouted that as he expected from them, they were providing excellent cover. He shouted that he would leave the small ones with them and he would deal with the rowdy little fish himself. Turning to the queen, he asked her to help the others with the little ones. After all, he had to concentrate completely on this uncooperative guy. He ordered that no one should interfere with their fight until a winner was determined. He addressed the bully, saying that he was sorry for what had happened to their tribe, and also adding that it had nothing to do with them, so they were not taking revenge on those. He asked the little fish to think about it and weigh the pros and cons, but he immediately rushed into battle. Our hero could not believe that they had lost the ability to communicate. This monster had excellent muscle strength and reaction, in addition to which were sharp teeth and claws. Although our hero was several times stronger than ordinary people, he was clearly losing to such a monster. He couldn't use the destructive power of the axe because his people were nearby. And besides, this power couldn't be used whenever he wanted. But the monster was not going to wait while our hero was thinking. He continued to attack our main character. One of these attacks caught the king. He was able to defend himself, trying to block the blow with his hand. There was a sound of pain and the breaking of bones. Our main character's face was distorted with pain. By swinging his axe straight at the monster, he was able to force it to retreat. He jumped back a few meters, tearing off our hero's cape. Our hero thought that there was a madman standing in front of him, and that he was very lucky to have protection in the form of a cloak made from the king of bulls. Otherwise, this little fish would have torn off his arm. The monster was preparing to attack our hero again. He began to growl even louder, making animal sounds. Our hero felt a strong impulse of power. It seemed that he became stronger. Immediately after that, he rushed with incredible speed towards our main character. He understood that he would not have time to dodge. The enraged monster was fast, but at the last moment, our hero was able to dodge the powerful attack by throwing off his cloak. The fish growled as it gnawed at our main hero's cloak. And he, in turn, could not understand how it had happened that not only had he become faster, but he had also suddenly become stronger. The monster started walking in the opposite direction, leaving our main character stumped, wondering why he was walking to the side. As suddenly all the fish began to move away, going towards the water, everyone stood there perplexed. And then this big guy took part of the torn-off cloak. Our hero began to look around, trying to understand what was going on here. Looking around, he could not understand why one person attacked some, while several attacked others more violently. As it suddenly dawned on him, his face changed in surprise. Looking at his wounded subordinate, it dawned on him. After all, these little fish reacted to blood in such a way that the thirst for blood forced them to attack the wounded. They used the scent of blood to capture the target. In addition, this scent makes them become even more cruel, especially in this strange state. They are simply following an animal instinct. Our hero compared them to huge sharks when they smell blood. He forced himself to think about how to use it. At this time, Xiong was shouting from behind him, shouting that he had returned and was also waiting for orders. Our hero stood up and walked up to him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he told him that he was just in time. He needed to take 2 people and bring 3 piglets. He scratched his head and didn't understand, because they left them in order to eat them in the future. Our hero turned his back to Xiong, telling him in a raised voice to do as he said. He was angry, thinking that they would pay for the fact that he had to sacrifice the 3 little pigs. Turning to his future wife, he told her that the wounded should leave as soon as possible, and her head nodded in response. Xiong and 2 girls ran up to our hero. They had piglets in their hands. They screamed to get our hero's attention. Pointing towards the river, he told them to let them go towards the water. Having released them, the piglets immediately began to run in fear, making loud grunts. Our main character turned towards the tree on which Agun was sitting, shouting to him. The boy immediately understood that he was needed. With incredible speed and force, he launched the spears downwards. All 3 spears hit their target, piercing the piglets' bodies. Blood began to ooze from their bodies. The fish tribe immediately took notice of this, as they began to sense blood, fresh blood, which began to beckon to them. The fish that were already in the water also felt this wonderful, as it seemed to them, groove. And just a few seconds later, they began to scream like animals, making incomprehensible sounds. And at that very second, they rushed towards the meat, which was covered in blood. The whole tribe, the whole fish tribe, pounced on the pigs lying on the ground. They tore their bodies apart. The bodies of the little fish began to be covered in blood. Even our heroes began to smell the blood. They stood in amazement at their cruelty. But their amazement was interrupted by the king, shouting at them not to stand like a pillar. He told them to coat the tips with anesthetic as quickly as possible and then start shooting at vital points. The boy from the tree began to shout for the king to look, because something was wrong. One by one, the fish began to seem to choke, some clutching their throats, others holding their chests. Stretching their hands towards our hero, they seemed to be asking for his help. The king, standing in front of them, did not understand what was going on. Turning towards Xiong, he asked him if they had sent the piglets, to which he replied affirmatively and quickly denied. A few minutes later, the last of the fish tribe fell to the ground, his mouth full of foam. Our hero ordered his tribe not to come near, and also to beware of deception. Looking at this picture, his face began to break out in sweat, and it was clear from his face. He couldn't understand what he had just seen and what it even meant. After some time, in the agricultural area of our tribe, there were wooden cages in which an unconscious sea tribe lay. One of the guards told the others to be vigilant and when they woke up, not to come close. Looking at them, she thought that a herd of freaks had gathered in front of her face. Suddenly, she began to hear coughing sounds. She did not immediately understand where this cough was coming from. Looking around, she couldn't understand if they were starting to wake up. Suddenly, one of the fish began to stretch out his paw towards her, asking her to help him. Turning to one of the girls, she told her to report to the king that they had woken up. A few minutes later, our hero was informed. He immediately put aside his business and headed towards his nephews. As he walked, he thought about how he should look, because he had never had any nephews before and he didn't know how to behave. Approaching, he immediately ordered that they report the situation to him, the girl. Turning around, said that they were not saying anything except that they were given water. Coming closer, our hero heard plaintive requests for something to drink, but he was interested in the big guy who was fighting with him. He asked the girl what was wrong with him, to which she replied that he also woke up, but he was locked separately from everyone else. As he approached, he heard requests for water, but his voice was much rougher than that of the rest of the tribe. Approaching him, our main character took out a flask of water. Opening it, he grinned. He started pouring water directly on his head, showing his superiority. The big guy immediately raised his face, trying to swallow as much water as possible. His thirst was surprising. But our hero was not going to let him be satisfied. He picked up the flask and stunned the thug. Turning to him with a serious face, the king asked him if he understood him. to which he grimaced and answered positively, nodding his head, drops of water running down his face. Handing the water to Ayu, he told her to look after him, as he was the leader. As soon as the king left, she handed the water to the chief of the sea tribe, smiling sweetly, but at the same time watching his actions closely. After giving him something to drink, she asked him not to hurry, because if he didn't have enough, she would go and bring him more water. And then she smiled greedily and added that the river was quite far away, so he would have to wait. At this time, the king had already returned. He was giving orders to the rest of the tribe. The big man, kneeling, asked his tribe to also give them some water to drink, because he was sure that they had the same thirst. Ayu said that this was the least she could do to help, but he was required to answer a few questions. As he changed his expression, he menacingly asked her if it wasn't enough for them, that they had attacked them, and now they wanted to ask a couple of questions. This statement made Aya think, and then be surprised, because everything was not like that at all. But the little fish continued, saying that he had heard before that the mountain tribe were eccentrics, but he could not even imagine that they were so eccentric. Ayu turned to the chief, asking him if it was really a mountain tribe that attacked them, silencing the brute. He, clutching the wooden parts of the cage, asked her if they were really a mountain tribe. At that moment, the cracking of wood began to be heard. The girl immediately refuted the chief's words, saying that they were a tribe of newcomers, and their king was behind their backs. He, letting go of the bars of the cage, could not believe her words, saying that before this he had not heard of the existence of such a tribe. In a sad voice, he said that it was probably the mountain people who sold them as far away as possible. Exhaling heavily, Ayu told the leader that he had missed again, which was not true. She began to tell him that it was they who attacked their territory and that they also had no relationship with the mountain tribe. But at the time of the attack, she told him that they couldn't communicate, so they had to temporarily lock them in there. He immediately started shouting that this was impossible, that this couldn't happen. His face angry, he asked her if she really wanted to tell him that he had completely lost his memory. But Aya continued to communicate calmly, asking the leader to tell how it really was. She wanted to know what happened. All this time, our main character stood behind her and listened attentively to their dialogue. The leader introduced himself. His name was Heiku. He was the leader of a sea tribe. His tribe lived near the shore. They hunted fish while swimming in the water, trying not to get into conflicts with other tribes. One of his subordinates approached him and said that Hua Bei and Chen Yu were fighting again while he was eating. Laughing, he told them to continue, because one becomes strong through experience. And also the matches between the young strengthen the relationship. One of the subordinates was clearly superior to him in strength. He shouted that he would kill his rival. People kept running to the leader and complaining about something. One of them tearfully complained that his bird had been hidden. Having picked it up, the leader, smiling, told the boy that it was time for him to learn to fight. Only in this way would he make others fear him, and no one would dare to steal his things. But the kid, pointing towards the forest, said that it wasn't Aline, they were some weirdos. The leader became alert and realized who they were talking about, realizing that big problems could start now. Turning around, he saw people from the mountain tribe who were armed. Standing up, he asked them why they had come to them. The rest of the tribe tensed up because it began to smell like something was fried. The largest of the men raised his hands silently, his face speaking for itself. And then, waving towards the sea tribe, he shouted for them to kill them. The savages from the mountain tribe immediately rushed towards the sea tribe, shouting that they would kill them. The leader of the fish did not understand what was happening because they attacked them. He ended his story by saying that he was knocked out and then he woke up captured and put in a cage, but he didn't remember how it happened. The king stood there lost in thought, thinking about what he didn't know about the rest of the tribe. But without finishing his thought, he exhaled heavily. Coming closer to the chief, he told him that he had recently been in their territory and there was not a single living creature there. He immediately began to shout that it was impossible. Our main character added that if he had not left them alive, their tribe would have disappeared from the face of the earth. After these words, the leader fell silent, and his mouth continued to be open. And then, shaking, he began to scream about how he couldn't protect his tribe. Curling up, he made whining sounds. Ayu was very surprised by these actions, because before that she considered this tribe to be savages. And then she noticed that something fell from the thug's body. She reached for it, and then picked it up. Turning to her king, she asked him to look at it, because she had never seen this plant before. Our hero took it, thinking that he would learn something with the help of the system. The king called the system, telling it to identify the plant. It was hemp, a herbaceous plant that tasted bitter, had pain-relieving properties, and its smoke caused hallucinations. The system's response surprised our main character. He couldn't believe that this was it. The sea tribe was happy. They were given water to drink. The girls took turns going and collecting water. The girl standing not far from our main character was shouting that they shouldn't rush to drink because there was enough for everyone. She asked them to pass flasks of water to each other. At this time, our main character was looking at the very plant that had fallen from the tribal leader. He had several pieces of paper in his hands, and walking through the fish, he collected one from each. He understood that this drug was given to them specifically to make them lose their minds. Xiong said that the leader of the mountain people had divine power. Our hero began to compare this god with a demon. He made the sea people of pity kill each other and cause them to hallucinate. Our hero continued to reason. And now he understood why there were people suffocating on the beach back then, because they were trying to hide from the smell. Looking at the tribe, he thought that this mountain tribe was frightening, because these mad amphibians had not invaded here by mistake. If this was the mountain tribe's plan to force the amphibians to fight us until both sides were hurt or dead, this means that the tribe of newcomers was not only noticed, but also considered an eyesore and wanted to be removed, the king reasoned. Looking at the chief, he thought that even this powerful brute had turned into a doll, so the power of the mountain tribe could not be underestimated. Our main character called the system, and it appeared in front of his face at that very second. Looking at his skills, he thought that 3 strength points were not enough. So before real danger came, he needed to strengthen his strength. Turning to the leader, our hero began the dialogue with the words that his tribe was still too weak. Ayu said that the amphibian was about to have a nervous breakdown, so she couldn't ask him anything. With a sad face, our hero answered her that they did not have time to wait for him to calm down. Most likely, a catastrophe would happen now. Ayu couldn't understand the words. She had a million questions for our main character. Showing the collected leaves, our hero said that it was difficult to explain. But the mountain tribe had leaves that controlled these poor fellows in cages. He doesn't know when the next attack will come, and he's not sure if they'll fight in person. After all, there was too little information now. They needed to hurry and force the leader to remember something else. Our hero walked right up to the cage, loudly calling out the name Hey Hu. He bent down and held out his hand with the leaves, telling him not to blame himself too much, since it was the poisonous fumes of the thing that had caused them to do all this. He asked to look closely at these leaves. The leader took one of them and began to examine it carefully. His body began to tremble. At this time, our hero asked if he remembered something connected with these leaves. Suddenly clutching his head, Hay said that he remembered this smell because he faintly felt it when he fought with these bastards. After all, among all the smells, he felt only sharp and unpleasant ones. The king leaned over and told him that they might have used several poison scents at once. The leader listened attentively to every word of our main character, his face showing only the rage that overwhelmed him. Extending his hand, he addressed our hero with the words, "Your Majesty," and then asked him if he was going to fight these bastards. If so, he asked to be allowed to join. After all, if he doesn't take revenge on them for this, he will regret it for the rest of his life. At that very second, hands began to reach out from the cages one by one, each amphibian asking King Chen Li to give them a chance to take revenge on these bastards personally. In one voice, they began to shout about revenge, adding that they were ready to do anything for it. Our hero at this time thought that he only needed 4 people to complete the mission. The leader of the amphibians said that their sense of smell was very good, which could help the king identify and track down poisonous herbs. To which our hero loudly said that this is exactly what he is afraid of. He explained this by saying that they are too sensitive to the smell of blood, and if everything gets out of control, the consequences could be dire. To which Hay began to shout loudly. He shouted that if they had not breathed in these poisonous fumes, they would have been able to easily control themselves. Our hero responded by asking him if they could be sure that they would not release the poisonous smoke again, since their direct opponent was using it at the highest level. To which the leader immediately closed his mouth. His face changed. With sadness on his face, he only said no. He couldn't be sure of it. Our main character calmed down. He said that he understood everything. He understood perfectly well their desire for revenge. But they would not solve anything with anger and hatred alone. Suddenly he laughed and then said that he had one way. The leader, in turn, said that these people were all that remained of his tribe, and if there was a way to help them take revenge, then their lives were in his hands. Our hero agreed. His face changed to a smile, because this meant the mission was completed. He spoke loudly about how if they wanted to take revenge and become stronger, they had to follow his plans and also carry out his various tasks. And in turn, he guarantees that they will take revenge. Of course, not everyone will personally have such an opportunity, but still they agree, he asked the amphibians. A smile appeared on Hei's face, which spoke for itself. He agreed with the king of the newbie tribe. Following the leader, each of the prisoners began to utter words of agreement, and they began to shout about it louder and louder. Our hero turned towards the girl standing nearby, and then he turned around. The leader of the Sea tribe could not understand why Chen Li was leaving. Our hero turned to Ayu and Afen, telling them so that they would release them all because now they are their new comrades. At that very second, the system began to congratulate our main character on the successful completion of the mission. He began to receive a reward from the system. At the end, the system added that for completing the task 8 days earlier, it gives him a big gift in addition. The population of our hero was 68 people. The civilization was at the level of the Stone Age. Exhaling, our hero thought that the population had increased by 22 people in one go. The system asked to distribute points between skills. With a smile on his face, our hero ordered her to have the system increase his strength. He ran his hand over the strength characteristics and was glad, because now he would become much stronger. At that very second, some kind of force began to form around his body. The aura was overwhelming. Our hero's entire body began to burn, pierced by pain, and strength began to boil within him. He fell to his knees. He felt himself getting stronger, but his body was still pierced by pain. The aura around our hero began to fade. Gasping for breath, our hero was glad, because the system notified him that the increase in strength was complete. Looking at his characteristics, he thought that he was now not inferior to any person in strength. Noticing his hair, he thought it had grown a lot. He attributed it to a side effect of the system. Opening the vault, he was curious about what the system had provided him with, and began to look closely at it. Opening a large treasure chest, he obtained a metal raw material. It was 1 ton of hematin. Looking at her, he was glad, because iron ore is a very good thing. His thoughts immediately began to focus on how to create an environment where the temperature was above 1,700 degrees, because this meant that it would be possible to skip the Bronze Age. He was happy with his knowledge and the fact that he didn't miss classes. Looking at the side bag, he hoped that it contained more valuable things. Opening it, he received 3 healing potions, which made our main character even happier. He thought that the things the system received this time were much better than seasonings. He ordered to obtain the rock painting. It immediately began to appear before him. Rock painting was of the first level. It was passed down through generations. Our hero wondered if this was really a product of culture. He paid 10 technology points to determine the inheritance stereotype. At that very second, the stone began to emit a bright light, forcing the hero to close his eyes. The system congratulated the king on receiving a sense of shame, which put the protagonist into a stupor. He thought about it, because this is truly a decisive step in the development of culture. But he was glad about it, because he wouldn't have to worry about men and women bathing together, because he didn't want others to see his future wife in the bath. He was happy with this catch, because it was much bigger than the previous one. Now it's time to think hard about how to deal with the threat from the tribe. At that very second, Ayu ran up to him. With a smile on his face, he asked her what happened, and she, seeing the face of our main character, was a little stupefied. She told him that he had become taller and stronger, and that his hair had grown, to which our hero replied that it was just puberty. He asked her why she was looking for him. At that time, Ayu stood on her toes because she couldn't reach the king's head. Confused, she asked the king if she should go and negotiate with the mountain tribe and resolve the misunderstanding. But he angrily asked her if this was a misunderstanding, since they were determined to destroy them. Besides, they are definitely strong opponents at the moment, because they were able to set them on the Sea tribe in order to gain benefit for themselves. The king continued his story. She, hugging our main character's hand, asked him what they should do then, because she was very scared. He, looking at his new comrades, answered her that the only thing they could do now was to build high walls and stock up on provisions, because there was no point in provoking the mountaineers until they had time to prepare. With a satisfied face, he told her that she needed to stay in the shadows and wait for her time, to which the girl replied that she did not understand anything. Ayu asked what they should do with those who had recently joined their tribe, to which the king replied that they needed to divide them into 3 groups. Some would build houses, others would collect food, and others would make traps. The girl was again stunned. She did not understand what traps were and why they were made. Our hero explained to her that traps could be used to protect territory. He gave an example that they could use pits to protect themselves from attacks by the Sea Tribe. Setting up different types of traps depending on the terrain allows not only to avoid repeating mistakes, but also, with good luck, you can catch a living enemy or beast. The king continued to tell with a satisfied smile on his face. He was going to explain the manufacturing method later, but now he had urgent matters to attend to. After all, the population has increased dramatically, and they have to think about long-term food supply. The uneaten beef shouldn't go to waste. Our main character was going to teach them how to make jerky. It was getting dark outside, and a cool breeze was rising. The tribe cut up the meat by hanging it on tree branches. Looking at this picture, our hero thought that it was not bad, because the newcomers quickly adapted and mastered the technique of drying meat well. Suddenly, Shigu appeared from behind, shouting that he was back. He immediately noticed that his king had grown taller and his hair had grown a lot, to which the protagonist replied that it was a miracle. The king said that he had a special task for him. He bent down, saying that he would explain everything by drawing. He needed him to set traps in the surrounding mountains, and then added that the more inconspicuous the traps were, the better they were. He also said that he had already personally selected a partner for him, and he would teach them everything personally. And then, looking at Shiga with a smile on his face, he added that the most important thing was to remember the location of these traps. These words made the jock fall into a stupor. He said that this task was not very interesting. Hitting him on the head with a stick, our hero told Shigu that if he entrusted him with such a serious task, it meant complete trust in him. And then he quietly whispered that this was a very secret mission and no one else should know about it. When Shigu distributes the work, let everyone take turns setting traps in different places. It is impossible for someone to know all the locations of the traps in one area. Otherwise, if there is a traitor among them, the consequences will be catastrophic, the king said. And then he added that as soon as the task was completed, he should give him information about the location of the traps. After finishing the explanation, the hero erased all the drawings on the ground with his foot. Hitting his chest with his fist, the hero added that he should not draw the location, but rather remember it. Shigu straightened his back and raised his head, proudly saying that he would justify the trust of his great king. The answer pleased the king, making him smile. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he ordered Shigu to rest, and that they would continue working at night. Both of our heroes stood in front of the entrance to the royal palace. Having erected the cultural monument, our main character smiled. He said that he would leave it here so that they could all see for themselves how many things they would still learn, he thought. Turning to one of his subordinates, he said that he needed to rest now and that Shigu would visit him at night. When leaving, he asked to wake him up if there was anything urgent. "Come into your palace," he shouted loudly. He was too tired. Falling onto his huge bed, he felt much better, as if the bed was taking away all the accumulated fatigue. Lying there, he reflected that time was running out and there was simply a huge amount of work that had not been done. Training soldiers and building fortifications. It was also necessary to somehow distribute patrols and expand the territories. And also one of the main aspects was the development of technology. There was still a lot of unfinished work, so he treasured this time to rest and recuperate. His eyes began to close gradually, and eventually they closed completely. Suddenly he began to hear some screams, laughter. These were women's eyes. They made him open his eyes. Standing up, he saw huge forms that he did not immediately even take into account. And as soon as his awareness fully came to him, he saw before him an entire party, at which there were only women. His face turned red with embarrassment. One of the girls touched him, asking if everything was okay with him. Pointing to a bottle of some kind of booze, she asked him if it would suit him. He asked them who they were and laughingly said that drinking would be just the thing. The girl leaned over to him and said that he had drunk too much. Her name was Xiaoya. The other two girls also introduced themselves as Lily and Tiadan. He laughed. He screamed about how he was finally able to return from time travel and finally he didn't have to live in fear. Lighting a cigarette, the smile never leaving his face, he asked for the music to be turned on, and they began to dance. After some time, morning came. The air felt different. All worries evaporated. Our main character was lying in bed with a girl who was hugging him. Getting up, she told him that it was time to work, to which he said in a quiet, tired voice that he wanted to rest more because he could no longer work. Having started to go through the girls' names, he didn't guess a single one, and she began to get angry. And in the end, he finally said that his name was Shigu. Our hero made a strange face and was shocked. He didn't understand how this had happened. And having realized everything, he screamed at the top of his voice. He was scared. In a raised voice, he began to ask Shigu what he was doing there, to which he replied that the king himself told him to come at night. He woke him up, but his king began to grab him. In an embarrassed voice, he said that his king was so frivolous. The king's guard heard everything and was also very embarrassed by this conversation. It was truly night outside. The moon was shining brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Loud sounds were heard. Our heroes were working with a shovel, digging the ground. Having finished and installed everything, our hero began to explain that this was a real trap called a pit with spears. He told them that the enemies and animals they encountered were quite large in size. So, for the trap to be effective, its depth and width had to be large enough. By pulling the leaves towards the hole, he was saying that she needed to hide. And when he covered it, hiding the hole, he noticed that this is called the end of creating a trap. The spike pits could be used in conjunction with the tripwire traps he taught them. They had to know how to combine the traps, our protagonist said. His story and demonstration made the amphibian scream with delight. Pointing towards Agun, he told him that he could also learn to make them, to which he replied that he did not know how. With a smile on his face, he explained that the moving target he used last time to practice throwing spears would simply turn into a trap. He explained that if the tree were replaced with a net, then it would be possible to make a hanging net trap. He ended his story by saying that he left everything else to Shigu. He needed to do other work. He ordered them to return after dawn. As he passed by Shigu, he told him not to forget what was required of him. Shigu began to give orders to those who remained, while the departing hero strongly hoped that he would finish his sweet dream. As he approached his palace, dawn was already breaking, and he stopped thoughtfully. He thought that usually at this time some people go to work, so why today there wasn't even a guard? As he passed the tribe's houses, he began to think that they might be sick. Approaching one of the houses, he began to slowly open the doors. As soon as he opened the door, a loud scream was heard, which almost knocked down our main character. Looking out, he asked them what they were doing. They breathed a sigh of relief that this was their king. One of the girls, sitting on the floor, said that her clothes were too revealing, which is why they were all embarrassed to go outside. Our hero couldn't even imagine that the feeling of shame would work exactly like this. As he closed the doors, he said he had given them half a day to create new clothes. As he left, he shouted that he had given them enough time. As he approached the stone, he reasoned, our hero was completely immersed in his thoughts. After all, he didn't expect that this little thing had such enormous power. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, repeating several times what a wonderful king he had. Running into the dense forest, our hero saw Shiga, who was shouting to him that something bad had happened. He showed the day of the stone, saying that while they were digging the hole, they found stones that were burning. He said that we need to rub them against each other. Our main character became wary. At the moment of friction between two stones, sparks appeared and scattered in different directions. Seeing this, our hero's face changed, because this is Saltpeter. Smiling, he praised Shiga, telling him that they were great guys because with her, their possibilities were limitless. Shigu took the king to show him the very hole where they had obtained these two stones. In a hurry, Shigu told him how surprised they were when they saw almost fire beneath them. Holding out his hand, the big man told his king that they were about to arrive. A hole had been dug near the rock, and it was to this hole that Shigu pointed with his hand, saying that they were going to dig everything up here. Coming closer, our protagonist thought that their number was small, after all. Due to the drought, the soil here was saline. They weren't formed naturally, then maybe. But without finishing his thought, he asked Shigu to see if there was anything else in the ground. He went down, bent down, and began to examine the bottom of the pit. He said that this piece of land was really easy to dig and where some objects did not look like stones. He decided to taste something that didn't look like the very stones they had found. As soon as he took it in his mouth and bit into it, his face changed because it was shit. With a sly face, our main character answered Shigu that he had guessed everything correctly. He was deep in thought because it was quite possible that there was a rather large manure pit there. He couldn't believe that another group of primitive people had lived here before, and that they had even managed to come up with the concept of a toilet. He also suggested that it might have been an old nest of a mountain tribe. Looking at the dying Shiga, our hero told him to collect the saltpeter and bury everything here, leaving as few traces as possible. He also added that they had set up more traps nearby, also built signal towers and sent people to the garrison one by one. Shigu went wild. He started shouting that he didn't understand anything, because what kind of signal towers, and also fire, so what are signal towers? 4 whole days passed, and all this time our heroes continued to work hard, tirelessly. Passing by his settlement, our hero rejoiced, because now everyone has their own home. Just as our hero was about to explain the second part of his plan, he was interrupted by Dada, who, with her hands raised, rushed towards him, rejoicing that her king had returned. While running away from her, he asked Lu Tang to hold this madwoman. But she caught up with him faster. Our king screamed for someone to save him. With incredible speed, she approached and grabbed our hero, but she did not stop. And after some time, there was a sound like an explosion, and they flew into one of the houses. The collision seemed to be heard even in space. As soon as the dust settled, Tang ran up to our protagonist, anxiously asking him if he was okay. Before him appeared a picture of the king, barely conscious, lying in an embrace with Dada. She lifted her king and began to squeeze him with all her might, shouting that they had only just built all these houses. Their king could not die so easily. Wiping the blood from his face, he asked her to be quiet, asking her about the construction of houses. She immediately replied that the houses were arranged in 2 rows. There were 10 of them in total, and about 50 people could be accommodated there. Progress has met expectations, and in just 2 days, everyone will be able to move into their homes. Patting Dadu on the head, our protagonist praised her, telling her to keep up the good work. As he stood up, he told her that the next time she saw him, she shouldn't be so reckless. The girl waved at the man as he left. Tang asked his king if everything was okay with him, because his body did not straighten back up, to which our king replied that everything would be fine now. Approaching the river, our hero heard screams, laughter. He could see several amphibians in the water. One of them boasted that he was able to catch a big fish. At this time, the girls looked after the children and also hung out the fish. Looking at this picture, the king smiled and said that fishing was more suitable for them than digging traps or building houses. After all, thanks to them, the tribe's food supplies increased significantly. But the man standing next to them said that everything that happened to them was thanks to their king. And then he added that it was he who was leading them to a life of abundance, and he should not worry about them being destroyed. To which he replied that he would probably be blamed for how he treated the Sea Tribe and the coconut grove. Smiling, Tang said the phrase that their king's order is their will, which made our protagonist surprised. He explained these words by the fact that in this world the strongest survives. Large and small tribes destroy each other every day. These words made our hero smile. Our satisfied hero said that he already had all the most valuable qualities. Now our heroes are heading off to check the borders. He believed that the people from the Sea Tribe would give them many more surprises, adding at the end about some kind of detachment of divers. The sun was already setting, evening was approaching. Shigu and the other amphibians climbed up the rocky ground. But from behind his back, our hero called out, telling him not to hurry because he wanted to ask him something. He was interested in how things were going with setting up traps and signal towers. He reported that they were erected in 3 directions, namely south, west, and north. He also added that after they appointed 6 people, they guarded the bathhouse in shifts, so there was too little manpower left. So in order to finish all the work earlier, they had to start everything much earlier. Shigu's interlocutor, breathing heavily, said that there was this problem of a shortage of labor again. Suddenly, he said that he and Lu Tang would go to the mountains to help them, to which the big guy began to refuse, saying that this was not the king's job. Our hero explained to him that now is a special period, when every second counts and there is no time for thinking. After all, if a mountain tribe ever lived nearby, then they are much more familiar with this area than they are. After these words, he thought, because in case they take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch another sudden large-scale attack, then everything will be too dire. Some time passed, and our heroes were working during this time. There were shouts. Everyone was busy with work. They understood that the sooner they finished, the sooner they would go on vacation. Looking towards the signal tower on the northern mountain, our protagonist exhaled from fatigue. He was worried because he felt something was wrong. As he tightened the rope, he reduced it all to the fact that his imagination had begun to play with him due to fatigue. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard, which made everyone around pay attention. Our protagonist instantly glanced back. After all, a signal was given on the tower, a signal of attack. Our hero shouted loudly that the southern signal tower was under attack. He ordered everyone to be gathered, his face covered in cold sweat. The moon illuminated everything around, and against its background stood out small dots. These were stars. They already seemed familiar to our main character. He moved at incredible speed, looking at the sky and thinking about everything that was happening. Our hero was serious. He didn't know what was waiting for him there, but he was sure that there was nothing good in this signal. It was an attack. Even knowing the location of all the traps and having 2 points of agility, from the current location of our hero to the southern mountain, it is 5 minutes. He prayed that nothing serious would happen in those 5 minutes. At this time, a boy with a wolf skin was watching everything warily near the signal tower. He peered into the forest carefully, trying to notice any movement. He was going to attack first. He couldn't believe that the trap had worked so close to their tribe. The enemies had penetrated so deeply. As he jumped off the cliff, he thought that other enemies who noticed the fire might come and kill him. Against the background of the moon, the shadow of a bird appeared and cried out, "Better safe than sorry." That shadow was Agun, who landed on the ground with 2 spears in his hands. Suddenly, he noticed something in the bushes, moving. He did not show it. He thought that the enemies had already managed to set up an ambush. Laughing, he threw his spear, shouting for those sitting in the bushes not to make so much noise if they were making a surprise attack. But no sounds followed this. Our hero became stuporous, waiting for at least some sound. Suddenly, a spear began to approach him in response with incredible speed. With a quick movement of his hands, he knocked it away, getting ready to throw another. But as soon as he had time to lift it, he was already attacked. He could not believe that the attacker was so fast. He bent down and raised his spear, realizing that his life was over. But the weapon stopped, and he heard a familiar voice. It was his king who stood and looked at him suspiciously. Agun asked his king what he was doing there, to which he said that there was no time to explain anything. He asked him where the trap had gone off, to which he pointed to the side. Rushing in that direction, he told his subordinate that he would go there first, and then he added that he should wait for the others and take them to him. In response, Agun shouted to our main character that the enemy was most likely not alone, since he had made it so far. But our hero no longer listened to him. He tried to reach the trap as early as possible so that the enemies would not reach the tribe. After some time, our hero approached the place where the trap was triggered. Someone's body was hanging on it cheerfully, but because of the differences in height, the person hanging on it couldn't be seen. Our hero watched the nearby tree, trying to see if there was anyone else in the area. But he did not feel the presence of other people, and the dead silence clearly indicated that they had caught something far from an animal. Our hero had 2 options. Either this man came alone since he did not call anyone for help, or he was already dead. Exhaling, he decided to approach, sweat running down his face. Cautiously raising his axe, he began to approach the trap. Suddenly, his face changed from anxious to surprised. In front of him stood Xiao Wan, hanging from the tree with her legs raised, her face embarrassed. Our hero blushed, covering his face, and in a loud voice, he asked her if she should really be here healing her wounds, to which she continued to look in his direction with embarrassment. And then she asked our main character how much longer he would stare at her. These words made our hero laugh. He said that you don't often see such a picture, to which she responded by saying that she would finish him off. Taking her by the leg, he said that he would use her little leg, giggling obscenely. She in turn asked to let him go. Slowly, he began to move his finger closer to the queen's foot, and she began to hiccup from overexcitement. He began to run his fingers along her leg, causing the girl to scream. With each passing second, her face became louder and louder, and her face became redder. Suddenly, she screamed that she was angry. She told Chen Li to let her go right now. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, the cry of comrades who were catching up with the king was heard. The girl, also hearing, warned Chen Li that if anyone saw this picture, she would kill everyone, to which he said that he would now bring her down. While untying his future wife from the tree, he shouted for no one to come near. Those who heard this could not understand the king's words because he said that they could be killed here. Shigu assumed that the king was trapped and asked his comrades if they should hurry and save him. Agun said he didn't think anyone was hurt. There was just something there they weren't supposed to see. To which Shigu replied that their king is sitting in the big one now anyway because, for example, he also can't go to the big one in front of anyone. Suddenly it dawned on him that a lot had changed, but he didn't understand what exactly. By this time, the queen had already been freed and stood on her feet. The main character, laughing, said that it was entirely his fault. He forgot to tell everyone about the traps. She, in turn, noted that she did not expect that her husband knew so many amazing tricks. He asked her why she came here in the middle of the night. Her expression immediately changed. indicating that she had heard a conversation between people from the sea tribe. They talked about how great it would be to be able to go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp, and shellfish. After all, if they eat them, they will have much more energy than from ordinary fish. After these words, our main character suggested that their energy most likely came from the salt content. She continued her story. They reasoned that on the way to the beach you can meet jackals, so they could not go fishing because they were afraid of being eaten. So she decided to find a safe route for them. The king told her that he had walked along that road many times, and 5 days ago there were no jackals there. He assumed that some of the amphibians had escaped in the last few days. The girl immediately asked him whether to execute them, to which the king replied that this was not what he had meant. He explained to her he was thinking about a security vulnerability he hadn't noticed before. Maybe he should organize a patrol. But it was still important for him to open the road to the beach, and best of all, to create a new camp there. He explained this by the fact that fishing was still in the background. They needed dodo birds and their eggs. Plus, in addition to all this, it was possible to establish salt production. Suddenly, he shouted loudly that it was decided. He was going to go at dawn and deal with all the impudent jackals. The queen said she could help with patrols and secret missions. And regarding getting rid of the jackals and expanding the territory, she asked her king to think again. He leaned over to her with a smile on his face and asked her if she was really worried that he wouldn't be able to cope with the wild animals. She shyly pulled his face away from her, shouting at him not to flatter himself. She was worried that she was being too reckless in separating people to protect two territories. To this, she added that the beach had already been attacked by mountain people. Our protagonist hugged her, saying, "They were there a few days ago, so he thinks it's still safe there." The location of the mountain tribe, our camp, and the beach form a triangle. As long as the tribes and the strongholds on the beach can exchange information, they will be able to support each other. After all, the enemies know how to use poisonous smoke. If they don't all live together, it will be easy to poison them all at once. He began to massage her back. The girl embarrassedly said that she did not understand what he was talking about, but since everything had already been decided, then so be it. At this time, Agun and Shigu were sitting behind the bushes nearby, and Shigu was saying something in his sleep about the king being a bottomless barrel. Some time passed, and our heroes set off on their journey. 4 were sent to clear the area of jackals. Everyone walked cautiously, except for our main character, Chen Li, who was confident in himself. The leader of the amphibians asked his subordinate if he had definitely met jackals here, since he couldn't smell blood here, to which he answered uncertainly, "Here." Rustling the leaves, he assumed that they were somewhere nearby. He had seen several jackals on this road 2 days ago. Suddenly, not far from them, the leaves began to rustle loudly. Suddenly, one of the jackals rushed towards them, intending to kill the amphibian. But the leader was already prepared to protect his fellow tribesmen. He swung a powerful blow, and then he sent the jackal flying. It flew into the tree with incredible speed, breaking its powerful trunk in half. Exhaling, the leader said something incomprehensible. His younger comrade continued to sit on the ground in surprise. Suddenly, one after another, the remaining jackals began to emerge until the entire tribe appeared. The king's guard asked His Majesty to be careful because the situation was getting tense. To which his king, with a smile on his face, replied that the sea tribe were not their enemies, and there was nothing to worry about because of these wild dogs. The tribe leader turned to King Chen Li, telling him that if he wanted, he could deal with the cuties on the left. While scattering the jackals in different directions, he shouted that everything on the right was his. One by one, the jackals fell to the ground, stopping moving. Some of them moved closer. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the king, they tried to attack him first. But they didn't have a chance. Right in front of the king stood his comrades, who wouldn't let them near. He thought that he would not engage in battle, because this was a good chance for them to learn. Suddenly, a wild dog appeared behind him, aiming to bite our main character's neck. But he sensed her thirst for blood and immediately turned around. And then he grabbed her by the throat without using any force. He squeezed her tighter and tighter until the dog began to whine. With a smile on his face, Chen Li told him that he was too unlucky to attack him. For a few more minutes, the sounds of whining and fighting continued. After some time, everything stopped. The jackals, realizing that they could not win here, fled. The leader of the amphibians shouted that this was the most boring fight. Behind him came the order that they were moving forward. When they reached the beach, a beautiful night scene appeared before them. The light sound of the water seemed wonderful to our heroes. The king asked the leader if he saw that rock in the distance, and then he added that it was on this that they would build a fortress. It had to be built close to the cliff, and 20 people would need to be accommodated there, and the signal tower itself would be on the cliff. To all this, he added that it would be necessary to build a small place for drying salt next to the fortress. He would teach them all this. The leader agreed with everything his king said. They had only 4 days. The king was going to send people to help them. After all that was said, he exhaled heavily. He felt like he was a contractor inspecting a construction site and pushing back deadlines, when in his past life he was the one hauling bricks. The leader told his king not to worry, who looked at him contentedly, asking him to light a fire if an emergency occurred. 3 days passed. Everyone was busy with work. Our main character didn't rest either. During this time, he developed a bow, and they prepared for a long campaign. Looking at his bow, he was pleased that it turned out so well. The elastic band is made of bullskin, but because of this, it takes a lot of effort to use. The system rewarded the invention of the wooden bow with 5 technology points. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and then a shout that Xiong had returned. He was demanding a meeting to tell him something. He gave the order for Ayu to bring him. After some time, the door slowly opened, the tension in the air increasing with every second. Upon seeing the boy, the king immediately asked him if there were other tribes of people in the north with whom they could unite. But Xiong said that there was no one there. He walked north for more than a day, but there were no traces there. And then he added that he found only one lake, as well as a snow-capped mountain nearby, and there was some strange big creature in the lake. But before he could see it, it descended upon one of the lakes and finally disappeared completely. Because there was a scary snow-covered mountain ahead, he did not dare to go there, so he turned back. The king smiled back as he knocked him down, adding that he had not expected to be more afraid of the snowy mountain than the monster. But he, trembling and covered in sweat, asked the king if he hadn't heard about the mountains. Our main character didn't understand what they were talking about. At that very moment, Ayu pressed herself against him and said that she was scared. Chen Li asked her why she was so scared. She explained to him that she was not afraid of the mountain itself, but of those behind it. And our protagonist had even more questions. The girl, with a trembling voice, began to describe the terrible bikes that live behind the mountain. Xiong screamed that just the thought of it was making him throw up, while our main character calmed Aya down. A system window popped up, which activated a side quest. The task was to see the giant with your own eyes. This made our main character very wary. After all, the system gave 1 characteristic point just for him simply seeing the giant. He compared the danger of the mission to the mission of exorcising a saber-toothed tiger, for which he received only 2 points. He began to assume that the giants might also be a tribe with their own civilization. Maybe he can subjugate them, making some of them powerful assistants. Looking at his frightened subordinates, he understood that he had to be careful, since there was a high percentage that they would be able to easily destroy them. With a smile on his face, the king told Xiong to take a rest because the banquet was in how many days. He told him to have a good time. With a trembling voice, he said goodbye to his king. Ayu said that it was cute because Xiong could be such a coward sometimes, to which the king said that he wasn't sure about that. He speculated that his danger perception was much higher than that of normal humans, which made him so sensitive to certain things, so Xiong was able to calmly explore the outside world. He asked Ayu how the preparations for the wedding ceremony were going, to which she replied with a smile on her face that the preparations were almost complete. The king told them to prepare equipment for 4 people. He was going to take someone with him on a long trip. Ayu immediately asked her king how dangerous the trip was, to which he, still smiling, replied that he was simply exploring the surroundings and that his clothes were excellent. As he left, he said that he would leave immediately the next day after the wedding ceremony. 2 days later, our heroes had a solemn wedding ceremony with their king. At this time, our hero was training hard with his new invention. The hardwood leather was combined with a cowhide interior, and the weight of the shield was just right for him. He struggled to create it for 2 whole days. For inventing a wooden shield, our hero received technology points, the total number of which was already 62. There was a knock at the door, and the king ordered them to enter. It was Ayu who said that everything was ready outside. It was time for our main character to change clothes. After some time, cries of joy and congratulations began to be heard. Our main character left his palace. The whole tribe was celebrating. The radiant day improved the mood. The king stands with a smile on his face. Looking at all this, he was happy because everything that is now in front of his face is his merit. Suddenly, his gaze was directed straight ahead. He could not take his eyes away. His wife, who was also wearing a wedding dress, appeared in front of him, and people around him started shouting that the wedding ceremony was about to begin. As he walked, he thought that in his past life he should have been working hard now. And now he has his own tribe, as well as wonderful people who love him, and also a beautiful, delightful wife of his own. He couldn't even imagine such a thing in his past life. It seemed to him that everything in front of him was a hallucination, our hero thought, stretching out his hand towards the girl. They took each other by the hand. Our hero continued to think that he was very glad that he got here, because here he had a feeling of belonging to something big. Turning to his wife, he told her that from now on, while he was away, the tribe of newcomers would be handed over to her. Shigu, who was standing nearby, shouted, "From today on, Xiao Wan is the new queen of the tribe." Everyone started shouting congratulations. They welcomed their new queen. They started shouting that it was time to kiss, and our heroes began to move their lips closer to each other. Da was watching all this. There were tears on her face. She was thinking that she should have been in the wife's place. And then she said that no matter how much she wanted to be the king's wife, it was very touching. It made her cry even more. Night fell. Everyone began to disperse. They wished good night to their king. He stood there tired and thought that everything had gone well without any surprises. Ayu approached him, telling him with a sly face that his queen was waiting in the palace and that everyone was ordered not to disturb them. Our hero's face changed, and obscene thoughts began to visit him. He began to imagine how Xiao would show his boundless love. With every thought about this, our main character became more and more excited. As he walked to his palace, he looked forward to it, hoping that it might be even more exciting. As he opened the doors, he laughed, telling his little wife, he has arrived. Suddenly, a terrible picture appeared before him, which made him afraid. The queen sat on the throne. Her face was frightening. Looking at this, he thought that this atmosphere was like someone was about to be killed. The girl immediately said that she was giving him a chance to say everything himself. But our hero didn't understand anything. He didn't understand what words she expected from him. Taking out her weapon, she turned it around, thus causing the king to become frightened. He asked his queen to be more gentle after all. It was their first wedding night. Looking at the whip, he realized that he had given it to her in vain. The girl said that she knew everything. Because Chen Li was going to leave immediately after the ceremony was over, she asked him if he was really in such a hurry to get out of here so quickly. He exhaled and said that he had already managed to get scared, and it was all just because of this. Laughing, he told her that his wife had misunderstood everything. Grabbing her, he asked her to calm down first. He was going to tell her everything. He just didn't have time. Having told her everything, she asked him if he was seriously going to convince the giants to join them in the battle with the mountain tribe. The girl needed her husband's legs, and he replied that he wasn't really sure, so just in case he would take 3 more people with him. With a serious look, he told his queen that the real purpose of the trip must be kept a complete secret. He told her how Ayu and Xiang reacted to the giants, which made him wary. Xiao asked Chen why she didn't go with him, to which he replied that one of them should stay in the tribe. Besides, she has more important things to do. He took out something and began to twirl it around for her, showing it to his wife. The queen began to ask her king what it was. He told her it was a sling. Now he would show her how to use it correctly. A sling is a hunting weapon. He needed a team of people who knew how to use it, and she had to train them. The next day, our heroes set off on a long journey. As he walked, the king told how important this mission was. All this time, the girl behind the king seemed to be piercing our main character with her gaze. Sweat began to appear on his face because he noticed it too. He thought that she was deliberately walking slowly in order to stay behind him. He hoped that she was not looking for an opportunity to kill him. But he couldn't do anything because it was Xiao's idea. During their time together, our protagonist asked her why her feet were so soft, although she always walked barefoot. But she did not answer, saying her own. She told him to choose 3 from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe. He told her that he planned to take Haika. He had personally seen his power in battle, and the fortress on the beach would be temporarily handed over to Shigu's responsibility. He also argued this to her by saying that if he took it with him, the new arrivals from his tribe would not be able to create problems in his absence. With a very serious expression, she said that the other 2 were at his discretion, but Ayun had to go with him. With an angry look, she said that this was far from a request. She argued that Ayun was the strongest and bravest fighter, and if she went with him, she would be calm. Grabbing her husband's face, she said that she had taught her a lesson for what happened then, so she asked her husband not to worry about that situation. He exhaled heavily as he recalled all of Xiao's words, thinking that he wasn't worried at all. Trying to watch his back, he hoped that, in a pinch, Agun would be able to protect him. Suddenly, the boy in the wolfskin turned to our hero, saying that he thought someone was watching them. But then, laughing, he said that it seemed to him that he was simply very nervous. But the king said something in reply that made him tense up, because it didn't seem to him that the order was for him to look behind their backs. The leader of the amphibians asked Chen if he knew that there was a large lake ahead, to which the king replied that he had already been told about it. Laughing, Haiku said that he already knew that there was a giant living in that lake. The king asked him if he was talking about that huge monster in the lake, to which the leader of the amphibians said that this was exactly the case, because when he was a child, he saw how this monster swallowed a leopard whole. Opening the flask, he said that he was a child then, but now he would definitely fight him if he managed to see him again. Looking at how he greedily drank water, Chenli wondered if it was really luck for this weirdo to meet a huge monster. Our hero also said that no matter if it was a water monster or something else, he would be interested in facing someone stronger than him. As soon as he gave the example of the giants, Agun's face changed and his face became covered in sweat. And then he screamed, asking his king not to hope for this, because it was much more dangerous than water monsters. Leaning towards Agun, the king said that he had just casually mentioned it. Did the boy really think that they really exist? He began to tell what happened before meeting the new king. They were a large tribe, consisting of more than 30 people. But one day they met a huge giant, but they were too weak to fight back, so they just ran away. Unfortunately, most of the people were eaten, Agun continued. Even though he was a child then, none of the survivors will ever be able to forget that terrible picture. Our hero thought that this was the case. No wonder Xiang and the others tremble every time the giant is mentioned. At this time, Heiku pointed to the plant in his hand, telling no one to eat them because he ate one of them as a child, and the consequences were not the best. Bending down to one of them, our main character began to examine them carefully. The system conducted an analysis. It was croton, a herbaceous plant, bitter taste, poisonous, laughing. Our hero imagined the consequences. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had never been here before, so he didn't know the surrounding plants. He hoped that everything would go without any surprises. He ordered the system to scan absolutely everything around. The system began to conduct an analysis, displaying windows above each plant around. Our hero was happy, because right in front of him was a large warehouse of medicinal plants. Noticing one of them, he thought it looked very familiar. As the system analyzed the plant, he thought it looked very familiar. The system indicated this plant as millet, an annual herbaceous plant of the cereal family, commonly called millet. He shouted that he had found grain. He was happy. Suddenly, the system gave him a task. Within 180 days, he had to grow more than one type of grain and also harvest them. He told his comrades that when they found clay, they would be able to make food and medicine, and that would mean the era of farming. He understood that this plant was not yet ripe. He was going to let it grow and then harvest it. Suddenly, our hero felt a chill run down his spine, which made him wary. Looking towards Ayun, he wondered if it was because of her hostility. Suddenly, Agun, who was standing nearby, pointed to the side and shouted loudly. Our hero became wary, looking in the direction that Agun was pointing. The system identified the plant as Rami, a member of the nettle family, whose tough fibers are used to make rope, paper, and fabric. A smile appeared on the king's face as he praised his younger subordinate, telling him that they would be returning back and taking some so that their tribe could wear more varied clothing. But he started shouting that he was not talking about these strange herbs. Our hero became alert and began to peer into the distance. The foliage began to move more and more, and someone was approaching our heroes. Suddenly, a growling hyena with a terrifying look emerged from the darkness. The king assumed that it must be them who were following them. He had felt their gaze for a long time. Our hero assumed that they came to take revenge on him and Hike for the previous situation. It was clear from the hyenas' faces that they were happy, because they were aiming to take revenge on our heroes. Raising his axe, our main character said that in this case they will not let them go anymore. The problem needs to be eliminated from the root. The king gave the order to kill them all. The battle began. The hyenas outnumbered our heroes several times, but our heroes were much stronger than them, killing several at a time. Heiku was pleased that this time they had come straight into their clutches. There was a fierce battle. The hyenas fell one after another, but their number seemed endless. They continued to attack, attacking 2 or 3 at a time. The girl understood that one of the attackers would most likely hit her. Suddenly, hyenas flew in and pushed the attackers into the ground. It was Heiku laughing and saying how cool he was. Smiling, he told the girl not to thank him because he was a man. The hyenas began to flee again. The king gave orders for them to catch up with them, because this time they had to deal with them for good. He ordered that they should spare no one. No one should escape. The hyenas were scared, even though there were many more of them. They were several times weaker in strength. Our heroes rushed after them, Chen shouting that these dogs would not be able to escape. But they moved much more quickly than our heroes. The hero thought that with 2 points of agility, it would be difficult to catch up with them. It would be unwise to continue the chase. Suddenly he felt something. He felt danger. The vines around him began to move, when suddenly a loud female scream was heard. It was Ayun who was captured. The girl could not do anything. Having seen this picture, our main character could not understand what was happening here, because he saw such a monster for the first time. The system recognized this creature as a red royal flower. It was a refulgia. And the things around him, humoral fluid, saber-toothed tigers, huge bulls, and refulgia, all this is different from our main character's knowledge of the primitive world. The girl asked to let herself go. The tentacles of this monster squeezed her body more and more. At that very second, she dropped her knife, which fell straight into the center of this terrifying plant. And as soon as it fell into the liquid, it began to melt and boiling sounds began to be emitted. What she saw shocked the girl. Her face showed fear. Our hero was also surprised. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing even existed. The men standing there thought it would be better for them not to go near it. Our hero, seeing them, shouted to them, asking why they stood rooted to the spot they had to save Ayun. Agun started shouting after them that it wasn't at all that they didn't want to save her. And the fact is that they are also captured by this thing. Suddenly, our hero noticed that this monster was trying to grab him too. With a quick movement and powerful blows, he cut through the tentacles. Rushing towards Ayun, he shouted for them not to be afraid. He was going to save them. The girl screamed at him to leave her and save those two. Suddenly, the plant relaxed its grip, thereby letting go of the girl. She closed her eyes. Realizing that she was about to die, she asked her king to run away. Hit right in the center, the plant seemed to close its mouth. Our main character rushed to help the girl. He tried to pull her out of the nasty plant, but the tentacles attacked him one after another, not allowing him to get closer to the main body. At this time, hyenas appeared from behind him, also aiming to kill Chen Li. Our hero thought that at least Heiku and Agun should have been saved. Suddenly, he heard the whining of hyenas behind him. Our heroes were attacking them, saving their king from an unexpected attack. Heiku shouted at the king not to pay attention to them. He asked him not to go near them, saying that it was all a setup by those nasty dogs. Agun asked his king to escape. They were determined to give their lives to save their king. But he, cutting the vines, was going to save everyone. He thought that these vines weren't very fast, so the hyenas took advantage of their speed to lure our heroes here. Gradually but surely, he made his way to the main body of this plant. He continued to chop while screaming, thinking that he should have noticed something was wrong because everything around was dry. As a smile suddenly appeared on his face, he realized something that he should try. As he continued to cut the vines, he thought that there was nothing he could do in this situation. But he had the stones, those very ones. With incredible force, he threw them to the side. He thought that it didn't matter whether it was a dog or a flower. There is nothing that cannot be devoured. Fire began to appear. With a confident smile, he told the plant to burn to the ground. And then he rushed towards the main body, intending to save the girl. And as soon as he approached the attack distance, he immediately launched an attack, trying to cut the plant. The plant spat out the girl, and liquid began to ooze from its center. The girl fell to the ground. Her clothes were destroyed, and she herself lay on the ground without moving. Our hero grabbed her and immediately began asking her if she was okay. If she could move, he had to help Haik and Agun. He said he would give her his clothes to cover her body. And then our heroes rushed to flee. Running away from the flames, the fire grew. By shooting with his bow, he made the fire even bigger, thinking that now there is no need to worry about hyenas nearby. Seeing the water, he shouted that that was where they needed to go. He asked his subordinates to be patient, and just a little bit patient. As soon as they reached the water, they would be saved. But at this time, a hyena was already approaching the girl from behind and aimed at Ayun's neck. Our main character managed to avoid the hyena's attack, so he rushed towards it with incredible speed for a human. At this time, the hyena was already gnawing at the girl's cloak. He grabbed Ayun's hand, trying to pull her away. She threw off her cloak and they changed places with the king. The hyena continued to chew on the cloak, not immediately noticing the substitution. Suddenly the cloak tore, which the main character did not expect at all, and the dog bit him on the hand. Having fallen to the ground, the dog found itself on top. She wanted to finish everything right here and now. Our hero couldn't cope, he spent too much energy. The men standing nearby said our hero's name with concern. The king butted the animal. Now the strongest will win. He shouted at his subordinates to leave before the fire reached them. He said that he could handle everything himself. He thought that he had to wear the dog down to the current before the fire came to them here. Suddenly an arrow flew at the dog and pierced his throat. The hyena fell lifelessly to the ground. Glancing towards the girl sitting on the ground, he saw a system notification appear above the girl's head. It said that the girl's talent was archery. He asked her where she learned to use a bow. She responded by saying that she had watched him use it and that was how she learned it. The girl also added that she had twisted her ankle and that she had no strength left, so she would not be able to continue on with them. She asked her king to run away, to which he said that the girl was talking complete nonsense. He ordered her to hold on as tightly as she could. Taking her on his shoulders, he said that they would leave here together. The fire had already caught up with them, and the fire was spreading faster than they could run. Fire had already begun to appear in front of them, and our heroes were unable to keep up. Agun said that he also wanted to be carried on the king's back. He asked Heiku if he could switch with Ayun. He turned angrily in his direction and said that if he didn't shut his mouth now, he would throw him towards the lake, assuring the boy that he still had enough strength to do it. Ayun began to say that she had actually planned to take the opportunity to kill the king. She asked him if it was he who had arranged for the black bulls to attack them. He asked her why she thought so. She said in a sad voice that she thought so. He wasn't going to admit it. She said she noticed that some of the bulls were wounded. Their weapons were unable to cut through the tough bullskin, so she concluded that his tribe had done it. Besides, his tribe fought them too well. They were confident in their actions. But she knew that her arguments would not convince the queen, so she planned that attack without her permission. She held a knife to our protagonist's throat, saying that one move and he would die. She told him to leave her and then he wouldn't have any problems in the future. He had no intention of leaving her, shouting that first they would be saved and then she would finish him off. The girl exhaled and agreed with the king's words. She told him that from now on she would watch him. If he betrayed her queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, she would kill him. Our protagonist agreed, saying that if he treated them badly, he allowed him to be punished. The girl laughed and said that it was a very good idea. After such a difficult journey, our heroes were able to reach the lake by jumping into it with a running start. Heiku emerged and shouted that they were saved. They understood that if they had gone a little further, they would have burned up, but they were able to reach the water at the last moment. Our hero thought that 2 of the 4 had lost the ability to move, and it would have been better for them to abandon the plan to find the giants. Turning to Haik, he ordered him to take them to the place where Agun had found the Rami, and he himself would find and bring the medicinal plants. After some time, our heroes accomplished what they had planned. Agun rubbed his leg with a plant. He arched gracefully and said that nothing hurt him anymore thanks to the king. Heiku and Chen Li collected Rami because the medicinal properties of these plants were excellent. Suddenly, the face of the leader of the amphibians changed. He felt a strange smell. He smelled the hyenas, although he couldn't understand why he was there. Since they had dealt with everyone, our hero began to comb through the leaves, examining everything around. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him surprised. He saw several sleeping puppies lying in the leaves. Having picked up one of them, realizing that the hyenas had not come for revenge, but to protect their cubs, our protagonist assumed that they were a threat. At that very second, a system window appeared in front of the hero, which gave him a side mission. The mission was to tame hyenas. He accepted it with joy in his eyes. It was one of the best missions. Our heroes set out again, making their way through the dense forest. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound that made me cover my ears and my body tremble. A huge creature with a frightening aura appeared from behind the tree. A thirst for blood pierced the bodies of our heroes. A huge monster appeared before our heroes, and its terrifying aura was felt by all the people standing in front of them. The boy with the wolf skin on his head screamed in fear. He recognized this monster. In front of them stood an enraged man-eating bear who intended to kill our heroes. Our main character immediately realized that they couldn't win with 2 wounded men, and it was even difficult to escape. Throwing the tide grass, he said that he would distract them. The rest had to make a detour and return home. They tried to object to the king's order, but our protagonist did not accept the objection and sent them to retreat. He said that they only had one chance, and in a fight with him, they would only get in the way. Summoning his axe, our hero began to address Heike. He told him that the safety of the two remained his responsibility. He had to get them home safe. And then he jumped on the bear, shouting at them to leave quickly while they had the chance. Heiku and the others ran away, turning around as they ran, looking at their king with delight, because he was ready to give his life for them. He, in turn, continued to attack the bear, not allowing it to pay attention to those running away. Time after time, he tried to strike the bear, but the bear seemed to like it. There was laughter in his eyes, because he thought that he was much stronger than our hero. One of the king's attacks was unsuccessful, and the man-eating bear was able to strike back, throwing our protagonist back. The fleeing Heiku noticed this and stopped. He ordered to take the cubs and return home. He was going to help our main character, but Agun began to stop him. He began to tell him that he had personally seen the king's strength, and that this opponent was not even fit to hold a candle to him. He continued speaking, telling Heike that they would only hinder the king in battle. Heiku, having listened to everything, exhaled, and then said that they would continue to follow the order. Our hero looked at the backs of his fleeing subordinates. His breathing was ragged. It was difficult for him to fight against this monster. Looking at his axe, he thought that now was the time. After all, the bear's attention is completely focused on him. As he began to stand up, he exhaled, trying to catch his breath. He thought that all he had to do was distract him and the job would be done. He hid from one tree to another, trying to throw off the trail of the fugitives. He deliberately provoked him by shouting at him to run straight towards him. The bear was provoked, attacking more and more furiously. At this time, our heroes hid further and further into the thick of the forest. Loud sounds were heard. The rising aura of the blows seemed to cut through the air. The bear demolished everything in its path, breaking huge trees like little sticks. Hiding behind one of the trees, our hero thought that Agun and the Steel Ones should already be safe, so it was time for him to get rid of this monster. Just as he was preparing for an attack from behind him, he felt someone's thirst for blood. Turning towards Auru, he paused for a second. He was attacked by a leopard, which clearly aimed to kill our main character as well. Having dodged at the last moment, our hero began to understand that he could not win this fight. Looking into the dust raised by the monster's landing, he tried to make out at least something. And as soon as the dust settled, he recognized his attacker. After all, this was the same saber-toothed tiger that had been chasing him at the very beginning of his journey. He also recognized it, and looking closely at its burnt eye and intelligent gaze, our hero was convinced that it was definitely that same cat. At this time, a man-eating bear was already flying towards them and was not going to let them catch their breath. Standing between a saber-toothed tiger and a bear, our hero thought that he was being squeezed from both sides. Our hero understood that if he used Pang's power, he would become weaker for a long period of time. He understood that even if he used this power and did not die, the mountain people would not wait. At this time, the tiger was already slowly approaching our hero. The bear began to walk around our hero, trying to look away from himself. And just a second later, two monsters rushed towards our hero, intending to kill him. The king thought that they wanted to fight among themselves, but as it turned out, they decided to attack a defenseless man together. Suddenly, a system window popped up that increased the agility stats to 20. He began to feel a huge surge of power. His body seemed to be covered in a scarlet aura, and time around him slowed down. Pushing off the ground, he soared into the air at incredible speed, several meters straight into the sky. The monsters collided with each other. When he landed, he couldn't believe that he could achieve such incredible strength if he pumped up his agility. As he walked away from them, he thought he felt light and explosive, his face covered in sweat. But the monsters were not going to run away. They wanted to continue attacking. They were interested in this man. They rushed again with the intention of attacking our hero, who was gathering an aura around himself. And then he took off running, shouting that we do not advise them to pursue him, asking them to adhere to at least some boundaries. Running away at incredible speed, he moved further and further in the opposite direction, trying to divert attention from his subordinates. The system began a countdown, giving him only 600 seconds to use his advanced skills. Stopping after a while, he looked around, thinking that he had finally managed to break away from them. This extreme escape mode was simply amazing. And then he noticed where they were going, because while they were running away, he was able to reach the snowy mountains. He understood that he couldn't waste the remaining time. He wanted to go to the snowy mountain and find the giant. After some time, he reached the mountains, making his way through huge layers of snow. Thanks to this regime, he was able to run to it in one breath. But the snow made his way difficult. He understood that if it weren't for the system, he would most likely just get stuck in this snow. When he saw the summit, he was happy, because he was about to disprove the giant theory. Suddenly, his gaze focused on something he couldn't believe his eyes. Having reached the very top, he saw something he did not expect at all. After all, right in front of him sat a huge giant, with a huge dinosaur walking around on a leash. Seeing the giant in front of him, our main character could not believe his eyes. He screamed in surprise. The system congratulated its hero on finding the giant, and also automatically issued a second test. It said that he should attack the ice one, for which it would give him 9 points. He, in turn, could not believe how he could attack such a brute, because he had absolutely zero chance. Rereading the assignments, he could not believe that the system had given him such a difficult assignment. He asked it if it had gone crazy. The tied dinosaur began to pay attention to the cries of our main character. Noticing this, our hero immediately hid. Covering his mouth and nose with both hands, sweat began to flow down his face, while the green-skinned beast growled towards our hero. Looking out, he smiled. Because the reward of 9 attribute points really warmed his heart, he decided to try to complete this mission. Looking out, he thought about what he could try now while he was running fast, while the giant was still sitting without any movements. Looking out, his face changed. He was a little scared, but there was no turning back. He swung, and then he threw a stone towards the giant, thinking that the main thing was that he didn't wake up. The stone fell, which immediately caught the attention of the tied dinosaurs, and a large echo was heard from the fall. One of them began to growl loudly towards our hero, showing his anger with all his appearance, which made our main hero hide. At that very second, a system window popped up in front of our main character, congratulating him on the successful completion of the second mission, giving him a reward, and automatically accepting the third mission. This made our main character wary, because missions come one after another, and their difficulty increases. Around our main character, dinosaurs roared, while he read the description of the third mission, which said that he had to kill a giant alone, for which she gave him 100 points of characteristics, and the time was unlimited. Thinking about such a huge reward, he began to look again at this huge monster. Looking at him, he thought about what he could try, when suddenly the giant began to raise his hand. And then, touching the ground, he caused a huge whirlwind to appear, which was covered with huge balls of snow. Standing completely in the snow, he did not move so as not to attract attention to himself. And after he started to lie about the snow, he thought that this big guy had woken up. With horror on his face, he thought that even if they gave him 10,000 points, he would not agree, because his life was much more important to him. The sun was already setting, and there was noise in the place where our other heroes were staying. One of the Queen's squads returned, and they reported to her. During the night patrol, they found nothing. These words began to anger their queen. She ordered them to expand the range and continue searching for her husband. They agreed with a trembling voice. They were also worried about their king. A girl standing nearby, also the queen's right hand, told her that it would be best to prepare for the worst outcome, to which the queen ordered her to shut up. She reminded her that the king had risked himself to save her. She didn't want to hear such words from her. These words made the girl in torn clothes bow her head in shame. Suddenly screams began to be heard. The amphibian with tears in its eyes screamed that their king had returned. It repeated over and over again that the king had returned. At this time, his tribe ran up to the king, each asking him about his condition, how they could help him. They were worried about their king. Everyone was happy. They were glad that their majesty had returned. Some of them even cried with joy. Yes, I asked the patrolman who found him why he didn't light a signal fire, to which he replied that the king forbade him to do so as not to gather a lot of people in a dangerous area. Suddenly, an order was given for everyone to disperse and allow the king to go to his palace so that he could rest. The girl who gave the order was the green-haired queen. Taking her husband by the hand, she ordered everyone to return to their posts. She said that she would personally take care of the king, and then she added that if she found out that someone didn't keep their mouth shut and let it slip, they would be finished. Her face proved the seriousness of her words. This made the others afraid. They understood that the queen was not joking. After some time, our two heroes were already in the king's chambers. Our main character said that he was glad because he had not risked in vain and the others returned alive. Lying on the bed, he continued to speak. He was very surprised that those who returned also took the hyena cubs with them. Standing up with a smile on his face, he told his wife to let Xiongnu raise them, because in the future, he would have many helpers on his long journeys. At that very second, she raised her leg and placed it on our hero's shoulder, saying that he should first take care of himself. She continued to speak, because no matter how hardy the king was, he still needed to rest. He answered her that he was not seriously injured, he just exhausted a lot of energy. After sleep, he would fully recover. She agreed. She would pass everything on to Xiong, but she continued to insist on rest. Sliding her leg lower, she said that she understood that he was the king and the main protector, but he didn't have to carry everything on his own. Starting to press with all her strength, she angrily said that she did not want to lose her man ahead of time, while our main character in a trembling voice asked her not to press so hard. As she left, she wished him sweet dreams, while our main character massaged that very spot. All he told her afterwards was that she was a sadist. When she went outside, she exhaled, and our main character's security guard noticed this. He wanted to ask her if everything was all right with the king, but she did not let him finish, as she answered that everything was fine with her husband. She ordered him not to let anyone into the chambers until the king was fully recovered. At this time, lying on the bed, our main character looked at the system window. Physical fitness, agility, and intelligence were 1, strength 4, technology 62, authority 0, population 68, and civilization was at the Stone Age level. He said out loud that even though he had lost 4 attribute points, he had gained 10 more, so there had been no losses. Previously, he recklessly relied only on strength in critical moments, forgetting about self-preservation. Exhaling, he recalled all his past adventures, trying to draw conclusions about what would be best for him to upgrade. And then he said with confidence that first you need to increase your agility. At that very second, the system notified our hero that the agility characteristic had reached its maximum value, namely 5. The next time the agility increased, the main character would need twice as many characteristic points. He thought that if he got twice as many points to increase his agility to 10, it would again reach a new maximum value, increase by 4 times, and then by 8 times. He made a face, realizing that in order to get 22 points of agility, he would have to work oh so hard and for a long time, because it was far from easy. Remembering that before this, the strength had increased to 6 points, and there was no critical value, he assumed that the characteristics had different critical values. He understood that the best thing to do at this stage would be to invest in the characteristics, bringing them to a critical value. As soon as the power reached the 10 mark, his body began to emit a huge flow of aura. Our hero felt a huge influx of power, and his body seemed to be stretched. His shoes began to tear and his feet grew bigger. Looking at his torn pants and shoes, he was angry, because these were his favorite clothes. The strength had reached a critical value of 10 points. He didn't expect it to be so terrible. Looking at the system window, he saw that there were no more points for distribution, but he still had 2 characteristics that had not reached the critical value. He was also interested in the question of how the dexterity characteristic would affect him. The system immediately answered him that the higher the intelligence, the greater the likelihood of random tasks with high rewards. Our main character's strength began to finally leave him, and he began to fall. As he lay there, he thought about how stat points were a rare resource, and it was too wasteful to increase intelligence in exchange for the chance of getting a high reward. When he got the attribute point, he was going to increase his stamina to a critical value at first. At these words, his eyes began to close. He had to try to make several sets of eyes. The eyes were closing more and more, and then they closed completely, and our main character had no strength left at all. Morning came. The whole tribe was busy with business. Every inhabitant was puzzled. The amphibians caught fish and dried it immediately. The girls were cutting it up, discussing the beauty that surrounded them. Some of the amphibians were frying fish over a fire, shouting for the hungry to come over. The female combat unit was trained by the green-haired queen. She gave them orders. She made them strictly follow her every order. At the order to shoot, each of the girls sent stones flying at a good speed. Most of the stones hit the target. The target was a man-sized target that they had made. They were preparing for battle against the mountain tribe. One of the girls reported to the queen that there were 6 shots in total. 1 hit the edge of the target, the other flew past. At that very moment, the king appeared from behind and began to praise them. Smiling, he said that he had managed to watch them from the side and it looked decent. The green-haired girl angrily hit her husband on the chest, asking him why he wasn't resting, but jumping around here, she asked him what he was doing here. To which he replied that he was the king of the tribe and should know what his people were doing. Putting his hand on his wife's shoulder, he made her notice that her husband had new pants. Grabbing him by that very spot and then squeezing, she asked him who he spent the night with. To which he, begging for mercy, said that she had thought about something else. He told her how it really was, to which the girl replied that she believed in it for the last time. She reported to the king that a squad of throwers had been formed, but that it would take some time to build up its combat capability. The patrol and the mobile post can be safely handed over to Afeng. She is an expert in this, the girl continued to say. The king inquired of his wife about the condition of Ayun and Agun, asking about their wounds. The girl responded, Agun refused to heal the wounds, saying that he did not want to be a burden to the tribe. This morning, he went to guard the signal tower on the southern mountain. Ayun was in charge of bringing him food and water. She looks after him, so there's no need to worry about him. But the queen said she was most worried about Ayun. The girl immediately began to practice archery non-stop, resting little. The queen said that she may have been too harsh with her earlier due to anxiety. But in any case, she's now in poor condition for training. Our main character, hugging the green-haired girl to himself, said that Ayun is good and she really cares about her queen. For the sake of her queen, she takes on a lot. He told her to try to treat her better, and then he said that it was time for him to return and continue to gain strength. Smiling, he told her that in a few days he would be heading north to collect the precious millet grains. Arriving at the door of his chambers, he thought that since he had nothing to do these few days, he would be an inventor. 4 days passed, and the tribe was busy all this time. Our main character, sitting on the floor, was puffing and inventing something. But a minute later, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he had almost finished the invention. There were some words written on the stone that resembled a book. He thought that as soon as he returned, he would immediately teach them simple addition and subtraction, and then in the future, he would not have to do all this on his own. The system immediately congratulated our main character on the invention of writing and mathematics, for which it awarded him 10 technology points. Such a large reward surprised him. And then she congratulated him, because the technology had reached the 100-point mark, and this meant the opening of a technology store. The system continued, saying that in the technology store you can exchange technology points for practical tools or heritage plaques. The purchase is not subject to return or exchange. These words brought a smile to the face of our protagonist. The store had a lot of stuff, from medicines, hematite, large pots, and even stoves to mysterious objects. He squealed with delight. He couldn't believe that he could get all this in exchange. He began to look at the store more closely. The delight on his face did not leave. Having decided what he wanted, he shouted that he would exchange it and get it, and then reached his finger into the system window. The system notified that the hero had exchanged 30 technology points for a large iron cauldron. The current number of points was 70. After this notification, the cauldron began to motorize. Looking at it from different angles, our hero couldn't be happier, because it was the best little thing possible. Looking in the direction where no one was, he asked, "Do you really think he spent 30 points on a saucepan?" And then he started waving his finger, saying that it was far from just a saucepan. He bought the boiler not only for cooking and evaporating salt, but because it was made of iron. If you wear it on your back, it will be armor, our main character continued to say. Laughing, he continued to talk about how if you take it to your forearm, it can make an excellent shield. During various posing of beautiful poses with a saucepan, our main character's security guard came in, and an awkward situation ensued. In a slightly incomprehensible tone, he reported that he heard strange sounds, so he went to check. The king was silent. As he awkwardly left, he told him that he communicated with other gods and spirits, and he, in the same incomprehensible tone, replied that he thought so. After some time, our hero built a small structure for convenient cooking. His breathing was a little ragged as he tried to finish as quickly as possible. After all, it was not at all easy to dig a stove in the ground and then boil water in it. For inventing the stove, the system rewarded our protagonist with 10 technology points. He thought that in the past he was a professor, so he learned a lot of knowledge. He did not expect that he would be able to use it in practice. Looking into the pot with interest, he saw that the water had already boiled, which meant that he could already put it in the cauldron. After all, our main character cooked fish soup with great enthusiasm. Laughing evilly, he attracted attention, and the smell in the circle made everyone lick their lips. For inventing the soup, The system also rewarded our protagonist with 10 technology points. Seeing this, he was happy, because today he was luckier than ever in getting points. Shigu ran up holding something in his hand, shouting that everything worked out. In a small plate, he showed his king salt from their salt works. For this, the system also rewarded our hero with 10 technology points, the total number of which already amounted to 100. Our hero rejoiced, telling him that he had arrived on time. He told his subordinate not to rush back because he wanted Shigu to try the soup with everyone else. While stirring with an evil smile, he thought about how he managed to return 100 technology points so quickly. It was not for nothing that he chose the cauldron. Turning toward his guard, he told him that he was the first to call because the fish soup was almost ready. After some time, the tribe gathered and shouts began to be heard. Each person was given a bowl of soup. They had never seen anything like it before. No one could contain their emotions when trying it, screaming after each bite about how delicious it was. Ayu, I asked you not to rush and not to worry, because there is enough soup for everyone. Yes, yes, lifting a huge bowl, she shouted that she wanted more, which made Aya surprised. Approaching her, she angrily began to tell her that she had already eaten 2 bowls of soup, and if she was going to eat it, there would be no left for others. But the king came up to them and said that there was nothing to worry about. Because there was enough for everyone, he was going to cook it again anyway for those who were currently on patrol. Looking at Shigu, he said that the guys at the stronghold would also get it. In 2 days, he would personally bring them a pot of soup. Shigu immediately began tearfully praising his king. Looking at the happy Dadu, he thought that as soon as he had time, he would teach them how to use chopsticks. Turning away, he commanded the system to open a store with the technology. Looking at the store, he thought about the fact that he had 100 technology points again. He thought maybe he should exchange it for something. As he looked at each point, he drew attention to a few. He knew he could teach them just math and farming himself, so there was no point in wasting points on it. Suddenly, he remembered those precious seeds. But he was interrupted. The girl screamed that something had happened. She reported that the trap in the north had worked, and no human activity had been detected nearby. Our hero thought that this was prey, and it should still be alive. He wondered what to do with it. But right in front of them, the queen suddenly appeared, saying that there was no need to bother the king with such trifles. She ordered to simply kill the prey. With a trembling voice, the green-haired girl turned to the king, saying that he didn't need to do everything himself, anxiously asking him when they would spend time together. Placing his huge hands on her shoulders, he told her that he would be by her side all his life. But now they needed to arrange their home. This time he was going to buy something new, so he would make new changes. And after all of the above, he passionately kissed his wife. The girl blushed, as did I, the girl from the patrol. They were both embarrassed. He thought about the fact that the prey was still alive. He was wondering if he would be able to tame it. He told the queen that the nettles that Agan had brought were already gone, so more needed to be collected. He thought that the most important thing was to collect the precious millet. This was the primary task. After some time, our heroes were already on their way. The girl led them to the triggered trap. Having climbed the hill, they stopped. The girl glanced in the direction of our hero, and then with an outstretched hand, she indicated that they should go there. There was a hole inside, and the girl pointed at it from a short distance, saying that he was inside. Our main character looked into it and was surprised by what he saw. He couldn't understand what was going on here. The others also began to look into the pit trap in bewilderment. They could not understand why it was so quiet. One of the girls said that just now he was literally howling desperately, but now he's not. Looking at the beast lying on the ground, our heroes assumed that it had no strength left. Heiku asked his king if the hyena had come again to fight with them. Suddenly, Xiong noticed that this hyena was the same as the mother pig. Our hero asked him how he knew this, thinking that there were traces of breastfeeding on her. The boy said that he was very sensitive to milk, causing the girl standing next to him to be surprised. The girl began to stroke her body, and Xiong's words seemed to have an effect on her. Chen Li thought that this might be the mother of those cubs that they took from her. The king gave the order. They had to lift her, even if it was dangerous. After some time, Shigu and Haiku were able to pull the mother hyena out of the pit. Her body was exhausted. Shigu examined the hyena and told the king that due to its severe weakening, it was not dangerous to them. Our protagonist gave orders to Xiong to save her, feed her, water her, and treat her wounds if necessary. To which Xiong, with a curious face, asked his king why they needed it since they had raised those little jackals. The king asked him what was wrong with them, how they were. To which he replied that it seemed to him that they did not like the meat he fed them. They were getting weaker and weaker. He tries to understand what they prefer and what to feed them in the future. Our protagonist thought that, as he had assumed, they almost killed them. After all, it is very difficult to raise young animals, and wild ones are even more difficult. Turning to the heroes, he told them to tie her up when they returned, feed her meat and give her something to feed the babies. Xiong waved his hand, shouting that his beloved king could rely on him. As he watched his subordinates leave, he thought that he hoped that bringing a wolf into the house would not have any bad consequences. Turning to Afeng, he told her to set the traps. The rest would go with him to the north. The girl with a smile on her face said words of agreement. Some time passed, our heroes went to collect valuable grains. The heroes, sitting on the ground, collected herbs. Our hero looked around carefully, trying to notice other valuable varieties of plants. Looking at the millet, he thought that they had come at an excellent time, because if they had come a few days later, they would not have survived. Looking at the others, he continued to think. There was still some time before returning. Why not collect some medicinal herbs at the same time? Making their way through the dense forest, our heroes looked around. There was a dead silence all around. Only the moon illuminated the path of our heroes. Suddenly, in the distance ahead, they heard a loud roar, which seemed familiar to our main character. His face changed to fear, because these were the same sounds that were made last time. He shouted to everyone that it was the roar of a man-eating bear and that everyone needed to hide in the bushes. Seeing the incredible speed that raised a column of dust, he shouted at everyone to quickly hide. The loud sounds continued for several more minutes. Our heroes sat in ambush in the bushes, hiding without making a single sound. One of our main character's subordinates asked if he should drop the load, to which he replied that he should wait for now because there was a chance that he would go further and they would continue on their way. Looking at his subordinate, the king asked him why he had lifted his butt. He explained to him that this pose allows one to quickly run out when faced with danger. It is necessary to save oneself. He also asked his boss if this was the bear he fought last time, to which our hero would answer when he saw it. The next annoying question was whether the bear liked nettles, to which the hero answered in the negative. Wanting to ask another question, the king interrupted him, raising his voice and telling him to be quiet, because if the bear heard them because of him, he would be the first to be thrown out. He immediately became frightened, telling his king that he had deliberately attracted the bear to eat him. Suddenly Shigu interrupted them, saying that he would appear soon, that he was already nearby. There was another loud roar that made the whole body tremble. A huge carcass appeared, running on two hind legs, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, having hit this tree, he froze in one place, and then he fell to the ground. Our main character could not believe his eyes. Was he really wounded? One of our hero's subordinates asked him if this was really a gift from above and if they should take the loot. Suddenly, cries began to be heard in the distance that he was in front, and at times one could also hear shouts that they should not let him escape. The bear rose and ran away again, his body all wounded, blood splattering in all directions. Our hero told everyone to duck because someone was hunting this bear. Turning to the side, our protagonist's face became covered in sweat. Several people were running after him. They were people. They didn't want to let the bear escape. A subordinate sitting nearby asked our main character why there were people from the mountain tribe here. Just as he wanted to tell Hike to shut up, he saw something that made him angry. Heiku rushed towards the mountain tribe, saying it was time to take revenge on them, an eye for an eye. This angered our main character, because he had not yet thought about what to do in this situation. Heiku rushed forward with an angry face, and the rest of the amphibians were preparing to follow him. Our main character, angrily shouting his name, reached out after him with incredible speed. Having grabbed it, he sent it back. Our main character was very angry. The mountain tribesmen continued to pursue the wounded man-eating bear. One of them shouted for them to catch up with him as quickly as possible. Heiku, sitting next to his king, addressed him. He told his king that they couldn't just watch when such a great chance to take revenge had come their way, to which our protagonist, putting his hand on his shoulder, told him not to let hatred cloud his mind. He told him that the enemy's forces were superior to theirs. It was necessary to think through every action. Our heroes had only one advantage, and that was that the mountains were open and they were in ambush. He ordered them to follow them quietly. Even if there was a desire to engage in battle, one must wait for the most opportune moment. At this moment, something happened to the fleeing bear. His face instantly changed. He eventually fell, sliding forward several meters. The men standing nearby laughed, shouting that the animal could no longer run. One of them approached him and shouted at him to get up and run away. They hadn't played enough yet. Suddenly, someone placed a huge hand on his head. A huge man stood there and told him that he had eaten venison mixed with white flowers and had been wounded in the stomach. It was amazing that he had managed to run so far. He told him that the bear should die with dignity, unlike him. Having shouted loudly that no one had given permission to mock him, he threw his comrade into a tree with incredible force. He even started coughing up blood from the pain. It seemed to him that his entire body was broken from one blow. He ordered everyone to move aside, and then slowly began to approach the bear. Raising and pointing his weapon towards the beast, he addressed it, saying that he promised a quick but painful end. In his hands was a blade made of obsidian. Obsidian is a natural volcanic glass. The fracture point is very sharp. Our hero heard all this and was surprised because the mountain tribe had thought of mixing venison with poison. He praised them. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of our hero, giving him a side mission that involved saving a bear. Our hero was surprised because he didn't quite understand why he needed to save this little animal. He wondered if the system wanted to kill him by forcing him to risk starting a war with the mountain tribe in a situation of numerical superiority and saving the bear that had recently almost killed him. He was angry at her because the reward was only 2 stat points and some sympathy. In response to our main character's indignation, a system window popped up, which said that if such a one-time rare task was refused, it would never be launched again, which made our hero surprised. At this time, the leader of the mountain tribe had already taken aim, our hero, seeing that time was extremely limited. He rushed towards the bear. He was going to save the bear. The man had already begun to attack with the intention of killing the animal. But our main character managed to do it in time. Summoning his axe, he blocked the attack of the mountain tribe leader. The onslaught was one of the strongest that our main character experienced. When they touched, it seemed for a second as if the air had been cut in half. Immediately, angry comrades ran up to their leader, furiously trying to find out who had just interfered with their king. The rest of our main hero's subordinates also pulled themselves up, surrounding him. They were preparing for an intense battle. Chen Li thought that as long as he trusted this broken system, he really hoped that the bear's sympathy would be worth the risk. The system reminded our protagonist that the bear was poisoned, so his time was severely limited, namely 10 minutes. Our hero understood that the main task was to save the bear, and not to engage in a fierce battle with the mountain tribe. But these 10 minutes embarrassed him very much. He had no time to talk to them. One of the mountain men standing next to the leader began to shout about how they dared to take their prey. Suddenly, the leader's face changed, because he was already familiar with this face. He asked this huge guy next to him, is he from the Sea Tribe? And then he added that he apologized, because he doesn't remember weaklings. Heiku's face changed, and with anger, he clenched his teeth and asked his king how much longer they would have to endure all this. At this time, our main character looked in surprise at the system window, which said that he would be fined for failing to complete the task. His little friend would shrink in half. Our main character realized what kind of little friend we were talking about, which caused the whole world to break down. After all, his wife would mock him. He even imagined it. Tears began to appear on his face. He screamed that this should not happen. His face resembled a demon. The mountain dwellers even began to exchange glances because of this. Turning to Heike, he said that there were too many opponents. They had to be careful. And then he added that he had only one order, and that was not to die. Our heroes went into battle with the mountain tribe. Loud cries and sounds of battle began to be heard. At this time, our main character covered the monster's body with liquid, thinking that the wound was shallow and therefore not fatal. The system's countdown was already showing 9 minutes. Our main character was breathing heavily. He thought that the next step would be to neutralize the poison, but he didn't know how. But remembering the punishments, tears appeared in his eyes again. There was a fierce battle around him. The inhabitants of the mountain tribe fell next to the hero sitting on the ground. Turning away, he looked, wanting to understand their situation. But when he saw it, it seemed to him that for now they were in an advantageous position. But everyone was wounded. There was little time and truth left. Our main character continued to think. Suddenly, a menacing and loud voice began to be heard, telling them that they were indeed capable. But that was enough. "Time's up!" shouted the king of the mountain tribe with an angry look looking towards our heroes. The chief of the mountain tribe, with a smile on his face, said that in front of him stood a bunch of vagabonds who had just gathered together, and he praised them. Looking at them with angry eyes, he told them to leave while he allowed them to. They would not have another chance. Heiku, in response, also angrily told him not to gurgle, because he had a personal score to settle with him. One of Heiku's comrades shouted that they had just warmed up and they already wanted to leave. They were still full of energy and ready to continue the fight. Our hero continued to try to cure the bear. Shigu in turn asked to leave everything to them because they still had the situation under control. The timer was already showing 6 minutes. Our main character was not making it, and time was running out. He didn't know how to neutralize the poison because he had never encountered them before. He understood that Shigu was bluffing because he was barely holding on. And if everything continued like this, he would not only fail the mission, but also hear the evil giggling of the system. The king of the mountain tribe raised his huge leg, and then he stamped with great force, causing the earth to seem to split into 2 parts. The power from this attack began to run towards our heroes, who were barely standing on their feet. Suddenly, his face became embarrassed. He couldn't believe his eyes. Our main character was able to repel this powerful attack without any difficulty. The standing king thought that most likely a showdown between their tribes could not be avoided. The mountain king said the word name angrily and affirmatively. Our hero standing in front of him asked the name of what he was not going to back down. He asked with a smile what their tribe was called because he had previously thought of them as a bunch of vagabonds. But he was wrong. He introduced himself by saying that he was the king of the mountain tribe, asking our protagonist who he was. He immediately introduced himself by saying that he was the king of newbies, and then gave his name. The mountain king lowered his weapon, saying that it was not his style to attack a few people in a crowd, so he would settle the score with him another time. With a terrifying smile, he said that he enjoyed today's fight. He was glad that he met them today. Turning around, he ordered his subordinates to take the one who passed out because they were returning now. At this time, the man who was thrown into the tree continued to cough up blood. The mountain king approached him and told him to stop vomiting because they were leaving, and he agreed with a trembling voice. Our main character continued to look carefully in the direction of the departing tribe so that they would not set up an ambush. Shigu approached our main character and said that they were very lucky because they had just come out of the water practically dry. At this time, the system timer continued to decrease. It already showed 4 minutes. This was stressing our king. After some time, the mountain tribe had moved far enough away from the battle with the newcomer tribe. The king, walking ahead, thought about what had happened with a smile on his face. One of his subordinates turned to him, asking if they were just going to leave, since everything had turned out too easy for that tribe of newcomers. To which he replied that today he had taken only a white flower with him on the hunt, but had not taken ginseng. In addition to this, the supernatural power granted to him by the sorcerer was soon to run out. He said that the kid who fought him was not so simple because he was able to quickly block his blow, into which he put 70%. And looking at his relaxed posture, he was sure that he was hiding a lot of things. He also noticed his unusual weapon. He was curious about where it came from. Looking into the distance with the same terrifying smile, he said that next time he would not let them go so easily. At this time, our main character continued to try to cure the bear. He asked his subordinates if anyone knew how to neutralize the poison. They looked at him with a dull expression on their faces, shaking their heads in denial. One of the subordinates asked the king why they needed to neutralize the poison, since it was their prey lying in front of them. The king, in turn, with a little fear on his face, replied that he did not have time to explain. All they need to know is that it is a huge life and death issue if this bear dies. The king's expression made his subordinate afraid. Having taken out honeysuckle and burdock, our main character said that these 2 herbs have a poison-neutralizing effector, but he does not know whether it will be able to neutralize the poison of white datura. He could only try to make a desperate attempt. He said to open the bear's mouth, because he was going to feed these herbs to him. They opened his mouth in fear. The king in turn asked not to use so much force, because even drops of tears began to appear in the bear's eyes. Time was running out, only 2 minutes left. Our hero watched with trepidation. Everyone was waiting. The bear still did not move. At the last second, the system notified that the poison in the bear's body was no longer lethal. The danger was eliminated. With tears in his eyes, he began to hug the bear, shouting that he could finally catch his breath. Shigu asked our hero if they saved the bear, to which he replied that for now his life was not in danger. Heiku grabbed Shiga and loudly began to ask the king to catch up with the mountain tribe and take revenge on them, because they could not have gone far. To which the king replied that they did not yet know all the details, and if they acted rashly, they could suffer great losses. He said that if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and if they lose people because of it, it will be tantamount to defeat. Our protagonist said that since they would come to them themselves, They would think through a plan of action and accumulate strength for victory. The subordinates began to discuss the king's words among themselves, but not everyone understood these abstruse words. After some time, our hero, putting his hand on the bear, ordered everyone to return to the camp after taking the nettles. He was going to take care of the bear personally. The king ordered Shigu to tell the queen to send reinforcements to the patrols and post sentries as quickly as possible because they would soon have guests. After some time, Shigu and the others already went to the camp. Our main character, sitting by the fire, leaning on the bear, sat with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, he began to hear a huge number of different sounds coming from around him. Opening his eyes, he saw a huge number of sparkling eyes coming from the shadows of the forest. Seeing the animals approaching, he said out loud that he knew they would want to take advantage of such a wonderful opportunity. With a smile on his face, he raised the axe, because today's dinner was practically ready. Dawn was already approaching, the sun was rising, and its rays began to illuminate the forest. One after another, the animals fell to the ground. Loud sounds, screams, and squeaks were heard. Occasionally, our hero would even get scared and twitch from the volume. An hour later, our main character was already eating food fried over a fire, saying out loud how delicious the food was. The bear opened one eye and began to twitch from one side to the other, trying to get up. Turning his head toward the main character, he looked straight into the face without looking away. Our hero became embarrassed. While tearing off a piece of meat, our hero told the bear that we advise him to be honest and not refuse his offer. And later he added that if he didn't like the fried food, the rest of the animals lying nearby were all for him. Gradually, the food ran out and the flame began to die out. Our new hero showed with his whole appearance, holding his stomach, that he was very full. A few seconds later, a system window appeared in front of Chen Li's face, congratulating our hero on the successful completion of the mission. He began to rejoice, because as he had planned, the first thing he would do would be to increase his physical fitness to a critical level. While he was thinking, a bear with a baby animal in its teeth came close to him, and after putting it next to him, he began to push it to the feet of our king, who was surprised by such actions. He asked the bear if he had really left this for him, and to himself he wondered if this was really the sympathy of bears. He laughed, because he couldn't even imagine this before. He liked it. He began to imagine dirty thoughts, thinking about the bear's gratitude. Standing up and shaking off the sand, he told the bear that he was already okay and his life was not in danger, so it was time for him to return home. As he was leaving, something confused him and made him stop. After all, the bear grabbed him by the clothes and did not let him go further, making sounds similar to howling. Our hero asked him if he really wanted him to take him with him. He immediately began to smile, opening his mouth, showing with his whole appearance that he was looking forward to this. With a stupid face, holding out his finger, our king began to shout that the bear should turn into a beauty, while the bear, in turn, looked at him incomprehensibly. And then, changing his face to one of contempt, our hero said that he couldn't even turn into a bear, so what benefit could he be of? He began to howl pitifully. And then he thought that a bear as a riding animal even lives very cool. But at the same time, in order to ride it, you will have to hunt several times more. After thinking it over, he waved his hand, saying that he was taking him with him, and also that from today on his name would be Xiongda. He began to raise his hands in delight. Jump, run, he liked the name. And then, hugging him like a beast, he began to lick the face of our main hero. The king smiled. Walking and stroking his new subordinate, he thought that now he had a strong assistant. And then he climbed on top of him, because they could go where the mountain dwellers went to scout the road. Continuing to move forward, enough time passed that our hero was already thinking that he had taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, he noticed tracks that were gradually becoming deeper and deeper, which meant that the ground was becoming softer. Suddenly, something confused his gaze, and he noticed something that was already familiar to him. Right in front of him, a huge bamboo forest appeared. He thought that bamboo could be used not only as a building material, but also for making firecrackers. You need to mix saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in a ratio of 75 to 15 to 10, and then immerse the mixture in a bamboo tube. He knew that if they could make firecrackers, it would likely catch the enemy off guard in the decisive battle. Even if the explosion is not powerful enough, its sound will remain very loud, and this should scare people. He remembered how they had found some saltpeter before, and with charcoal everything is just as easy. Use the method of firing in a kiln. But with sulfur everything was different, because it could only be found near volcanoes. Continue making your way through the bamboo forest. He ordered the system to open the system window. On the map, he tried to find at least something resembling a volcano. Suddenly it dawned on him that the giant who was sleeping was near a volcano, and apparently it was the closest volcano. He understood that if he didn't get too close to it, then he could most likely take a risk and take a look. After all, last time he was preoccupied with how to escape as quickly as possible and did not consider any nearby resources. He ordered the bear to turn around, because now they would go north. They would try to take a risk. He was going to help his new friend, who was many times bigger than him. Laughing, he told the bear not to shit himself from what he saw. After some time, our heroes saw a standing snowy mountain. The bear ran across the wastelands at incredible speed, raising a huge column of dust behind him. Suddenly, our hero ordered the bear to stop. He was a little tired. Looking towards the lake, our hero thought that this was most likely the same lake where Huiku and Xiong were. He remembered how he had already walked along that road, but then he was not in the mood to look at the area. But this time, he would take advantage of this opportunity. As he approached the lake, he told the bear to move as quietly as possible and not to hurry, taking slow steps. Stopping, he began to talk about how he should be as careful as possible and keep his eyes open. But after some time, the king relaxed, because nothing unusual was happening. He had already managed to think that the sea monster could only be seen by chance. Suddenly, the bear began to growl, which made Chen Li tense up. He asked the bear what he noticed, because he himself saw absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a huge wave rose up, causing the lake to spill beyond its boundaries. This made our heroes tense, because now they would see that very monster. A huge growling head appeared, emitting a growl that could be heard for several meters around, causing the body to tremble. Our hero ordered the bear not to move without attracting attention. A huge green Tyrannosaurus appeared right in front of our heroes. The huge Tyrannosaurus roared. Its size was several dozen times larger than the bear's, and compared to it, a man seemed like a tiny speck of fluff. With a slightly trembling voice, our hero told Xiongda to duck quickly. They hid in the thick grass, and the green-skinned monster rushed forward. Our hero noticed a collar on his neck. He assumed that this animal was the giant's pet, which had escaped while he was sleeping. And he also suggested that perhaps the monster that scared off the saber-toothed tiger was precisely this Tyrannosaurus. And besides, those huge tracks looked like its feet. After thinking it over for a moment, he thought that if he took all these factors into account, then the giant on the mountain had fallen asleep at least more than 15 days ago. Bending down to his pet's ear, he told him to quietly walk around him. But the main thing was not to disturb him under any circumstances. The departing heroes tried not to make unnecessary sounds and movements, while the green-skinned one was watching something in a completely different direction, not even suspecting that our heroes were at his feet. Making their way through the huge thickets of grass, the bear and the king approached the snow. A few minutes later, they were moving through huge snowdrifts. Our hero told his pet not to hurry, and at that time he examined the surrounding areas. When suddenly he told him to stop, because they would not go any further, because the snow was getting thicker. And if something happened, they won't be able to escape from here quickly, so that's all. Having climbed down from the bear, he sank waist-deep. The amount of snow was frightening. Following the bear, they made their way through huge snowdrifts. Turning to the bear, the king told him not to worry. He would walk behind him and would under no circumstances leave him here alone. But at the same time, asked him to be extremely careful and to keep an eye on his surroundings. The bear noticed something and began to dig through the huge snowdrifts. He picked up some yellow, shiny object and began to examine it. He smelled a strong odor that confused him. He didn't understand what that smell was under the layer of snow. The bear, in turn, continued to dig. As he approached the bear, our hero felt that the smell was getting stronger and it was impossible to make a mistake. He began to help his pet by throwing snow in different directions. Suddenly, his face lit up because he had found what he had been thinking about just recently. He began to joyfully pronounce the name of his new comrade over and over again. And then he shouted to him that they had found sulfur. He was very happy with his find. As he examined her, he realized that there could be no mistake here. After all, with such reserves of sulfur, the production of firecrackers is just around the corner. Enough time passed. Our main character returned to his tribe. Riding a bear, he frightened the rest of his tribe. Xiong, noticing the king, began to shout at the top of his voice that their king had returned. But then everyone started shouting in surprise about the animal on which their king was sitting. Chen Li greeted everyone, explaining that from now on this was their new friend, and his name was Xiong Da. Xiong began to admire his king, shouting out loud that he wanted to become as majestic as the king when he grew up. Having dismounted from the bear, The king told him that he would find him a cool mount in the near future. After these words, the little boy began to jump for joy, thanking his great king. Giving the bamboo to Ayu, he told her to dry it because they would still be very useful. The queen of the tribe came close to the bear's face with admiration on her face, asking the king if she could ride him, to which she received a positive answer from her husband. But they were interrupted by cries of alarm coming from the mouth of the amphibian. He, trembling, attracted attention to himself, shouting about some kind of trouble that had happened. Our king approached him, telling him to catch his breath, and then explained the seriousness of the situation. As soon as he could catch his breath, he began to tell that a huge monster had appeared in the sea near the shore, that it was going wild at the moment, and that the waves it was raising were destroying the salt on the beach. These words made our hero tense. He understood that since he had come running here, they clearly could not cope with him. Taking hold of the bear, he told it not to worry, because he would personally go to the beach to assess the whole situation. Our main character set off on a journey riding a bear. The bear covered the distance much faster than if our hero had run on his own. A few minutes later, our heroes arrived at the sea, on the beach, where one of the territories of our tribe was located. Seeing everything with his own eyes, he was surprised because he saw a huge fish, which scattered our king's subordinates in different directions. They screamed in fear and pain. He couldn't believe that it was such a huge fish. He needed to check what kind of monster was in front of him now. In front of him, an ichthyosaur was raging in the water, and it had no intention of letting our heroes go. They couldn't leave this little fish unpunished, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Turning to his pet, he told him that if he could pull him out onto the shore, then victory was in their pocket. The bear growled, as if to say that he understood his task. With a loud cry and roar, our heroes rushed into battle. Xiongda jumped up, flying straight towards the ichthyosaur. He swung his weapon and shouted that victory would be theirs today. The fish raised its tail upward, attacking the attackers. Having touched the bear, he threw the king off his back, but he did not lose his head and rushed to continue attacking the fish. He struck the fish with his axe, and blood splashed in all directions. She began to squeal in pain, and after recovering a little from this, she immediately rushed to attack the attacker, trying to swallow him. Having grabbed him with her mouth, she wanted to close it, but our main character prevented this action, using all his strength. The fish jumped from one side to the other, causing a huge amount of water to splash in different directions. Underwater, our hero realized that he didn't have enough air. The fish tried to drag him into the depths of the sea. It understood that the man would not have enough air for long. Our main character tried with all his might to hold the fish's mouth so that it wouldn't eat him, thinking about how he could get out of this situation. The air was already running out. He thought that if things continued like this, then she would soon simply run out of air and he would drown rather than be eaten. Suddenly, the little fish stopped without any movement and began to try to wriggle away. The bear grabbed her by the tail with a loud howl, holding her in one place. Growling and showing his displeasure, he was angry because this huge fish had just dragged his king into the water. He tried with all his might to pull the wriggling fish out of the water. Our hero understood this. He couldn't give up, because Xiongda was still following their plan, so he also needed to win. She, in turn, began to try even harder to close her mouth. Chenli understood that he would no longer be able to withstand such a huge onslaught. He needed to do something. At this time, from behind the monster, some amphibian girl was swimming right up to him, holding knives in her hands. Our hero noticed some movement out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't even guess that it was an amphibian. Her body began to be covered in an aura. She was preparing to attack. Our hero tensed up because he felt a thirst for blood. There was a powerful blow. This blow was not dealt to our hero, but to the fish. It seemed that the blow should have cut it in half. The monster's jaw opened, blood began to fill the water, and our protagonist began to fall, sinking deeper and deeper. He didn't have enough strength to try to swim. He was running out of air. Closing his eyes, he saw the approaching silhouette of a girl, which was swimming closer and closer. He had never seen her before. He could not believe that this was another enemy who decided to attack them. But the energy completely left his body, his eyes closed. Opening his eyes, he began to cough. He tried with all his might to take in as much air as possible. As soon as he could see his surroundings, he saw his comrades who were glad that their king had woken up. One of them shouted for Alan to come as quickly as possible, but there was no answer. She only glanced towards the king lying on the ground, and after going down, she began to slowly approach him. It seemed that she saw an enemy in him. Sitting down next to him, she looked straight into the smiling face of Chenli, and the amphibians standing nearby were happy. They said that this girl's name was Alan. She was the best swimmer in the Sea Tribe because it was she who killed that monster and pulled the king to shore. Although they, the people of the Sea Tribe, are not particularly smart, Alan, in comparison with the rest of her tribesmen, is quite stupid, one of the sea people continued to tell. To which Chen Li said not to worry about it. After all, she was his savior. He couldn't be angry with her for such a minor mistake. Picking up her weapon, our protagonist was curious as to where she got the obsidian dagger from. The girl explained that her older brother had taken it from the bad guy, and our hero asked her if she had really left the territory of the mountain tribe. The girl, starting to point her fingers at our hero, asked a fellow tribesman standing nearby who this nasty guy was and whether she could fight him, to which he immediately started waving his arms. Approaching her, he stubbornly began to explain something to her, showing with his whole appearance that this was a very bad idea. After some time, the girl, with a stupid speech and a smile on her face, asked the king if he really was their assistant, to which our hero replied that she was thinking correctly. The girl began to sheepishly tell that on that day, a crowd of bad guys entered their land and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, Brother Fang and the other tribe members were locked in the cave with her. And yesterday, when they were working, her brother quietly told her he was going to take out one of the bad guys and give her his gun. She was supposed to use it to cut the rope and then jump off the cliff into the water. After all, according to her brother, only she could get out of there alive and unharmed. The girl, of course, tried to argue with her older brother, but he did not allow her to do so. During their conversation, a large number of mountain tribe members watched them. And also the elder brother ordered her to find Haishi because he is a lucky guy and most likely survived. Well, and she had to obey all his orders. Looking at the girl with a sad face, he asked her if she understood everything in his words, to which the girl nodded her head up and down. She was sad. One of the mountain tribes started pointing his weapon, shouting and asking what those two were doing there. And the elder brother Alan shouted to her that it was time to act, starting to swing his huge carcass, and then sending him flying, directly hitting one of the mountain men, causing him to pass out. He shouted at her to take the dagger as quickly as possible and run away. Well, she ended her story by saying that when she was returning home, she saw a huge monster that attacked our main character. He told her that they would, of course, return to the camp to see everyone, but before that, they would go to Haishi. Standing up, he shook off the sand, looking closely at the girl. He told her that before they returned, he needed to take with him the axe he dropped and the body of this monster. Some time passed. The girl got an axe from the bottom, and with the help of other amphibians, they pulled the fish onto land. On land, they tied the body to a bear who was able to drag it. Approaching the other heroes, our protagonist called Heisha to him. Shigu began to rejoice, because after a long time he was able to see his king, and Heishu immediately recognized the girl, shouting her name with a smile on his face. He asked our hero why they were together, to which he proudly replied that it was a long story. Alan told the whole story again and also answered all the questions of her leader. He asked her if there were still about 10 members of the tribe, including Fang, still alive. And then immediately switching to our main character, he told him that they should immediately free everyone, but he answered him. Having started to explain why this wouldn't work now, but not having finished my story, something confused them. After all, the lighthouse on the western mountain made its presence known, and our heroes could not understand what had happened there. The main character's face changed, because simple animals are not able to light a lighthouse. Our hero recalled the words of the Mountain King, thinking that when he left, he really spoke of revenge. He couldn't believe that the mountain tribe had descended on them. But this was no time to panic. He had to check everything out for himself. Turning to Shigu, he told him to take them to the coastal fortress while they gathered and strengthened their defenses so that they could not attack them. Looking at Haishi and Alan, he told them to immediately go to the western position and sit in ambush, where the patrol team was supposed to help them. While running away, he shouted at Haishi to act without independence and wait for him near the trap area, and he replied that this time he would keep his emotions in check. Our hero tried to get to his tribe as quickly as possible, his speed increasing with every step. He only thought about making sure nothing bad happened. All our heroes were preparing for battle, and then there was a lull. Chen Li rushed to the settlement where the fighters were already lined up. Our protagonist called out to his wife, a note of fear in his voice. The girl, confused, began to ask her king about the monster that had recently attacked. Our hero answered that the problem had been fixed. After that, the queen said that she would now go west to check everything. But the king said that if Haishi went crazy, she would not be able to cope with him. Looking towards his comrades, he began to name names, starting with Huangxi, Languchui. Xiaosheng, Ayun, they should have gone with him. And then he said that the rest and Xiongda would remain on the queen. Dada, who ran up, began to ask her king to take her with him since he had never taken her, and this time she was going to follow him even without his consent. He agreed with a smile on his face, saying that so be it, but she would unconditionally follow his commands. She began to rejoice loudly. At this time, Chen Li ordered Lu Tang to protect the queen. The sun began to hide behind the horizon, and there was still a pitch-black silence. Our heroes were lying in ambush, hiding in the dense foliage and water. They waited for the attackers to approach, believing that they were in an advantageous position, since they were in ambush. The girl watched from a tree, waiting to give a signal as soon as she spotted the mountain tribe. But the man sitting next to him sensed it first, telling his king that they had arrived. From the darkness of the forest, men from the mountain tribe began to appear one by one with torches. The first to come out was their king, who muttered something with a smile on his face. Suddenly his face changed to a serious one. He raised his hand, indicating to everyone that they should stop. And then he started talking loudly about everyone coming out. Because he knows they are here, he shouted about them sorting everything out in a duel. At this time, our hero was wondering if he had really noticed a trap right in front of him. He argued that it was too quiet here because the birds didn't sing, the insects didn't chirp, and the toads didn't croak. And then he added that he didn't like this approach to combat. These words confused our main character quite a bit, making him understand that the only thing left for them to do was to meet the enemy face to face. One by one, our heroes began to appear from the ambushes. Amphibians also appeared from the water, which the Mountain King did not immediately notice. The mountain men began to look around, giggling loudly and waving their torches. Looking around, the Mountain King said with a smile on his face that everything was going as he had planned, because the fight would be equal, since they had an equal number of people. Taking out his weapon, he pointed it towards our king. He challenged him to a duel. It was supposed to be a one-on-one fight. At this time, behind him, the water chief was barely holding back his anger. His breathing was heard by everyone around him. His teeth were scraping loudly as he shouted words of insult towards the Mountain King. And then, with incredible speed, he rushed towards him, saying that in order to fight his king, he first needed to defeat him. But the king's back was covered by one of his subordinates, who also approached his king with incredible speed. Their movements were identical. They were about to grab each other. The contact caused a loud ringing sound, which for a second drowned out the surrounding people. And the ground beneath their feet began to crack, and pieces of earth flew into the air from the shockwave. They thought their strength was equal, but neither of them was going to retreat. At this time, the Mountain King stood there smiling, ordering Mutsu to play with the little fish. After these words, he immediately threw Heishi to the side, as if he did not care about anything. The throw sent him flying back several meters, and from the impact of the fall, the huge stone began to crack and a cough was heard. Our king noticed this and did not immediately believe that an ordinary person could throw him off so easily. Looking at this with a face of surprise, he could not understand. As Heishi lost with his enormous strength, Chen Li's face began to sweat. At this time, Ayun quickly cut the rope hanging nearby with her hands, which sent a huge piece of wood straight into one of the mountain tribe members. The hit was accurate, directly hitting the head and part of the body. But he moved the piece of wood aside with a light movement of his hands, and only a couple of parts of his body turned red from such a powerful blow. Our hero couldn't believe this either, and began to think that they also had some kind of supernatural abilities. Looking at the surrounding situation, he was not happy, because this was again the unknown, and it seemed like they were doomed to this battle. Heishi, sitting leaning against a stone, coughed loudly, making painful sounds. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at his opponent with a smile on his face, who at that time ran to him with the word that now they would finish him off once and for all. But Heishi laughed loudly and dodged the powerful blow that broke the boulder, and then he tried to seize the initiative by starting to attack the man. With his powerful body, he struck the mountain tribe attacker, causing him to rise into the air, and then, grabbing him with both hands, he told him that they would now go for a swim. He realized that something was wrong and tried to get out. As he began to try to slow down, the ground began to crumble from the interaction between the two thugs. The air around them seemed to be distorted by their power. But Alan was not going to let her leader be beaten. She attacked him from the side. He understood that he would not be able to react to her attack. He could not come up with any plan. But a huge man was going to save him, who stopped the log with Aden sitting in his hand. He was thrown towards Alan with incredible force, his speed surpassing our hero. Laughing, he tried to grab her, but she didn't have time to react. With a powerful blow, he sent her straight down into the water, causing her to spray in all directions. The water softened the girl's landing a little. She was going to attack right back. But she was confused by the approaching shadow, the girl thought. Would he really follow her into the water? Suddenly, the attacker appeared, continuing to approach her with the same crazy smile. He laughed, and was even able to say that he was approaching her in order to kill her. The standing protagonist could not believe that a man had chosen uncomfortable conditions for himself in battle. At this time, the two twins were discussing that their king had promised them entertainment. And in the end, Mitsu and Shuihu started first. And after pointing towards our main character, they asked him if maybe they could fight him. And then they rushed towards him without asking permission from their king. Our standing protagonist thought about how the king of the mountain tribe had talked about a one-on-one fight. But in the end, his fellow tribesmen had rushed at him. But Chen Li's comrades were not going to let them attack, shouting that they would only be able to get closer to their king after defeating them. A fierce battle began between the two twins and our heroes. The weapons of the people from the newcomer tribe were superior to those of the mountain people. They forced them to retreat a little, but they were not going to give up. The laughing brothers said among themselves that if they lost, they would be greatly disgraced. They began to divide their spoils among themselves, agreeing that those who attacked them were their enemies. They were going to bathe in rivers of blood. At this time, the thug who stopped the tree with a stupid face watched everything that was happening. He took hold of a piece of log and began to strain and push, and then he embraced him with his whole body. And with just one easy movement, he was able to tear it from the ropes. He was pleased with his strength and his intelligence, looking away with a dull gaze. The Mountain King noticed this, and his face became embarrassed. In a nervous voice, he told him that he could play as much as he wanted. The main thing was that he didn't bother him. He said with a sad face that in that case he would find Mitsu. Seeing this huge man with a log on his shoulder approaching Heishu, our hero understood that he would not be able to cope with two opponents from the mountain tribe at once. Summoning the axe, he went to his side. He needed to help him. But right in front of him appeared the king of the mountain tribe, already swinging his sword. Our protagonist barely managed to avoid a direct, powerful attack. The hero understood that the primary task was to help Heishi, and only then the battle with the Mountain King, because the amphibian could not cope on its own. The brute with the black weapon in his hands was angry because our hero ignored him. With a mad face, he began to shout about how upset he was by the fact that our protagonist was looking down on him. He didn't expect such a speed of attacks. He tensed up. They both moved at incredible speed. No one around them could follow their blows. They moved at top speed. The Mad King continued to yell at Chen Li not to be distracted from their fight. He had to show all his true skills. The man with a tense face began to realize that until he dealt with this bastard, nothing would work out. Looking around, he wanted to find someone who would help Heishi. In his thoughts, he asked someone to help the amphibian. At this time, the mountain man had already swung a log in order to deliver an accurate blow to the water one. But he was confused by the fact that the tree had become much heavier than it had been. Turning around, he noticed that the girl had grabbed onto a tree, shouting at him that she wouldn't give up so easily. Yes, yes, she turned to her future opponent with the words that in strength she had never lost to anyone. He told her that she was pretty, asking if she really wanted to play with him. And then he swung. He wanted to deliver a precise and powerful blow. The blow was fast enough. Dada was going to attack back. But suddenly something attacked the thug's hand, piercing it. As he picked it up, he noticed something sticking out of his hand. The wound was covered with drops of blood. Suddenly some kind of attack began to approach him again. He closed it from her again with the same hand, not showing a drop of pain. This began to anger him. His look changed. He asked loudly if someone else was going to play with him. He asked his king if he could really play with two at once. His king was definitely not deceiving him. To which the fighting king of the mountain tribe replied that he could have as much fun as he wanted, because when he got to the mountain, he would be alone again. Ayun, sitting on the tree, thought that things were bad. She watched the whole picture from the mountain. Standing nearby, Xiong shouted to the girl that their king and the others were fighting a bloody battle. They needed to help them. The girl tensely replied that the trap she had just used, she had used it against bears before. But this monster was not harmed by such a powerful blow. Even if they came down, they would not be able to help in any way. Turning to Xiong, she told him that she would try to distract their attention and that he needed to return to the camp and ask the queen to send reinforcements. The kid asked Ayun to be careful. He said he would handle it quickly. At this time, the fight between the two thugs continued, and the sound of blows from the contact of two powerful bodies was heard. The man shouted that he was already tired of the fish. He didn't like it when they grabbed him. He delivered a powerful blow to Heishi's back with his elbow, intending to tear him away. The blow was truly powerful, causing our hero to cough up blood. But he wasn't going to let him go. He remembered that feeling of pain. It made him move. He was going to push him into the river. He had very little time left. The man tried to resist, doing his best not to let himself be dragged into the water. Heishi shouted to him that they would now bathe together. The man began to rise into the air, hearing words that there would now be a fight on their territory. The girl, seeing this, began to shout loudly to her leader that he shouldn't come near here because it wasn't safe. Suddenly, two hands appeared from the water and were about to grab our heroine. They dragged her to the bottom. The water chief noticed this. He began to worry about Alan. He couldn't believe that she couldn't have a fight in the water. At this time, the man continued to strike the fish with powerful blows, shouting for him to let it go. Heishi's back was covered in abrasions. The blows made a loud roar, and the man screamed at him to die. The amphibian was coughing up blood, but he was not going to let the man go. His eyes turned black. They were all angry. It began to envelop his mind. He lifted the man up, intending to throw him. With a powerful blow, he flipped him over himself, falling straight on top of him. From this blow, the earth shook, and some parts of the earth began to rise into the air. Both fighters lay on the ground without any movement, grimacing in pain. Heishi was worried about the others, asking for forgiveness that he would not be able to help them. He believed in their victory, thinking that he left the rest to them. At this time, the battle between the twins and our heroes continued. The battle was fierce. Our heroes were about to use the very move they had been practicing. At this time, the brothers laughed at them because the prey was going straight into their hands. They were going to first deal with the attacker who had a hammer and then take on the second one. They both rushed at one, shouting that this would be his end now and then they would take care of the second. Having attacked him, Langachuyu's eyes began to hurt. They burned and watered, while the brothers laughed, and our hero held his eyes trying to wipe them. A comrade from our tribe rushed to the aid of his colleague. He was worried about him. He was going to destroy these scoundrels because they cheated by using poisons and also by attacking one person at once. His anger knew no bounds. He shouted at them to dare attack him, throwing his axe towards one of the twins. The hit was accurate. He screamed in pain. Because it entered right into his shoulder, blood began to spill. He began to tell Languchui to go away and leave everything else to him. But the second twin was furious. He was infuriated by the fact that his brother could be injured by some bungler. He began to initiate a fight between the two fighters. After some time, the twin was able to wound our hero, piercing him through with his weapon. He, coughing up blood, said that there were only 2 steps left. And then he grabbed the attacker's hands and began to press him to himself. He couldn't understand what these 2 steps were, what this counting was for. But he, squeezing his hands, said the number 1. He shouted so loudly that Languchui, who was standing nearby and wiping his eyes, paid attention to him. He immediately understood his comrade's thoughts and, with his eyes closed, rushed towards the attacker at the sound. Pushing off the shield, he jumped even higher to deliver a powerful blow. He screamed that he would end him here and now, making him scream in pain. The twin, seeing the man flying towards him, did not have time to react. But in addition to the fact that the attacker was flying towards him at incredible speed, he was also being held back. His wounded brother, covered in blood, was rushing to his aid from behind him. He was able to push his brother away, taking the blow himself. From the pain, a scream was heard. Blood flowed from the mouth. The rescued man, sitting on the ground, trembling, asked his brother to answer, but there was silence in response. At this time, Ayun opened fire from a tree, trying to somehow help Dade. Her opponent was very slow, so it was easy to hit him. But he didn't feel any pain. The arrow seemed to just scratch him, but didn't cause any real damage. Dada will soon completely run out of strength, and this cannot go on any longer, the girl thought. Suddenly, she noticed something that gave her a wonderful idea. Her gaze fell on the rope that lay next to the log. The girl's strength was running out. She understood that just a little more and she would lose in strength endurance. But her thoughts were interrupted by arrows being stuck into the ground nearby. The girl did not understand what was happening. Could it be that Ayun is missing, thought the big yes, yes? She began to carefully examine where the arrows were stuck. She tried to see that. What was Ayun trying to convey to her? Having looked at everything carefully, she was sure that the comrade sitting in the tree was trying to convey something to her. Suddenly it dawned on her. She understood everything, thinking about how smart Ayun was. Yes, yes, she began to press the ground, and the ground under her foot began to crumble. And then, with a sharp movement, she rushed to the side, trying to grab the rope lying on the ground. The standing man laughed and asked her if she was really tired of playing with him. But she answered with a smile that this was only the beginning, and also the end. And then, with a rope in her hands, she rushed towards the man. He stood there, not immediately realizing what the attacking girl had in mind, and began to swing the log. But she directed the rope with incredible speed, straight to his feet. By inertia, she began to entangle his legs, writhing like a snake. And then she started circling around him. Dust rose from her speed. The man didn't understand what he was trying to do. Yes, yes. He thought she was trying to hide from him. He asked her to continue playing with him. She, in turn, continued to provoke him, shouting at him. As soon as the rope became taut, she pulled it with a sharp movement of her hands, forcing her legs to squeeze together. He fell, hitting the ground with a powerful thud, and even dust rose from his fall. At this time, Heishi was lying on the ground, listening to how he had been underestimated. His opponent said that he was very lucky that the fish was just a little short of killing him, when a log appeared from behind him and flew straight towards him. The leader of the water tribe was surprised by this picture, and Heishi's face made the enemy turn his attention behind his back. But as soon as he started to turn, a huge piece of wood flew into him. Having made him fall to the ground without any movements, the little fish thought that this time he was much luckier than him. The battle between the two kings continued, and the contact of their weapons produced a piercing ringing sound. And also, every contact of blows forced them to move away from each other, pushing off. Both of them were already out of breath and starting to get tired, but no one was going to back down. The main character's hand went numb. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the next blow and would be exposed to it. Suddenly, a torch fell between the two kings, and then a squeak was heard. A boy ran up to the Mountain King and said that it was time to use it. He knew that his king did not like using it, but he added that it was the order of the witch herself. He held out 4 red flowers towards him, telling him that he would hide in the water when things got tough, and that he could return home unharmed. Smiling, he said that his king himself knew what would happen if he lost this battle. He looked towards the boy and remained silent, looking menacingly in his direction. Our protagonist saw this picture, thinking that this man was holding red ginseng. Were they really going to give up their minds to strengthen their bodies? He began to concentrate power in his right hand, and yellow symbols began to slowly form, which later turned into a covering of the entire body. Our hero understood that this could not be allowed under any circumstances. He was going to use all his strength. Looking towards the boy who was handing him red ginseng, the Mountain King thought that the witch had figured out his true character. But their conversation was interrupted by a beam flying towards them, which was approaching them at a fairly fast speed. I barely managed to jump to the side before the attack swept through, destroying everything in its path. A second later, the huge trees standing behind the Mountain King were cut in half, but the Mountain King himself did not even flinch. Thinking that his king was not so decisive, he began to reach towards the burning torch. Covered in sweat, he told him to let him. To do everything and decide for him, he was going to set fire to the red flower. But he, in turn, with incredible speed, knocked down the torch with his foot, pressing it into the ground. The baby was shocked by such actions, because how dare he resist the witch's order? And he, with a menacing face, answered him that he did not believe that this was her order, and then added that he could return and report everything to her. He, getting up angrily, told him not to regret these words later, and then he ran away, shouting that one of his legs was here and the other there, telling him to wait just a little bit. Looking towards the floating baby, there was deathly silence. And then the Mountain King turned towards our main character, looking him over from head to toe, thinking that this destructive power was simply incredible. Our king himself at that time was thinking that there was no time to recover. Even the power of Pangu was already running out. His vision was starting to blur, and he couldn't stay in that state for long. Even if you manage to land at least one more blow on him, he will fall down like a pillar immediately after it, losing consciousness. He thought that their situation did not inspire much optimism either. After all, your strength must have been exhausted long ago. If he misses and the mountain chief of the community survives, he will swat everyone else at once. Chen Li couldn't understand why he put out the torch. He was trying to figure out what kind of trick his opponent was going to pull. He rushed towards him, thinking that there was no time to think at all, because it was unknown what awaited him, life or death. So while he still had some strength left, he had to do everything as quickly as possible. The heroes continued fighting, moving from side to side with incredible speed. The sounds from their blows seemed to cut through the air, echoing across a large distance. Both heroes began to get even more tired. Their breathing became ragged again, and their faces became covered in sweat. The Mountain King asked our protagonist why he had not shown this incredible power before. He thought that such wounds were not his doing. He assumed that the reason for such strength was in the ritual of sacrifice, and began to make a menacing face. His body began to fill with anger. He rushed at the main character with even greater cruelty. Gorny told our king that apparently he would not have enough strength for long, so victory would be his. And then, with trembling hands, he added that he himself was on the verge. The divine power granted by the witch was about to disappear, and he will not be able to withstand the next attack of our king, and will not be able to dodge. With a smile on his face, he said that the next attack will be with all his remaining strength. Our hero looked at him with the same menacing face, continuing to listen to him, telling him not to worry, because as soon as his opponent falls without strength, he will not touch any of his subordinates. But Chen Li told him not to make unnecessary promises, although he respected it. He began to accumulate all his energy. The air around his body began to distort greatly. The Mountain King also began to gather all his strength, preparing to deliver his most powerful blow. Our hero rushed into the attack first, wanting to strike first. But he was not going to wait against him. He also rushed straight towards our hero, his body covered in a dark aura. There was a powerful collision of two blows, which distorted the air and then began to slowly lift particles of earth into the air. And then dust began to rise, which hid the silhouettes of the heroes. Our king screamed. He realized that a powerful explosion was about to happen. But before he could jump back, there was a powerful bang, the sound of which could be heard for several kilometers around. A huge column of dust rose from it, rising straight into the sky. Everyone around took notice, forgetting about their own battles. They couldn't believe their eyes what just happened. But as soon as the dust began to disappear, the Mountain King appeared lying on the ground, and a silhouette standing next to him. The bald man lay unconscious on the ground, his body covered in bruises. And from behind the rising dust, our main hero began to appear, barely able to stand on his feet. He tried with all his might to inhale as much air as possible. Turning his attention to his opponent, he saw a king lying nearby. With a bright smile on his face, he was pleased with this fight. His subordinates were also defeated. The newcomer tribe proved stronger than the mountain tribe. But Chen Li's hand was pierced by pain, as if it was being torn into small pieces, and then drops of blood began to appear, which gradually covered his entire hand. While healing her, he thought about how he shouldn't use Xiu Pangu for trifles. He lost his balance and began to fall. He was glad that the fight was won, but his strength completely left him. But he fell far from the ground, but into the soft parts of Ayun, who caught him. The girl said that the leader of their tribe could not become a disgrace. Chen Li told her to be careful because their man was still in the water. But she, looking towards the approaching queen, asked her king not to worry because their allies had arrived. The king, giving her some healing ointment, told her to make sure that the Alan was safe, and then they could leave, and she agreed with a not very pleased face. He began to fall again. This time he did not have the strength to remain conscious. Closing his eyes, he told the girl that he needed just a little rest. Opening his eyes, he heard conversations about someone being released, and someone was going to take care of the king. He wondered whether he was already home or not. He couldn't understand. His mind had not yet come to its senses. Turning his head to the side, he saw Xiao Wan closing the door. And after she began to undress, these actions embarrassed our main character. He screamed. But the girl did not react to this in any way, and began to walk slowly towards her husband. She started to climb onto the bed. Chen Li asked her with a trembling voice what she was going to do. She sat on him, starting to make exciting sounds that made not only her hands but also her legs tremble. She leaned towards the king's face, which was already covered in sweat from surprise. She began to touch him gently. Chen Li's whole face was red. He began to squeeze his eyes. Xiao Wan adjusted her hair and asked him if he really liked pretending to be asleep, although she didn't care at this point since she wasn't going to wake him up anyway. And then, slowly, in an exciting voice, she said that in the end, she liked being the initiator better. He opened his eyes after these words and squealed in embarrassment, asking his wife what she was doing here. And then he began to try to change the subject in a trembling voice. asking about the state of Alan and the enemies. But she was not going to answer these questions. Covering her mouth with her finger, she said that she did not think that now was the right time to ask such questions. She started to pull down your top, which covered her breasts, saying that she was interested in what he was capable of in such a state. Looking at all this, he thought that although he had everything for a long time, he was already ready for this day. But he imagined everything differently. He imagined how he could do it with two at once, and they couldn't believe how energetic their king was. With tears in his eyes, he thought about how the image of the all-powerful leader had disappeared so quickly. He resigned himself to everything, thinking that he would let her command herself. Suddenly, a system window popped up, issuing a task 7 times that night. Chen Li reread the task several times, not believing that this damn system had issued such a task. And then she added that the leader must be the strongest in many things. 1 time out of 7 must last at least an hour. The punishment in case of failure will be a change of orientation, as well as impotence. Beads of sweat began to run down the hero's face. He thought that he had not yet recovered for such a task. He would die if everything happened 7 times. After all, it was the same as choosing suicide before the final blow to the boss. It was an impossible task. And then, having started whistling, he thought that he should just relax because nothing terrible would happen if he simply ignored her. But the system started to sound a siren, saying that silence was a sign of consent. After this, he immediately shouted for his wife to stop immediately. She leaned towards him and said that gentle pushes only added interest. The hero's face turned even redder. He considered this day the worst in his entire time in this world. He thought about who could help him now. A drop of blood came out of his nose and he began to prepare for his last night. But then a loud sound was heard, as well as a roar, which burst into our hero's chambers, forcing the girl to cover her bare chest. He was surprised to see the owner in front of him, with the girl sitting on him. But having come to his senses, the bear began to growl loudly, showing his displeasure. And then a loud sound was heard. The girl could not believe her eyes, looking in surprise at the same point. She screamed at the bear to give up her husband, looking at the back of the fleeing bear. After some time, our heroes had already moved far enough away from the king's chambers. Chen Li asked his pet to let him go. They were all already far enough away. But the bear did not stop. Making our main character tense up, he asked him where he was taking him. He started screaming for someone to help him. Was the bear really going to eat him? With tears in his eyes, he said that it would have been better to stay with Xiao Wan if he had known how everything would end. And the bear, in turn, showed his displeasure with a roar. After some time, our hero stopped at some cave. He threw his master to the ground, who was hit pretty hard when he fell. Getting up, he asked why he had brought his ship and what kind of place this was. And he began to howl loudly, which left our hero dumbfounded. 2 small silhouettes appeared from the cave, peeking out fearfully from the shadows. Seeing them, the hero was surprised because this is it. There were real little bear cubs. The kids began to joyfully run towards the 2 standing heroes, emitting joyful roars. They started hugging the big bear, while Chen Li was still standing there shocked. And then they began to run up to the person standing next to them, still showing joy. As he began to stroke them, he asked Xiang Da if these were really her children. After some time, a system window appeared in front of the hero, which said that 2 bear cubs, under the influence of their mother, were ready to join his community. He looked at them and smiled, thinking that this was simply wonderful news. The number of people in the tribe increased to 98 people, which surprised our hero, because 2 bear cubs are considered 20 people. Looking at them, he thought that the total and net number of people was 68 people. And then the system congratulated our hero on the transition to a new quest, namely the expansion. The deadline for completion was 6 months. He thought with a smile on his face that quite a lot of time had passed since the last main quest. If the system had not warned him, he would most likely have forgotten about it altogether. Looking at the rewards, he was glad that they were good. But the difficulty of completing the quest scared him. He began to laugh, thinking that they would have to speed up the process of preparing for the attack on the mountain tribe. Our hero and the bears were heading back to their settlement. Looking at them, he thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he needed to come up with names for them. Looking at one, he immediately gave him the name Xiong'er, and he thought of another for a long time. Nothing came to his mind except a bald head. But in the end, he settled on Xiongsanem. As they walked, the cubs ran around their mother, making happy sounds. They liked the names. The main character entered calculations according to which there were a couple of days for rest, but after that there was a lot of work to do in order to complete all the work on time. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the system to open the map. Looking at her, he thought, "It's great that the settlement was discovered, because now all that's left is to wait for a bite." The enemy was trapped. Although our hero did not approach their camp, information about the surrounding situation, guard posts and traps was already known, our king thought. He wanted to try to teach everyone the basics of agriculture in 2 days and then go on a reconnaissance mission. As he continued walking through the forest, he hoped that they had left him at least a piece of that huge ichthyosaur. He imagined himself devouring those delicious pieces of meat. 3 whole days passed. Our hero stood at the gate showing the entrance and exit of their settlement. Sitting on his pet, he said words of farewell, extending and waving his hands sweetly. The girls stood with sad faces because they did not have time to fully enjoy their time with their king. Looking at the little one, Chen Li told him to take care of the cubs, and also adding that he would have to deal with them for 3 or 4 days at most. He also told the girls not to allow the squad with the catapults to become lax, and they also needed to watch Alan, relying on the fact that she might be able to remember something else. The queen stood there embarrassed and told her husband that they were not stupid and did not need to be told the same thing 10 times. Turning to Ayu, our protagonist asked her why she was sad, and also whether they had planted the millet seeds, to which the girl replied that they had, and also added that the farmland was carefully looked after, so there should be no problems. She asked her king to be careful, because the people of the mountain tribe are not at all reasonable. She was worried about him. To which the queen standing nearby shouted at her, telling her that this was all nonsense, because their leader was not their enemy, especially since a bear was walking with her husband. Having said his final goodbyes, our hero ordered his pet to go. He immediately rushed away from the girls. The king shouted to them that he would return soon. Ayu exhaled heavily, saying that she hoped that Chen Li would be fine, while his wife, who was standing next to him, nervously glanced towards her competitor. As she walked away, she continued to look in her direction, clearly showing all the signs of jealousy. Her thoughts were only about the fact that her husband could have cheated on her, and if this was true, then he was doomed, the green-haired girl thought. Having moved away to a normal distance, she shouted with anger in her eyes, "You know what to do." At that very second, 3 girls in cloaks and masks suddenly appeared in front of her. One of them turned to her mistress with the words that she should be calm. She gives her word that the task will be completed. After listening to the end, the queen waved her hand, after which all 3 girls set off on a secret mission with incredible speed. She stood there with a sad face, thinking that last time she almost got to the point, but the bear took him away. She was angry because she had to make sure that her husband really went on a reconnaissance mission. She thought that our hero had some kind of hidden secret hut. At this time, our hero sneezed, over and over again without stopping. Looking around nervously, he couldn't understand where the cold air was coming from, or whether his wound hadn't healed yet. But at that moment, he noticed a steep slope, thinking that it would not be possible to climb such a slope without any sounds. He ordered his bear to move north, and it immediately bolted to the side. He thought that there were only a couple of ways to climb smoothly. It was no wonder that the mountain tribe had chosen this particular place, because it just smelled of safety. With a depressed face, he wondered what if he sent the main forces head-on without any clever plans. And while they are fighting, he will sneak behind them for a surprise attack. Suddenly, loud words were heard asking our heroes who he was and why he had come here. This made the bear stop abruptly. Our main character barely stayed on his back. He began to quickly look around, trying to see who was screaming. Before he had time to fully look around, mountain men began to appear right in front of him, who were clearly not happy to see him. The bear growled, and our hero shouted at them to calm down because his name was Chen Li. He had come to arrange a meeting with their leader. He explained to them that last time he came with war himself, now it was his turn, adding that this was simple politeness on his part. They began to whisper among themselves, continuing to look rudely in his direction. After some time, they shouted at him to go away because their leader would not talk to him, and if he did not go away, he would become their prey. Our main character was stunned by these words, because if he was trying to look like a sweetheart, then the man-eating bear should have clearly scared them. He thought that these savages had no education at all, so he didn't even want to communicate with them. Thoughts began to visit his head to simply kill everyone. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him surprised. He saw two men behind them carrying huge sacks of something on their shoulders. He could not believe that they were tribal people, but one of the locals told him about people tied hand and foot, but they were not tied. Looking closer, he noticed Mitsu and the chief of the mountain tribe. Their appearance was pitiful. The Mountain King, looking around, also noticed the king, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. He stopped and began to shout, asking if it was really King Chen-Li standing in front of him, and if so, why had he come to see them? Our hero shouted to the bear to rush forward, and she immediately carried out her master's order. The mountain men stood their ground, shouting at the one flying straight at them to stop. But after just a few seconds, they were scattered in different directions. Our hero ran up to the two, asking what could have happened that they had sunk to such a level, since he had come to ask for another fight. The Mountain King explained that their end had come, because their witch did not give divine power to the losers, and those who lost this power became what they were now. And after a few seconds of silence, he added that now he was no longer the leader of the mountain tribe. It was a new guy, much stronger than the former Mountain King. He appeared from behind the rock. He seemed several times larger than the previous Mountain King. He immediately ordered his subordinates to rush into battle, and they furiously rushed into the attack. Our main character's face was no longer so fearless. After all, right now several dozen harpoons were aimed at him, which would obviously now be thrown with the aim of killing him. He couldn't believe or understand when they were able to master the harpoon, because their progress was too fast. With incredible speed, he began to use his divine axe to deflect the harpoons flying at him. Screams of pain began to ring out around him, which surprised Chen-Li. After all, they didn't care about their comrades, two of whom were wounded by a bear and were also under attack by harpoons. These savages completely ignored the presence of their comrades and others. One of the wounded looked towards the former Mountain King, asking him why he was standing there like a pillar when the weapon was right at their feet. He asked him if he really wanted to lie down on the sacrificial table. Reluctantly, he began to pull the harpoon out of the ground, moving slowly. At this time, several savages were already running towards him, looking around. Our hero realized that these savages were coming from all sides. Our king also didn't like the fact that their new leader refused to come down and fight personally. Using the power of Pangu now would have been reckless. Loudly shouting, "The smart one won't go up the mountain," he ordered his pet to move forward. She rushed to the side, trying to avoid being hit by the harpoons as much as possible. Enough time passed. The sun was already setting. Night was coming. Our hero sat on a hill, looking into the distance, examining nature and also thinking about what had happened, making plans. At this time, the bear was fishing behind him in the river flowing next to them. Night fell and the mountain dwellers continued to patrol with torches. Our hero thought that he would not be able to achieve success even now, although it was night. He also understood that all the leaders are just puppets, and some witch hiding behind the scenes is the real leader. He understood that no matter how many leaders he defeated, others would appear, replacing one with another, and eventually someone would defeat our main hero, Chen-Li thought. He began to regret that he had not pumped up his intellect before, because right now he lacked it. He needed to find out where the witch was hiding in order to kill her. But all these thoughts were distracted by the loud and angry roar of his bear. Looking in her direction, he couldn't understand what she noticed and what made her so angry. A few seconds later, he saw a huge column of dust rise into the air. It seemed as if something had rushed along the path at an incredibly fast speed, causing dust to rise. And later he was able to see how the huge green monster was screaming, and these were screams of pain and fear. As he ran, he crashed into trees, seeming to be trying to throw something off his back. Seeing this whole scene, Chen-Li ordered Zhengda not to make a single noise, otherwise they would be noticed. The green-skinned monster continued to scream in pain, its screams echoing over a large distance around. Looking closely, our hero saw some black silhouettes on his body that were biting him. The beast continued to scream, covered in blood. He finally collapsed in pain, continuing to make sounds for several minutes. Eventually, the screams died down, and looking at all this, our hero was afraid to show himself. He tried to make out these creatures that were sitting on him. He was interested in what kind of herd of weirdos this was. Gradually, these creatures began to surround the body of the huge monster. One of them glanced towards the bushes where our main character was sitting. They immediately ducked down so as not to be noticed. But he continued to look towards the bushes. His face was covered in blood. It was running down his body. Our hero thought that they had been noticed. But after some time, they turned around and went in the direction from which the animal had come. Our heroes, seeing these creatures leave, breathed a sigh of relief because they were not noticed. They stood up and walked in the opposite direction, glad that they did not have to fight anyone. And then he turned around. Passing through the river, the hero ordered the bear to stay there. He was going to cross to the other bank to look at everything and return immediately. The depth was sufficient to hide the hero's entire body in it. Having climbed out of the water, he shook himself off, trying to step on the ground as quietly as possible so as not to make any sounds. Hiding behind the trees, he looked around. He was careful. He was wondering how these weirdos managed to drag this monitor lizard so far, and he was also wondering how far their lair was from here. He needed to talk to them in order to find out everything, our hero thought, continuing to hide. Suddenly, from behind his back, he felt a piercing cold breeze, which he felt on his back, but he did not pay attention to it. But it wasn't a breeze. A black silhouette was rushing towards him from behind his back, preparing to attack him. At the last moment, he was able to notice the attacker, but did not have time to dodge. There was a huge column of dust from the impact, as well as a small scream. Our main character squinted his eyes. He couldn't open them right away because of the dust that got into his eyes. He heard some kind of snort that was coming from right above him. Opening his eyes, he saw some girl, or maybe a cat, sitting on him, telling him that he was finally caught. But a second later, both heroes looked at each other in confusion. The girl screamed, asking if he was from the werewolf tribe, her face turning red. Looking at the shocked girl, Chen Li thought that this was an awkward situation. The girl said that werewolves couldn't move as quickly as she did. He answered her that he had no idea what kind of werewolves she was talking about, and he also did not consider himself at all agile. As his gaze suddenly changed over the girl, he noticed, as they sit on a tree, 3 silhouettes, our main character thought. Are these really more enemies? Those, seeing the king's gaze, immediately turned in their direction. This trinity was our queen's secret squad, who kept an eye on the king all the time. The pink-haired werewolf heard this. She felt the approach of danger, due to which she immediately pushed off from our hero's body, flying into the air, and then gracefully landing on the branch of a nearby tree. The werewolf girl started screaming that there was no need to beat or kill anyone for identifying herself. She was angry that they attacked her for no reason. She also added that it would be better for them to cross the river quickly because it was too dangerous here. And then she jumped even higher, starting to move quickly along the tree branches. The girls standing near the king began to ask him about his condition, to which he replied that everything was perfectly fine with him. He was interested in what kind of tribe of werewolves this was. He asked these girls about it. She, covered in sweat, apologized, because she herself had never heard of such a tribe, so she couldn't say anything. Our hero grabbed her chin affectionately. He was interested in what they were doing here and why they were here. The embarrassed girl looked from one side to the other without answering her king. He came close to her, making a face, and she answered him in a trembling voice that it was all because of. But he didn't let her finish. Laughing loudly, he said that he himself knew perfectly well whose handiwork this was. She nodded awkwardly with a wet face, that he understood everything correctly. She was afraid to answer. Looking towards the river, our hero told them that he was very sorry that they were not so resilient underwater. Because the river was big, it would be extremely difficult to swim across. Even Xiongda would not be able to cope. Suddenly, he remembered that the bear, Xiongda, was waiting for him on the other side of the river. Turning to the girls with a smile on his face, he said that they shouldn't stay long. He told them all to come back soon. Some time passed. The beautiful rays of the moon illuminated the forest. Our heroes watched the actions of the mountain dwellers from an ambush. Looking at them, they were furiously discussing something. Our hero said that he had been watching them for a long time, and that this path leading up the mountain was patrolled all night. He also added that he needed help to find out if there was another one here that he could climb unnoticed. The girl with the surprised face asked her king, "What about that girl?" To which he, looking towards those patrolling the path, said that while they would put off the problem with that riverbank, they needed to sort it out here first. He told her to stay here alone. Hyunda had to hide, and he entrusted the rest to her. He himself was going to go west along the river to look around, and he was going to return tomorrow before sunset. Walking past a huge waterfall, our hero looked around. Everything around him seemed strange to him. He thought that it was here that Alan most likely jumped into the river and escaped. Looking down, he would never in his life have thought that if he jumped here, he could survive. This child was blessed. There was no other way, our hero thought. Looking up at the waterfall, he thought that since there was no one near him now, no one would see this. He can climb up without any difficulty, starting to laugh loudly after these thoughts. The only fear that haunts him is that there are already enemies waiting to meet him at the top, and there is a strong current below, so jumping was not a good option either. King Chen-li knew that in both cases he was doomed. Spitting to the side, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the best option in this situation would be to find another place. Making his way through the huge bushes, he looked around, searching for at least something. Suddenly, he began to hear footsteps, and a huge roar of rustling leaves arose. In the distance, he saw several black silhouettes. He wondered if they were people. If so, were they on patrol? He tried to see everything, but he couldn't. It was very hard to see. He was about to come closer while they were going down. Our protagonist began to make his way through the foliage. He heard one of them asking if they could really trust what that guy was saying. And he answered him that this was the only chance to trust him with everything that was left to them. He answered them that if they had not been friends since childhood, he would never have helped them. And then he added that he had not been a member of the mountain tribe for a long time, and this time, despite the enormous risks, he would show the way, but that was the maximum. Our main character began to tense up because this manner of communication, delivery, and voice were so familiar. The former mountain dweller walking ahead thought that he was very lucky to have managed to record the location of each of the traps. He started laughing loudly, shouting that he was a genius, and then he added that they were very lucky to have met him. The personal guard and assistant of our main king led a detachment of mountain dwellers behind him, saying that it would be better for them not to scatter, because if some trap worked, he would not be able to save them. Our King Chen-li watched all this, listening carefully to every word. He couldn't believe that Lu Teng was from the mountain tribe, and then he began to wonder about the possibility that he had been spying on them from the very beginning. But examining them, he became convinced that these savages were not as developed as they seemed at first glance. He was also interested in the question of how he was able to find out the location of absolutely every trap. Our protagonist assumed that he overheard the conversation while they were discussing traps with Shigu. Chen-li didn't intend to attack. He intended to see what they would do next first. It was a full day. The sun was high in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. The trader with the mountain limbs continued to move forward, avoiding one trap after another. Everyone walking was tired, covered in sweat from the heat, and out of breath. One of them fell on his butt, saying that he would not go any further because he was very tired. But Lu Teng sternly answered them that all they had to do was climb the mountain, asking them if they really didn't want to kill King Chen-li. But one of the mountain men, leaning against a tree, replied that they had covered a distance that would have taken a whole night and day in just half a day. Everyone began to fall, breathing heavily, discussing how it would be much easier with divine power. But now it was gone. The trader, looking at them, apologized, saying that there was no other way. He pointed to the top of the mountain, saying that there would definitely be people on guard there, and that sooner or later the patrol would get to them. And among them, there was a rather huge big guy who stood out and was impossible not to notice. He told them that he did not want to be buried there, and also said that he thought that his former comrades did not want to return to a life of slavery. Looking down, he seemed to be thinking about something. His face seemed sad. He said that further on there would be an area with traps, and after that there would be the end of the path. There was one last step left. The former king of the mountain tribe said that it was originally his idea. Their task is to make every effort to implement it. And then, with a menacing face, he added that whoever wanted could return. When he reached the witch, he was going to ask for them too. The former leader stood up, saying that those who wanted to continue their journey could continue now. The others began to rise after him. No one was going to return. The twins looked at each other. One of them continued to sit, but during the discussions, they decided that they would go after their king. All the heroes continued on their way. It was hard for them, but no one was going to give up. At this time, a boy with a wolf skin on his head was on duty at the tower, who carefully watched everything around. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him surprised, because someone had entered the area with traps. Looking down, he wondered if these were hungry wanderers looking for food. The kid noticed Lu Teng, who was climbing up with them. He thought that his comrade should know the safe route. Why was he climbing up here? He began calling loudly to his friend, raising his hand and waving them so that he would pay attention to him as soon as possible. And then he added that none of them should take another step. They stopped. The kid continued to shout that this area was unsafe. They needed to go back the same way they came here. The twins were the first to get nervous because they had been noticed and the enemy was on high ground. Mitsu told the former king that it was not too late to retreat. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Lu Tong looked up at the mountains, thinking about why this idiot was the sentry today. After all, if there had been someone else, he wouldn't have tried to save. The traitor continued to think. And then he added that he would immediately call the patrol to arrest them. Turning around and running to the side, he thought that now all he could do was count on a trap. He needed to activate at least one, by absolutely any means necessary. And his request was fulfilled. He caught the taut rope with his foot, breaking it. Immediately, the ground began to collapse under the feet of our heroes, forming a huge circle. The ground broke. Loud screams began to be heard, as well as the rumble of the earth. A few seconds later, the screams died down, and at the bottom of the trap were sharpened spears, their points pointing upwards. The traitor, looking around, thought that it would be enough to leave only one witness. His leader would surely find a way to appeal to the mountain tribe. His body was pierced. He hoped that the patrol would come to them faster. Looking up, he said, "Faster," his body relaxed. As he closed it, everything started to blur before his eyes. But he noticed one very familiar silhouette with long, brightly colored hair. After all, it was his leader who looked down on him. Closing his eyes, he thought that he was glad that it was the king who noticed this picture. Some time passed, the trap was dismantled, and the nephews were taken out of it. They laid them near a tree in the shade, and our hero was going to heal them. His wife stood next to him, watching her husband's unique ability. She asked him if it was really necessary to tie up these savages because it was not safe. To which he replied that he was not going to cure them completely. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't have the strength to attack because they were badly wounded. The girl added that these people could serve her king. She was serious. Drawing her weapon, she looked towards the traitor, asking her husband to allow her to deal with the traitor. She swung her whip, pointing it towards the traitor, preparing to attack him. But at that very moment, Chen Li appeared with words for her to wait, covering the man lying on the ground with his body. He told her not to jump to conclusions. He wanted to hear the whole story when he woke up. Haishi, who was standing nearby, said that only a couple of people would be enough for interrogation. It was not necessary to leave everyone alive in his opinion. Shigu supported the words of the Sea Tribe chief, adding that they cannot afford to use so many medicines. It wasn't a very nice gesture from the newcomer tribe, as it wasn't easy to make such an arrogant guy betray his community, even if the witch treated him like a slave. But as far as they know, these guys are closely related to each other. Therefore, our hero was going to save them because the former leader of the mountain tribe would submit obediently. Moreover, last time he promised our main character that he would not kill his people, so the king was going to be merciful. He was nervous because for the sake of some savages, he had to spend a lot of money in medicine. If he didn't hear at least a thank you, this would be the end. Looking at the unconscious Lu Ten, he ordered that he be carried into the house, and when he came to, the king asked that he be called. Ayu leaned over to the mountain chieftain, examining him carefully, and then she turned towards our main character and said that she thought he had woken up. Some time passed. Our hero stood opposite the former mountain king who was sitting on the ground. Our hero asked him if he wanted to say that no one had ever actually seen the witch, since all the information was transmitted through the little girl. He replied that it was so, adding that even the most important sacrifices were performed by her. He told how she claimed to be the witch's messenger and that only she was immune to the curse. Our hero thought he had misheard and asked again if he really meant a curse. He explained that according to the girl, the witch's body was shrouded in a curse, and anyone who approached her would immediately die a painful death. They saw the divine power in action with their own eyes, so no one dared or decided to doubt her words. There was not even any guard at the entrance to the cave, the former king continued to tell. Our hero told him that if everything he said was to be believed, then they had a chance to carry out an attack operation, adding that it was not so easy to deal with the newly minted leader of the mountain tribe. The mountain king asked our hero if he was really that worried about the collapse. Explaining that this was the name of the current king, he said that no one could compare with his power, especially after he received divine power, but it still relied on the ritual of sacrifice, during which it was necessary to light a fire. Therefore, it is not carried out on a rainy or windy day, and no one may receive divine power. On such days, the leader and the entire clan are most weakened, the bald man said. Our king spoke of their tribe's many vulnerabilities, asking why others still did not know about them. He explained that on rainy days, it is very difficult to move along mountain paths. Even people who know the area do not go beyond the territory. Chen Li added to the mountain man's reasoning with his suggestion that, in addition, strong winds are always accompanied by heavy rain, so it takes a very long time to hide vulnerable areas. He exhaled heavily, raising his head up and then sharply bending over towards the man sitting on the ground. He said that others definitely could not know about this information. Then he smiled, still exhaling heavily, and extended his hand to the former mountain chief. He stood up and listened as his interlocutor told him with a smile on his face that they were now traitors to the mountain tribe. Our king said that now they would definitely not be able to accept them back, so he offered to join them. At that moment he looked at him, his gaze showing confidence, and then with a quick but light blow he pushed our king's hand aside. He said that no matter who asks him, under what circumstances, he never gives out information. He leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Our hero looked at him silently, listening to him say that he doesn't know who the newbie king really is, but when he asks, he wants to tell as much as possible. These words confused our hero. He did not quite understand what he meant. So with a smile on his face and a raised finger showing class, he said that this is love. He grabbed him and shouted, asking Chen Li if he was tired of living, to which our hero laughingly answered him that it was all just a joke. The mountain man thanked our king for interrogating him without prying ears, but he could not accept the offer. Chen Li said with a smile on his face that he couldn't force him to do it. And later he added that as soon as the others get back on their feet, they can leave at any time. Still with the same smile on his face, he told his new comrade about his hope that the next time they met, they would no longer be enemies. And then, laughing loudly, he asked if he really loved him that much. He, just like last time, grabbed him and shouted at him that he would kill him. 5 whole days passed. The whole tribe was preparing for battle. Lun Te brought the coal to the king, handing it over. In front of our hero lay coal, sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo stalks. He needed more charcoal. Ayu asked our main character if he had really forgiven the traitor, and he replied that the only thing he could not forgive was how he had pretended to be a traitor in order to find out information. Ayu tried to object to her king's words, but he argued his trust by saying that in the past, this man had risked his life to save him. He remembered that moment and also thought that primitive people would not have enough brains for such tricks. Ayu also added that according to the latest information, the leader of the mountain tribe left the camp this morning. Food, weapons, water were ready. She said that the departing former mountain members would definitely wander for several days. He, holding something in his hands and twirling it, said that they had given them everything they could, and now everything depends on them. Our hero thought that the poisons, food, firecrackers, weapons, armor, and shields were already ready. They just had to wait for the storm. Even at night, preparations continued, with each member of the tribe busy with some task. Amphibians were considered the strongest, so they did hard work. Our main character sat in his royal chambers looking at the system window. He thought about how this broken system had spent 70 tech points on 3 copies of the ointment. He thought the price was stable, but it turned out that she hung herself after each purchase. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, which distracted him from his thoughts. He ordered to come in. The closest members of our protagonist's tribe entered the royal chambers. He immediately told them that they should know why he called them here. He was not going to beat around the bush, but to get straight to the plan. He began to tell his plan, saying that they would split into 4 squads. Heishi had to take 3 reliable subordinate troops and go to the mountain to rescue the prisoners. The location of the tribesman Feng had determined a few days ago. Looking at the green-haired girl, he said that at the right moment she would have to guide Heishi herself. Shigu was to be responsible for leading the main squad. Morning came and the first rays of the sun began to appear. The heroes gradually began to emerge from our protagonist's chambers after a long discussion of the plan. Xiaowan looked away. Our hero asked her if there was something wrong with his plan, to which she replied that she didn't know, because she could hardly trust Shigu, so giving him all these treasures was a strange decision. And it was also a strange decision to leave the house in the hands of a rebel. He explained that this time they were in full force, and the women, children, and old people needed protection. He also added that Lu Ten's wounds had not yet healed. He said that it would be great if he was in charge of guarding the camp, but he had not yet recovered. And everyone also understood perfectly well that there was still a grudge against him. Chen Li raised his voice and said that Lu Ten was not a traitor and that he would prove it when the time came. The girl came out with words of consent, but added that if he did something, she would be the first to finish him off. After some time, Ayu ran up to the king's chambers, screaming. She screamed that the wind was rising and their king needed to hurry. Going outside, our main character felt a breeze, the speed of which gradually increased. He looked into the distance. Looking at the sky, he was thinking. He was immersed in his thoughts. He felt the strong moisture that was in the air. It seemed to him that they had very little time left, because the rain would only hinder them. He ordered everyone to get ready immediately, because they were leaving right now. Enough time passed, and clouds gradually covered the sun in the sky. Our heroes were already standing near the waterfall, having walked along the road that our hero found. He told the girl that Alan was already in ambush nearby. He told the girl that if one of them fell into the water, she would be responsible for saving them. He also added that the bear would look after her. He told the others that they would first cross the river and climb the cliff, but he was going to go to the top of the mountain alone, adding that everyone should follow the plan. Our hero looked towards the mountains, asking everyone to be extremely careful. The hero's plan began to be executed. Everyone began to carry out their tasks. Shigu and the main army made their way through the dense foliage, holding shields in their hands. There was tension in the air. He thought that the others should all be in their places by now. They began to light the firecracker that would signal the start of the battle. He threw her down, shouting that the louder the better. There was a powerful explosion that frightened and confused the savages. Immediately after the explosion, our heroes began to appear from the foliage with a scream and ran towards the mountains. They knocked them off their feet, shouting at them to disperse, as they had not yet fully recovered from the explosion. One of Shigu's subordinates shouted for him to look up, because the king of the mountain tribe appeared before them. The rest of the tribe began to appear on the rocks, and with each passing second, there were more and more of them. Shigu gave the order for everyone to stand in a defensive formation. The main army quickly lined up, raising their shields up. They successfully defended themselves against the spears flying at them with the help of their shields. The man standing next to Shigu told him that it was not too late to retreat. After all, right now, a huge number of savages were moving towards them, but Shigu shouted to everyone to hold on, because they needed to attract as much attention as possible. A fight began between two tribes. Shouts and screams were heard. A man approached the Mountain King and asked him if they needed reinforcements, but he replied that they did not. He said that he had not received divine power today, so let the tribals first wear them out, and then they should enter the battle. At this time, not far from the waterfall, savages were leading tethered amphibians. Heishi, standing and watching all this, was angry, thinking that it was time for this bastard to cover the debt with his blood. The current Mountain King watched everything, thinking that these were some pretty brave guys who still refused to turn around and run away. Looking up at the mountain, he could not understand why all the prisoners had not been delivered. He glanced over and realized that he could not wait any longer. He charged, shouting for the others to follow him. One of his subordinates shouted to Shiga that the enemies were approaching. He gave the order for them to carry away the wounded. He was going to cover them. Everyone started to pick up, retreating, the smell of blood rising around. With incredible speed, the king of the mountain tribe approached our hero, swinging his huge weapon. Our Shigu barely managed to react to this attack, putting up his shield for protection. But even so, from this blow, he began to cough up blood. Having taken out the healing potion, he thought that the Mountain King was much stronger than him. As he ran away, he drank it. He didn't intend to die here. He shouted to Xiaowan to take action. The girls were already swinging, get ready to cover the main army. The queen shouted to the girls that it was their turn, and then shouted for them to attack. The girl was thrown firecrackers towards the running savages. The men began to try to fight off what seemed to be stones flying at them. But just a second later, powerful explosions began to be heard. Shigu told the queen that all the people here were wounded. He said that it was necessary to immediately reorganize the formation, because the next battle would be decisive. At this time, at the waterfall, our hero was looking for the entrance to the very cave where the witch lives. When he entered, he saw a strange column with some symbols drawn on it. He was tense because, as the bald man had said, there wasn't a soul around. The wind was gradually dying down. It was going to rain soon, our hero thought. Suddenly he stopped, looking tensely into the distance. He saw a huge entrance to a cave from which a sweet smell was coming. He began to carefully approach the entrance to her. Looking closer, he saw a huge number of barrels standing there. He was going to come closer to take a closer look. He screamed. It was a scream of discontent. After all, these cattle eventually brought honey to the witch, and he was unhappy. A cry began to come from behind the barrels, telling our hero not to come near them. She told him to put down what he had taken and leave if he was not afraid of the witch's curse. Our hero, looking in the direction from which the voice came, assumed that it belonged to a girl. There was a huge number of empty barrels standing around him. He thought that there was not a single trace around. Suddenly, a girl with a mask in her hands appeared from behind him, shouting at him that he was an idiot for coming here. She screamed at him to get out of her cave as quickly as possible. Throwing a mask at him, he easily tossed it aside. Looking at her, he assumed that most likely the witch was this little girl. He was not entirely happy with this turn of events. She watched him closely, preparing to repel his attack. But he suddenly disappeared from her field of vision, and she became frightened. She was about to scream at him, but he knocked the girl out with a quick blow to the neck. Taking her and placing her on his shoulder, he looked into the distance, thinking over his actions further. He remembered that the mountain tribe had never seen a real witch before. So even if he kills this little girl, they will never believe that the real witch is dead. He also thought that since no one had seen the witch, he could try to blackmail them. At this time, the rain increased and the weather worsened. The battle between the two tribes continued, becoming increasingly fierce. The Mountain King fought with Xiaowan and Shigu at the same time, and was not inferior to them in any way in strength. The man shouted for all the wounded to be carried to the rear, because the leader's medicines should have been enough for everyone. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him scared. He saw several silhouettes approaching them. He couldn't believe that they were reinforcements. But it was their reinforcements, led by Haishi, who shouted about the place they should make in relation to the mountain tribe. But before he could reach it, a body fell right in the center of the battle. The fight stopped, and everyone began to look at the masked man lying on the ground. Our hero, standing on a hill, shouted that the battle was over. Adding in a gruff voice that their witch was already dead, lightning began to strike behind him. They couldn't believe the words they heard. They all glanced towards the man lying on the ground, recognizing the familiar mask. After all, this meant that now that very terrifying curse would overtake them. They started running, pushing each other. The current Mountain King shouted at them to come back, as the battle was not over yet. He shouted at Xiaowan to prepare for death as he rushed towards her. He swung his huge mace. He was going to kill the girl. Shigu ran towards his queen, intending to save her. At the last moment, he was able to put up his shield, which cracked on contact. And after the Mountain King ran away, the queen told Shigu not to worry about her and to run to catch up with the Mountain King. But at that very second, our main character appeared and told them not to waste their time on him. After all, most of them were wounded and unable to continue the fight. The battle was won. He suggested that they stop there. Some time passed. Our heroes were at home. All the wounded were returning to their homes. The wounded were looked after by girls, and there was rest. Our hero said that the last bottle of healing ointment, which he had saved just in case, also had to be used for treatment. But he did not consider it a problem because it saved a life. The king's assistant who was standing there reported to him that 5 people had died and 4 prisoners had also died. Ours answered him that in the end, casualties are inevitable in war, adding that they would be buried in the north in the forest at the foot of the mountain. Opening the system window, he considered that even with the losses, their population had grown by 20 people. This time, 25 people had joined the application. In the future, the opponents will be stronger, our protagonist thought, fearing an increase in deaths. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who said that the child had woken up. As he approached her, he heard cries of discontent, which screamed that she would kill them all. When she saw the king, she said that she remembered everything because he was the same bastard who dared to hit her on the head. He, looking at her, thought that Ayu should talk to her because only she could do this. After some time, Ayu approached the king, saying that the girl had calmed down. As he approached the tree, he saw that her mouth was gagged with something and her body was tied up even more tightly. The child made every effort to get him to take the grass out of her mouth. As soon as he pulled out some of it, the girl swallowed the rest, asking him what kind of grass it was, and then asking him to bring more. Ayu, smiling, said that it was licorice, and also added that if she behaved obediently, she would get more. The girl with a satisfied face asked her king if he could come closer to her. He approached her holding out a leaf of grass, telling her that first he would ask her a few questions, and then she would get some sweets. But she wasn't going to wait for questions. She bit the grass along with Chen Li's hand, causing him to scream in pain. He shouted at her that she was a naughty child. The girl said that she could not be fooled by the grass. She only needed honey. He, grabbing her affectionately by the cheek, said that in the future she would receive as much of him as she wanted. She happily said that the man standing in front of her was strange, but she decided to stay here. After some time, both were already sitting together. The child was lying on the head of our main character. The girl said that it was not the best place she had been, but the main thing was not to return to her father, because the attitude towards werewolves is stinking. Our hero asked her what her father was like, to which she replied that her father was a great sorcerer of the werewolf clan, and she learned magic from him. adding that her father can turn a person into a werewolf since her real dad was turned into one by another dad. Our hero didn't ask her if all werewolves before this were really ordinary people, to which she replied, yes, with the exception of a few girls her age, they were selected to be forced to serve him, and all the rest were converted. He named her Xiao Yu. Our hero did not expect to hear this. He thought that it would be better not to provoke the werewolf tribe on the opposite side of the river into conflict. But in any case, they are not going to do anything either. Our hero would rather have the evening because there will be a huge feast. Evening came. Everyone forgot about the recent terrible battle. There was a loud sound of laughter and an aura of joy in the air. Everyone was pleased with themselves because the worst was already behind them. Our hero told the girl to have a good rest in her free time. Yes, I asked Ayu why she was all dressed up today. To which she replied that she would find out everything when the leader went on vacation. The girl said, embarrassed, that she understood everything. She understood that Ayu wanted to take advantage of the opportunity while he was happy. The girl started jumping, shouting that the first one would not be the one with flowers on her head, but the one who would run to him first. Our protagonist turned towards the scream, but it was already too late. Dada's huge body was flying straight at him with its mouth open and obscene.